What's it like to be reborn into a game world? Right now, our female protagonist is in a game store playing a palace intrigue game. Because the character she was controlling was sentenced to death by the Emperor, and her own life in the real world had also come to an end. By a twist of fate, she crossed over into the game. A voice echoed in her ears. Soul, loading successful. World loading complete. Then, Plaques appeared, asking her to choose a character's strategy route. Different choices would lead to different endings. She casually chose a plaque for Jin Yunlai. The next second, space tore open. When she woke up, she found a man looking at her. He was currently pinning her down. The female protagonist was stunned. Who am I? Where am I? The man looked at her and said, "Your face is quite pretty. Too bad you're a washboard. With a figure like yours, you still have the guts to enter the palace for the concubine selection?" The female protagonist couldn't bear it anymore and threw a punch. It's the 21st century. You think you're the emperor just because you're wearing a cosplay costume? Jin Yunlai forcefully restrained the female protagonist. He suspected she was an assassin and suddenly materialized a dagger out of thin air. The female protagonist froze for a moment. A dagger out of thin air? I must be dreaming. If it's a dream, then I can do whatever I want, right? The female protagonist's wild side took over, and she pounced on him. Just submit to me. The next second, she was stabbed by the dagger's automatic defense. The sharp pain made her realize this wasn't a dream. Jin Yunlai was startled by her sudden pounce. He asked suspiciously, "Woman, are you still alive?" The female protagonist's consciousness faded, and she collapsed. Previously, the female protagonist got into a car accident and crossed over to another world. When she woke up, she found herself pinned down by a man. Thinking she was dreaming, she was about to make a move on the man, but was injured by his weapon. But the next day, her injury had completely healed. Even the imperial physician was amazed by her recovery ability. The man prepared food for the female protagonist as compensation for accidentally injuring her. After speaking, he raised his hand and patted the female protagonist's buttocks. The female protagonist should eat more. A big but is good for bearing children. Although the female protagonist was very angry, she still didn't know her current situation, so she just continued to eat. The man thought she was trying to get his attention. He lifted her chin and told her, "In this round of selection, I already have someone I favor. Your personality and temperament are quite suitable, but it's far from enough." After he said this, the female protagonist noticed he had stopped moving. She tugged at his clothes and face. It wasn't just him. Everything around them had frozen. Just as the female protagonist was wondering what was happening, a person suddenly floated out. This is his time-freezing barrier. "I am emissary number 14 from the demon realm, and also your guardian in this world. Yesterday's dagger wound healed so quickly because of me." The female protagonist wouldn't listen to his nonsense. She grabbed number 14 and demanded he revive her. Number 14 stated that the female protagonist was already dead and had been buried. Only then did the female protagonist realize that she had truly transmigrated for the female protagonist to adapt to life in this world. He also brought her a cheat, a hair tie that could turn into a phone. It also had an electronic software. Scanning an object would provide data and information. And in game mode, it had autonomous consciousness. Just as the female protagonist was about to ask more questions, number 14 received an urgent mission and left. She took out the phone and first scanned the man in front of her. The screen displayed Jin Yunlai, Xuanji Realm Tiger, Crown Prince of Guyun Kingdom, deeply loved by the people. The female protagonist sneered. He's clearly a domineering and willful pervert. Whatever. But the female protagonist didn't know that the time-freezing barrier had disappeared. At this moment, Jin Yunlai leaned in and said, "Little girl, who are you calling a pervert? Someone, bring the portraits of the candidates. Let her see what a real difference is." The female protagonist looked. These portraits of the candidates all had one characteristic. They were big. Meanwhile, another woman learned that the crown prince had been with the female protagonist for so long. What should we do? It seems we'll just have to make her disappear. Previously, the gamer girl who transmigrated was accidentally injured. She was lucky enough to be chosen by the crown prince. But this luck brought her trouble. This day, the female protagonist had just returned to her room when she heard a knock on the door. She opened it to find someone she didn't recognize at all. So she asked her to turn around and quickly scanned her with the phone. Tang Xin, youngest daughter of the Tang Winery in Guyun Kingdom, selected to enter the palace the day before yesterday and lives next door to me. The female protagonist also learned her own name was Shiwan from how Tang Xin addressed her. She turned around and acted familiar with Tang Xin. Tang Xin told her, "In the 2 days you were gone, the candidates in the palace have been divided into ranks based on family background, appearance, and figure. Among them, the highest rank is Xia Honglian, the daughter of the current powerful minister. Xia Honglian, relying on her background and the crown prince's favor, has already eliminated many who opposed her in the past few days. In short, you must stay far away from her." Just then, Xia Honglian arrived. "Sister Tang Xian, who are you staying away from?" After speaking, she turned to Qi Yuan with concern. "I heard sister was injured in yesterday's incident. Are you better now?" Just as Qi Yuan was about to answer, she was slapped. "Who gave you the nerve to stand and talk to me?" Qi Yuan immediately retorted, "We are all new candidates in the palace. There are no class distinctions yet. Isn't it a bit much to act like a tyrant already? How dare you talk back to my master? Don't you know your place?" Two candidates pushed Qi Yuan towards Xia Honglian. Xia Honglian caught Qi Yuan's hand and began to use her spiritual power. Flames ignited on Qi Yuan's wrist. Suddenly, a golden iron chain wrapped around her. It was Jin Yunlai. He caught Qi Yuan. Before Qi Yuan could be moved by this heroic rescue, she was thrown to the ground. However, the crown prince was still very considerate, handing her his clothes to put on. He then turned to the candidates who had just attacked and asked with concern, "Are you too hurt?" This made the candidates' hearts flutter. Could they be noticed and become the crown princess? "Your hands and feet are intact. Then pack your things and go home." The candidates were about to explain. The crown prince's eyes turned sharp as he ordered Kuei to take them away. Xia Honglian at the side also hurried over to explain that she just wanted to greet her. "It was those wretches who pushed her. I subconsciously used my spiritual art." The crown prince did not pursue the matter and told her to go back and rest. As he left, he said to Qi Yuan, "You were lucky this time." Just as Qi Yuan was thinking that the daughter of a powerful minister could really do whatever she wanted, a flick to her forehead. "Why aren't you wearing the clothes I gave you?" Qi Yuan replied irritably, "Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. I was in a hurry this morning and forgot." The crown prince pinched Qi Yuan's little cheek. "I asked how you talk to your savior. The last person who spoke to me like that has already been exiled by me." Qi Yuan shook him off. "I'm already homeless anyway." The crown prince lovingly stroked Qi Yuan's head, telling her to stay away from Xia Honglian in the future. He might not be able to save her next time. Who knew Qi Yuan would headbutt the crown prince in the face? She turned and ran away, leaving the crown prince fuming on the spot. Kuei, at the side, chuckled and said, "I'll go catch her right now." The crown prince stopped Kuei, telling him to increase surveillance on Xia Honglian. On the other side, Qi Yuan fled back to her room. Her mind was filled with images of the crown prince sentencing her to death. After some thought, she decided it was best to escape quickly. Who knew the crown prince was already waiting outside? "Yo, where are you going with all these bags?" Just like that, she was caught by the crown prince. The crown prince was going to punish her in the room. At this moment, the female protagonist looked at the crown prince pitifully, calling out, "Your Highness," in a delicate voice, and even tugged at his pants. But the crown prince lifted Qi Yuan's chin and said, "Be good, hold on a little longer. It'll be over soon." It turned out Qi Yuan was giving the crown prince a massage. At Qi Yuan's plea for mercy, the crown prince stretched. Not bad, not bad. You're so thin, but your hands are quite strong. I'll stay here tonight." Qi Yuan took the opportunity to ask how the crown prince's chains and dagger appeared. The crown prince told her that Wuyun Kingdom is predominantly of the metal attribute, but there are also immigrants from other countries. Xia Honglian is from the Xia clan of Lusu, the daughter of the most powerful official. Girls inherit their mother's spiritual attribute, and boys inherit their father's. But both men and women inherit spiritual aptitude. It's best to awaken at 16. But Qi Yuan was already 18. However, the crown prince still decided to help her awaken her spiritual power. He pressed on Qi Yuan's wrist and entered her spiritual domain. He found Qi Yuan's spiritual core. After injecting spiritual power, it would generate its own. Just as he reached out, several seals appeared around Qi Yuan's spiritual core. A closer look revealed they were in the shape of a phoenix. The crown prince was shocked for a moment, then concealed his power and broke the seals. After a while, Qi Yuan woke up. Looking at her hand, a ball of fire emerged. "Your aptitude is very ordinary. You have no chance in the upcoming martial selection." Meanwhile, in Huangyan Kingdom, a man sensed the seal disappearing and muttered to himself, "Are you still alive?" Inside Qi Yuan's room, Qi Yuan was making the bed while asking Jin Yunlai, "I'm just a candidate. Why are you so good to me?" The crown prince simply said, "Don't ask what you shouldn't." Qi Yuan said speechlessly, "Oh, then good night, Your Highness." Jin Yunlai stood by the window chin in hand, also wondering when he started to care about this girl, recalling things before. When he first saw Chi-Yuan's portrait with such a flat figure and no awakened abilities, and she was even sold by her parents. He just felt her identity was worth probing, which is why he summoned her. But he ended up injuring her. Thinking of this, the Crown Prince couldn't help but feel speechless. But now that you're in the palace, you're my property. With me here, you won't be homeless. He turned his head and saw that Chi-Yuan was already fast asleep. The Crown Prince poked Chi-Yuan's cheek, sleeping like a pig. Meanwhile, in the Crown Prince's room, a masked assassin walked in with a dagger. He raised the dagger in his hand and stabbed at the Crown Prince, but it was blocked. It turned out the Crown Prince was Kuei Malong in disguise. Kuei Malong had already subdued the assassin. The assassin was Xia Honglian, but she was already being controlled by someone else. At this moment, she was just a puppet. Suddenly, Xia Honglian cut the vines and jumped off the roof. Kuei Malong didn't pursue her, because if he caught her now, those old geezers wouldn't be happy. Kuei Malong informed the Crown Prince through a communicator, and the Crown Prince, hearing this expected result, ordered Kuei Malong to proceed as planned. To achieve your goal, you resort to such means. You're really becoming more and more vicious. Qing Ziyuan. The next day, Chi-Yuan woke up to find Jin Yunlai already gone. So she went to the courtyard and saw that the caterpillar in front of her was a higher level than her. She glanced at herself. She still needed 3 levels to unlock the next skill. So she had to launch a fireball at the caterpillar, who knew the caterpillar would dodge to the side. Then it jumped up and knocked her to the ground with a tail whip, just as she was about to get revenge on the caterpillar. A few candidates came to cause trouble for her. Oh, isn't it that lowly vixen? Look at your dusty face in that outfit. So ugly. But Chi-Yuan was not to be outdone. His Highness personally picked these clothes for me. Are you questioning His Highness's taste? What would happen if I complained to His Highness? Hearing this, the 2 candidates uttered a threat and ran away. But more and more people had been coming to cause trouble these past few days. While she was dazed, she unexpectedly saw Jin Yunlai and Xia Honglian walking towards her. Seeing their intimacy, Chi-Yuan couldn't help but feel a little bitter. Even when Xia Honglian called her a commoner and told her never to enter the garden again, the Crown Prince agreed. Does the golden-haired Crown Prince really like Xia Honglian? But he's so good to me. Chi-Yuan vented her anger. This is completely fixed. A dark horse. Suddenly, a hand grabbed her. Stop trampling on the lawn. These are all top-grade spiritual grasses. The person was the Crown Prince's guard, Kuei Malong. He quickly let go of Chi-Yuan's hand and asked Chi-Yuan to follow him. He had something important to discuss with her. Previously, Kuei Malong stopped the resentful Chi-Yuan. He led her to the alchemy room and gave her a large pill. Because the royal family, to ensure that the next generation inherits high-quality spiritual power, holds a martial contest to test the candidate's strength. In the last contest, there were countless casualties. Only one person stood on the stage. She was Jin Yunlia's mother. This is the pill the Crown Prince gave Chi-Yuan. It can greatly increase her cultivation in a short time. He also asked Chi-Yuan to assist in their plan, to hold back and anger Xia Honglian in the martial contest. Chi-Yuan couldn't figure out this plan. Doesn't the Crown Prince like her? Why does he want me to anger her? Chi-Yuan said, you're letting me in on the plan. You should at least let me know a little something. Suddenly, Kuei Malong showed a look of disgust. He turned around and slammed a hand on the wall. He said to Chi-Yuan, if it weren't for His Highness's intention to protect you, I wouldn't care if you lived or died. If I find you have any ill intentions towards His Highness, I will hunt you to the ends of the earth. Chi-Yuan was not intimidated. She suddenly remembered a plot from a novel. Isn't this the Loyal Guard Falls for the Arrogant Prince plot? She thought to herself, I just transmigrated. How did I get involved in some strange plan for no reason? But right now, the only one I can trust is the Crown Prince. With that, she opened the photo album. She found that as she spent more time with the Crown Prince, his information in the album would be updated. Chi-Yuan hadn't realized that she seemed to have fallen for the Crown Prince too. She would giggle while looking through his information, and she even waited by the window. She mocked herself. What am I even expecting? It's not like he's going to jump down from my roof. As a result, she opened the window and saw the Crown Prince hanging upside down by the window. The Crown Prince even said warmly, good evening. Actually, the Crown Prince came specifically to tell Chi-Yuan not to push herself when in danger. Also, about his relationship with Xia Honglian, the Crown Prince made a special effort to explain. Chi-Yuan heard this and smiled. She said, Your Highness, you're so tsundere. You brat, what did you say? I came all this way to explain things to you. And he told Chi-Yuan the plan. What about Kuei Malong? Who cares about him? I call the shots. The 4 kingdoms of the Xuanji realm, Huangyin Kingdom and Xianhan Kingdom have always had good relations with Guyun Kingdom. However, Longyuan Kingdom has had a poor relationship ever since a dispute over the supreme treasure, the Xuanji Jade, 100 years ago. Half a year ago, the crown prince sent Xia Honglian's father, Xia Ling, and his own man, Lu Jingkong, to Longyuan Kingdom for diplomacy. But after they returned, different assassins frequently appeared in the palace. And when caught, they were all delirious. Because ever since the emperor fell ill, the crown prince took over all affairs, replacing the old guard. Xia Ling then colluded with many factions in the palace, causing trouble everywhere. But they wouldn't dare to assassinate the royal family. However, the crown prince of Longyuan Kingdom, Qing Ziyuan, is skilled at poisoning. Those infected lose their minds and are at his mercy. And Xia Honglian, wanting to use evil arts to become the imperial consort, was used by Qing Ziyuan and became a puppet herself. Shi Yuan finally understood. So now the crown prince plans to use the misguided Xia Honglian to suppress Xia Ling's power. This is the purpose of this election. Everyone's sweet dream will eventually end, because this election was a sham from the very beginning. The crown prince grabbed Qi Yuan and threw her onto the bed. Then he undressed, revealing his chest, and said, "Let's finish what we didn't finish last time." Just now, after the crown prince told Qi Yuan his plan, Qi Yuan felt for the first time the oppressive aura of an emperor emanating from this man. Suddenly, Qi Yuan wrapped her arms around the crown prince's neck and slowly leaned in. "Your Highness, I have no way to repay you." While the crown prince was caught off guard, Qi Yuan pushed him away and said, "I have no way to repay you, so I can only do my best to complete the mission." The crown prince was speechless. He was full of anticipation. Qi Yuan was laughing happily after teasing the crown prince. But she was grabbed by the lust-filled Jin Yunlai, thrown onto the bed, who said, "How dare you tease me? You've got some nerve." He undid his clothes and looked down at Qi Yuan. "Let's finish what we didn't finish last time." Qi Yuan was admitting her mistake on one hand, and on the other, begging the crown prince to calm down. But the crown prince paid no attention. "You're scared now?" "Too late." Knock, knock, knock. Someone was at the door. The crown prince was startled and quickly jumped out the window. Qi Yuan opened the door to see Tang Xian. Why did she have to come at this moment? It turned out Tang Xian heard she was being bullied by Xia Honglian again and came to visit her. She even brought spiritual wine from her family's winery for Qi Yuan to recuperate. Qi Yuan hesitated for a moment, then drank the spiritual wine. Suddenly, the wine bottle fell to the ground and Qi Yuan collapsed, and Tang Xian kept crying and saying sorry. Because if she didn't do this, Xia Honglian would burn down her family's winery and kill her family. She had no choice but to agree to Xia Honglian's request to drug Qi Yuan. Tang Xian, under Xia Honglian's orders, dealt with Qi Yuan. After giving Qi Yuan the tainted wine, Qi Yuan collapsed. At the candidate martial contest the next day, Xia Honglian once again defeated her opponent. She was about to enter the finals. Before this, the candidates participating in the contest who could be bought off with money were bought off. Those who couldn't were secretly eliminated. The rest were no match for her in terms of martial arts. Just as she thought victory was in her grasp, the host announced that Qi Yuan, who had received a bye all the way through, was entering the stage. Xia Honglian turned her head in surprise to look at Tang Xian in the audience. Tang Xian was also baffled. It turned out that not long after Qi Yuan collapsed, number 14 appeared and saved her. Qi Yuan also knew it was poison, so she only drank a little and spat it out. Qi Yuan grabbed number 14 by the collar, demanding he send her back. Number 14 told Qi Yuan that if she wanted to go back, she had to obtain the supreme treasure of a Xuanji realm, the Xuanji Jade. But the Xuanji Jade is tied to the secrets of the entire world. It's impossible for her to get it. She should just give up on that idea. Because the contest was about to start, number 14 transformed back to his original form and practiced the game mode on the phone with Qi Yuan. The system would show the success rate of each attack and the success rate of dodging an attack. But with a casual slap from number 14, the system prompted, "Cannot be dodged. Give up." Then Qi Yuan was sent flying. Back at the martial contest, although Qi Yuan's appearance was unexpected, Xia Honglian didn't take her seriously. Xia Honglian attacked first, but Qi Yuan looked relaxed. She opened the game mode sheet on her phone. The screen displayed various countermeasures. She directly followed the highest success rate of 80% and dodged to the right. Xia Honglian's attack missed. Qi Yuan couldn't help but marvel at how amazing this game mode was. After a round of fighting, Qi Yuan was unscathed, while Xia Honglian was left in a disheveled state. The crown prince thought it was because the pill he gave her was effective. Xia Ling, seeing this, quickly urged his daughter not to hold back. Xia Honglian unleashed the Red Lotus Raging Fire. A barrier surrounded the entire arena. Inside the barrier, Qi Yuan would be scorched by the Red Lotus Raging Fire and die in agony. Previously, at the candidate martial contest, Xia Honglian unleashed the Red Lotus Flame. A barrier instantly surrounded Qi Yuan. Things had clearly taken an unexpected turn. Kuei had just turned around to tell the Crown Prince that Qi Yuan's power might not be enough to handle it. When he found the Crown Prince's seat was empty, the Crown Prince rushed onto the stage worriedly, but was stopped by Xia Ling. "What does your Highness think you're doing? This is a critical moment in the contest. Is your Highness going to openly violate the rules?" The next second, the Crown Prince erupted with a powerful pressure. "Don't you understand? Move!" And inside the barrier, Qi Yuan was being tormented by the Red Lotus Fire. She saw her mother and younger brother from her past life. Her mother was choking her, telling her, "You were born to marry into a good family. To get enough betrothal money for your younger brother. All you do is read comics and play games all day. What will the young masters from rich families think?" And her brother grabbed her hair. "Your things are all mine." Xia Honglian looked at Qi Yuan, who was sitting on the ground. "Game consoles, comics? Where are those? Although your background is pitiful, I won't sympathize with you." She conjured a flaming spear in her hand and was about to stab it at Qi Yuan's neck. Suddenly, a burst of flame shot out from Qi Yuan's neck. Xia Honglian was sent flying. The seal on Qi Yuan's body was broken. Her hair slowly turned white, and Xia Honglian looked at the pure, white holy flame before her, the half-white hair. Could you be from the royal family? The spiritual power seal in Qi Yuan's body was broken. Pure, white holy flame, half-white hair. At this moment, Xia Honglian was trembling and kneeling before Qi Yuan. How could she have the holy flame? What is her relationship with Huangyan Kingdom? Qi Yuan would definitely not let her off easy. She got up in a hurry. The only way now was to tell the people outside the truth. People from other countries are not qualified to participate in Guyun Kingdom selection. Qi Yuan reached out her hand, and the fleeing Xia Honglian was entangled by flames. Qi Yuan stepped on Xia Honglian's head. Xia Honglian was now in despair. "Since the White Tiger God has abandoned me, don't blame me for defecting to another country." She shook off Qi Yuan and shouted, "Lord Qing Ziyuan, I am willing to offer everything. Please save me." Outside, the people infected by Xia Honglian's ancient art suddenly had a foot grow out of their heads. Having lost consciousness, they raised their swords. Qi Yuan looked at Xia Honglian. "You colluded with Longyuan Kingdom, abandoning even your last shred of dignity." Suddenly, a voice appeared in Qi Yuan's ear. "Collusion? She's not worthy. A woman who can use the holy flame. What an unexpected gain." The sudden appearance of Qing Ziyuan startled Qi Yuan. She kicked at him, almost hitting Qing Ziyuan's vital parts. Qing Zin bound her with vines and said, "It seems you don't know your own identity, but it doesn't matter. I will make the most of your value." The spiritual power of the royal family. How long can it supply Longyuan Kingdom? Decades? Centuries? It's exciting just thinking about it. At this time, outside the barrier, Jin Yunlai sensed Qing Ziyuan's presence and broke the barrier. Jin Yunlai saw Qi Yuan bound by vines. He was confused. Qi Yuan had a full head of white hair. What happened? He took Qi Yuan down. At this moment, Qi Yuan hid in Jin Yunlia's arms and secretly tattled. The Crown Prince was also afraid of others, seeing Qi Yuan's appearance. He thought it was best to wrap up her hair first. "Oh, be able to hit me through the barrier. You truly are something, Jin Yunlai. If I don't return the favor, how can I leave with a clear conscience?" He carefully protected Qi Yuan behind him and launched an attack on Qing Ziyuan. Qing Ziyuan said, "Caught off guard. Suddenly starting a fight is not your style." The Crown Prince said domineeringly, "That last strike was because you trespassed on my territory. This strike is because you touched something you shouldn't have. My woman." Previously, facing the sudden appearance of Qing Ziyuan, the Crown Prince protected Qi Yuan behind him. He attacked Qing Ziyuan and told him, "Qi Yuan is my woman. She is not for you to touch. For the sake of our past friendship, I will let you leave with dignity." Qing Ziyuan sneered, "I never thought you'd say something like this for a woman one day. Or is it that to get rid of a disloyal dog, you had no one else to choose?" The two exchanged a few blows, but their words were constantly digging at each other. "I almost forgot. You're still a little crown prince who hasn't ascended the throne." Jin Yunlai was not to be outdone at we, the holders of the Xuanji Jade, are starting to run low on spiritual power. I'm afraid Longyuan Kingdom won't survive this winter. At the mention of the Xuanji Jade, Qing Ziyuan lost his composure. "This is all because of you. Guyun Kingdom has monopolized the Xuanji Jade for 300 years. You've been living carefree, relying on the Jade's power. The Crown Prince heard this and said, "How unreasonable. Isn't survival of the fittest your usual mantra?" At this time, Lu Jing'o and the others were also ready. With the Crown Prince's command, they began to chant and summon a divine scroll projection, the object of sun's glory and moon's bane. As the projection appeared, Qing Ziyuan's hands and feet were pierced and restrained, but he showed no panic. On the other side, Qi Yuan asked Kuei Malong why he wasn't helping. Kuei Malong told her, "Protecting you here is His Highness's order," and said, "Thank you for assisting us. After this is over, you will receive a large reward. Then I hope you can leave Guyun Kingdom. I have a feeling that one day you will become his greatest weakness." Shi Yuan couldn't help but feel a sense of loss after hearing this. Is it all coming to an end? There's no place for me in any world. I've always been like a curse. Just then, the phone suddenly sounded an alarm. A large amount of wood element is gathering. Retreat is advised. Shi Yuan suddenly remembered that since leaving the barrier, she hadn't seen Xia Honglian. Where did she go? The four kingdoms operating in the Xuanji realm all need the blessings of the gods. And the blessings of the gods come from the periodically appearing Xuanji Jade. The country that obtains the Xuanji Jade will have favorable weather for 100 years. Each time the Xuanji Jade descends, the sun and moon emissaries of the previous owner country can predict its location. Qing Ziyuan's purpose this time was to find out information about the Xuanji Jade, but in the end he failed. At this time, a subordinate came to report that they had caught Xia Ling trying to sneak away. The Crown Prince publicly listed his crimes. Each time the Xuanji Jade descends, the kings of the four countries will compete under the guidance of the emissaries. Each king bears the burden of their country's prosperity or decline. But Xia Ling brought the seed of disaster, Long Yuan Kingdom, into the land blessed by the White Tiger God. Even death by 1,000 cuts cannot atone for this crime of treason. The commoners below were filled with righteous indignation. Suddenly, Qing Ziyuan appeared behind the Crown Prince. My, what a lively scene. Can I join in? Jin Yunlai, you let your guard down. Lu Jing'o turned around and found that the Qing Ziyuan they had captured was actually Xia Honglian. At this time, Qing Ziyuan had already picked up a dagger. "I've prepared a great gift for you." At this critical moment, Jin Yunlai, be careful. Shi Yuan rushed forward without a second thought and blocked the blow for the Crown Prince. "What the hell? Why is it you?" Qing Ziyuan said with dissatisfaction. Shi Yuan's injury completely enraged Jin Yunlai. The Crown Prince looked at his blood-stained hands. The only thought in his mind was to kill him. He struck with his sword and split Qing Ziyuan in two. At this time, in Long Yuan Kingdom, Qing Ziyuan looked at the puppet in his hand and said with a pained heart, "It seems I'll have to train a new puppet." As expected, it couldn't withstand a full power strike from Jin Yunlai. "But sooner or later, your Xuanji Jade and that white-haired girl will be mine." Previously, Qing Ziyuan stabbed at the Crown Prince with a dagger. Shi Yuan took the blow for the Crown Prince and fell into a coma. She seemed to have a dream. When she was young, her mother would often hit her because she was a girl. All the housework was left to her, while her younger brother was doted on by the whole family. After finishing her college entrance exams, she left home to live alone. Her only companion was the Crown Prince in her game console. In the game, she was a beautiful princess. But a game is just a game, and she was no princess. Just then, a pair of hands reached out, gently approaching Shi Yuan, and said, "You are a princess. 14 is not a code name, but the name you gave me, although you have long forgotten." He gave Qi Yuan a gentle push-go. "He's waiting for you. I will always be by your side." Qi Yuan woke up and checked herself, finding not even a wound, as expected of number 14. Qi Yuan looked around and found the place a bit familiar. She turned her head. Jin Yunlai was standing beside her, shirtless, looking at her. Qi Yuan let out a scream. "I prepared a lot of delicious food for you, just waiting for you to wake up. But the food on the table went cold, and you still didn't wake up. I thought I was going to lose you forever. From now on, no matter what happens, just stand behind me. I will protect you." In her past life, not a single relative cared about her. Now, someone was finally willing to give her warmth. Qi Yuan couldn't hold back her tears anymore. After crying, the Crown Prince lifted Qi Yuan up high. No matter what Qi Yuan said, he wouldn't put her down. The Crown Prince asked tentatively, "You're so thin. Are you really from Guyun Kingdom?" But Qi Yuan herself didn't know. He asked Qi Yuan if she knew why her hair turned white. Qi Yuan said that at the time, she just felt oppressed and uncomfortable. Suddenly, she had immense power. It seems Qi Yuan herself doesn't know. He let Qi Yuan go, and she fell into his arms. He told Qi Yuan No matter what happens, do not associate with people from Huangyin Kingdom. Shi Yuan asked in confusion, why not? Just listen to me. When I'm a street my own woman. Hey, when did I become your woman? Wasn't the selection fake? The Crown Prince said, this selection was a plan to capture Xiaoling. You can't tell anyone. So now, you are nominally the Crown Princess-to-be. At this time, in a certain place in the Void Realm, the Xuanji Jade is about to descend. Is a new cycle about to begin? 14. How is that girl? The bloodline seal within her has been partially undone. Can't we just tell her the truth? In this world that worships the four spirits as gods, only by experiencing it herself can she understand us. You've worked hard for this past millennium, Yuan. It's nothing. This way, I can repay my debt to you. What kind of surprise will you bring to this world, my dear bug princess? Because of Qiyuan's pig-like squeal, Lu Jing'o and Kuei Malong heard it and rushed over. They opened the door to see the Crown Prince and Qi Yuan hugging. The two turned to run but were stopped by the Crown Prince. It's not that easy to leave. And Qi Yuan took this opportunity to think. She had never been in a relationship in her past life. She was going to get married at 18. Coming from modern society, she still told the Crown Prince her thoughts. After hearing her refuse to be the Crown Princess, the Crown Prince pushed Qi Yuan against the wall. I must have misheard just now. I'll give you one more chance to think carefully before you answer. Unexpectedly, Qi Yuan rejected the Crown Prince again. The Crown Prince coughed up blood on the spot. Lu Jing'o snickered. His Highness, who has been single for over 20 years, has hit a wall. The Crown Prince thought that after he ascended the throne, the Crown Princess would be the Empress. He couldn't understand and asked Qi Yuan why she disagreed. Qi Yuan said she couldn't accept polygamy. Polygamy? Who told you that? To ensure we have enough energy to raise the next generation. The Crown Princes are basically monogamous, and the requirements for the Crown Prince are even stricter. To avoid unnecessary trouble, His Highness is forbidden from associating with women before marriage. You are the first woman of similar age that His Highness has had close contact with. Lu Jing'o said, it's much easier for others. For example, I've dated several. You brat, are you proud of that? The Crown Prince felt he might have been too hasty. He arranged for Kuei Malong to prepare clothes and take Qi Yuan out of the palace for a stroll tomorrow to relax. To prevent Qi Yuan's white hair from being discovered, the Crown Prince concealed part of her power and instructed her to only use it when necessary in the future. At this time, the emotionally unintelligent Kuei Malong and Lu Jing'o reminded the Crown Prince, it's very late. We should let Miss Qi Yuan rest. Qi Yuan hasn't agreed to be the Crown Princess, so you can't live together. The Crown Prince had no choice but to agree, grabbing Lu Jing'o and saying, tonight, you'll spend the night with me in the training grounds. That night, the screams from the training grounds didn't stop until the latter half of the night. After they left, Qi Yuan opened her phone and found that after the martial contest, her level had risen to 30. She also had 2 new skills. One of them was a skill called Lie. After removing the restriction, she could use the Holy Flame, namely Fire, level unlocked to the 8th century. Seeing this skill, Qi Yuan was in a great mood. This is the kind of cheat a protagonist should have. She set an alarm for tomorrow on her phone and went to sleep. Thinking about going out tomorrow, she really looked forward to the next day. One day, in the capital of Guiyun Kingdom, the Crown Prince was on a date with Qi Yuan. It was Qi Yuan's first time out of the palace, and she was curious about everything. She looked at all the small animals and local products of Guiyun Kingdom. The Crown Prince picked a hair ornament for Qi Yuan and put on her. Taking this opportunity, he secretly kissed Qi Yuan's cheek. Qi Yuan shouted, you perverted golden retriever. What did you just call me? You used to call me shorty and stuff. That's right. Then I'll call you Yuan, little Yuan, cutie. Never mind, just call me shorty. They stood on the bridge, and Qi Yuan happily watched the red lanterns in the sky. In this happy moment, Qi Yuan couldn't help but think of what Kuei Malong had said to her, asking her to leave Guiyun Kingdom and Jin Yunlai. She suddenly let go of Jin Yunlia's hand. Do I really have the right to stand by their side? The next day, Qi Yuan packed her things and decided to leave. She planned to go to the fire element Huangyin Kingdom first. Maybe she could find out something about this body. Lu Jing'o suddenly opened the door and came in, saying, all packed. Don't be nervous. I won't tell anyone you're trying to run away. Besides, His Highness sent me. His Highness won't make things difficult for you. Even if you don't stay in the palace, he hopes you'll be happy in the future. Let's go. You can't leave the palace without a token. I'll take you out. Lu Jing'o finally brought Qi Yuan to the place. Qi Yuan pushed open the door and saw the ministers all bowing respectfully. We, your subjects, greet the Crown Princess. Jin Yunlai, on the main seat, said, today is the day of my wedding. I have specially invited you all to witness it. Qi Yuan stood there and finally realized, you tricked me. You were already mine, trying to escape from me? It's impossible in this lifetime. The Crown Prince stroked Chi Yuan's smooth hair. He pushed Chi Yuan onto the bed and gently bit her ear. Now I'm going to do what I'm supposed to do. Just now, Chi Yuan, who was trying to sneak away, was tricked by the Crown Prince into the wolf's den. Under the glory of the White Tiger God, it was declared, Chi Yuan, the winner of the martial contest, is to be married to His Highness the Crown Prince. And so, Chi Yuan became the Crown Princess. That night, the Crown Prince was arranging Chi Yuan's hair. The Crown Prince looked at Chi Yuan's expression, which seemed a bit reluctant. Actually, Chi Yuan wasn't sure about her feelings for the Crown Prince. Was it dependence or love? At this moment, the Crown Prince pushed her down. Chi Yuan yelled, "What are you doing? You've been pushed down so many times. Aren't you used to it yet?" Of course, I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. After Jin Yunlai finished speaking, he gently bit Chi Yuan's ear. He looked at Chi Yuan, reached out to undress her, but found her body trembling. The Crown Prince fell silent and wrapped Chi Yuan up. Don't worry. I won't do anything to you if you don't agree. He decided not to force Chi Yuan anymore. The Crown Prince hoped that Chi Yuan could securely hold the position of Crown Princess for half a year to prevent other families from sending in other strange women and to consolidate his own imperial power. In half a year, I will officially ascend the throne. If I can win you over by then, you will officially become my empress. How about it? What if I'm still not willing by then? Then no matter where you run to, I will catch you and tie you to my side. At this time, in Huangyan Kingdom, the white-haired man dreamed of his sister again. She was being burned to death in a sea of flames. He woke up with a start from his sleep, this dream again. It turned out the white-haired man was the king of Huangyan. He woke up. The sun and moon emissaries were dressing him, listening to their report. The blessing of Huangyan Kingdom is now complete. The demonic spirits that flowed out from Longyuan Kingdom have also been temporarily cleared. Looking outside, Guyun Kingdom has just stabilized its internal affairs. Jin Yunlai must be extremely busy. Speaking of Jin Yunlai, the sun and moon emissaries said, "That arrogant tyrant. I heard before that he would never be interested in women. I never thought that a month ago he would become interested in a woman. That woman is also very special, of common birth, yet she can see through the origin of all things at a glance. Zhang Xing, I'm going to Guyun Kingdom to have a look. If there's anything urgent during this time, send a message to me immediately. Your Highness, are you still going to look for her? Whether she's alive or dead, I must bring her back to her homeland. Are you two going to stop me?" The sun and moon emissaries immediately knelt down and said, "Of course not, because you are our god." At this time, in Guyun Kingdom, Kuei Malong was fighting a snake spirit. Chi Yuan was cheering on the side. Chi Yuan, through the game mode on her phone, told Kuei Malong that its tail was its weak point. In a short while, the snake spirit was cut in two by Kuei Malong. Chi Yuan used her cheat to find the demonic spirit's weakness and helped Kuei Mulong defeat the snake spirit. Chi Yuan, who had never seen such a scene, looked at the two halves of the snake spirit and threw up a pile of rainbow candy. As they were about to leave, who knew the snake spirit wasn't completely dead? It opened its bloody mouth and charged at Chi Yuan. Chi Yuan threw a punch without turning back. She walked away without even looking at it. Kuei Malong praised, "You seem to be able to control that power a little more skillfully, thanks to your spiritual art guidance over the past month." Chi Yuan said she also wanted to become stronger, strong enough to help Jin Yunlai by his side. Inside the palace, the two reported to the Crown Prince that the demonic spirits had been cleared. "How many times have I told you not to run out and fight? Why don't you listen?" Shi Yuan said she also wanted to help to eliminate those monsters quickly, and I also want to reach your level soon. You're still far from reaching our level. Why do I feel like you've lost weight again? When can I fatten you up? The Crown Prince pinched Chi Yuan's butt and said, "And this needs to be bigger for childbearing." Over a month ago, after the selection ended, Longyuan Kingdom released many demonic spirits. It wasn't just Guyun Kingdom that was attacked. The other two kingdoms also suffered large-scale attacks. Where did Qing Ziyuan's power come from? What is his purpose? It's all unknown. At night, Chi Yuan looked at the table of delicious food the Crown Prince had prepared for her and suddenly thought of the food from the other world. At this moment, a hand reached out. "Want some potato chips?" Number 14 suddenly appeared, floating, and even brought potato chips. But every time he appeared, he scared Chi Yuan half to death. Number 14 said his superiors had given him a long vacation. "I have time to watch over you now. Aren't you happy?" The extremely bored Chi Yuan begged Jin Yunlai to let her out, even if it was just to patrol the palace. Jin Yunlai said, "Right now, demonic spirits have appeared all over Guyun Kingdom. It's not safe for you to go out alone. When I'm done with this, I'll take you out to travel and have fun, okay? It seems I'll have to stay cooped up in the palace for a while. Games, comics, I miss you guys so much. At this time, in Chi Yuan's room, number 14 was reading news from the real world to Chi Yuan that what's the use of collecting this news? I can't see it or play it. I should have asked you to memorize a novel and read it to me. Didn't I tell you? It's not like you can't go back. As long as you get the Xuanji Jade, any wish can be fulfilled. Don't be ridiculous. That's something kings compete for. Besides, if I go back, what if I ruin the plan you brought me here for? No, I just want to see you make a choice and reach an ending. Just like the games you've played. Different choices lead to different endings. However, all of this is real. And this is not the first time we've met. Chi Yuan suddenly saw some fragmented images in her mind. Number 14 quickly changed the subject. You were so fierce just now, you triggered my defensive spiritual art. It might make you see strange illusions. Don't worry about it. Look, the weather is so nice today. Don't you want to go out and play? Meanwhile, after Chi Yuan left the crown prince, Lu Jing'o came to report, Your Highness, His Majesty is waiting for you in the Divine Palace. Previously, the king of Guyun suddenly summoned Jin Yunlai. Jin Yunlai hurried over. Lu Jing'o specially reminded him to be mindful of his etiquette when meeting the Divine Lord. This short, yellow-haired person is the current king of Guyun. Because he suffered a fatal injury while fighting for Xuanji Jade, his body was transformed by the White Tiger God and merged with him. So Jin Yunlai also addresses him as Lord White Tiger God. At this time, the White Tiger God informed Jin Yunlai that the Xuanji Jade is about to descend. During the battle for it, the Divine Dream will teleport you back when you are on the verge of death. But that half-dead state is worse than death. Will you back down? No, this is my mission. The White Tiger God asked, I heard you got married. The child has finally grown up. What kind of girl is she? Jin Yunlai blushed and said, She's small, soft, and like a glutinous rice ball. His father sneered. Interesting. I'd really like to meet this girl. At this time, Chi Yuan and number 14 were preparing to sneak out of the palace. Number 14 modified a set of men's clothing from modern clothes for Chi Yuan to wear. The two secretly climbed the city wall. Chi Yuan looked outside the wall and said worriedly, Maybe we should find another way out. Don't be afraid. With me here, no accidents will happen. As soon as he said that, an accident happened. They both fell. But Chi Yuan lost her grip and fell. Just as number 14 was about to undo his transformation to save Chi Yuan, feathers suddenly floated around. Chi Yuan saw a person in the sky with wings. Could it be an angel? While Chi Yuan was still dazed, the king of Huangyan, Chi Li, had already safely saved her. Facing the angel-like man who saved her, Chi Yuan opened her mouth and said, Excuse me, can you stay a little further away from me? As soon as she said that, she couldn't hold it in anymore and threw up. After Chi Yuan finished throwing up, Chi Li wiped her mouth clean. Chi Yuan just felt that this man before her was very gentle. But this is near the Guyun Imperial Palace. What are you doing here? Suddenly, a demonic spirit appeared behind them. Chi Yuan protected him behind her. Damn it, I haven't patrolled near the palace. A demonic spirit has indeed invaded. You get back. Demonized spiritual beasts have very high attack power. Run. Suddenly, Chi Yuan was pulled over and protected in an embrace. At this time, the demonic spirit had arrived and opened its bloody mouth at them. Chi Li's forehead glowed. Frenzied forest spirit, please leave. The surroundings were instantly engulfed in flames. Facing the powerful demonic spirit, the king of Huangyan protected Chi Yuan, raised his hand, and unleashed a powerful flame. The demonic spirit before them was instantly submerged in a sea of fire. When Chi Yuan opened her eyes, she saw that the demonic spirit had been roasted. The king of Huangyan just said modestly, it was just a coincidence. It was of the wood attribute, so I happened to counter it. In response to Chi Yuan's question, he concealed his identity that I am a traveling merchant from Huangyan Kingdom. The Lantern Festival of Guyun Kingdom is here, so I came to see it. Huangyan Kingdom? The Crown Prince said that no matter what, I should not associate with people from Huangyan Kingdom. But to find out about her own background, Chi Yuan still called out to the king of Huangyan who was about to leave. To avoid her identity being discovered, Chi Yuan used her previous life's name, Xiyuan.m, Y name is Li, as in separation. I remember that in Huangyan Kingdom, most people with white hair are from the royal family. Could it be that, Brother Li, you are from the royal family? Of course not. It's very popular in Huangyan Kingdom now to dye one's hair white to experience the feeling of being royalty. Chi Yuan actually believed him. So that's how it is. That's so casual. Just then, some hooligans were causing trouble on the street. A kettle flew towards Chi Yuan. The king of Huangyan stood up and blocked the kettle. Before it could get close to him, the water had already evaporated. At this time, the hooligan was stepping on a little boy on the ground and was about to teach him a lesson. But his hand was caught by Chi Yuan. Uncle, can you please not hit him? Let's sit down and talk things out. Kid, you want a beating too? Chi Yuan suddenly slapped him, sending him flying. Chi Yuan learned that the man was a local bully. Not only did he snatch the lanterns the little boy made, but he also smashed the shop. Chi Yuan grabbed the man and threatened him to pay for the lanterns and the repair fees. Who do you think you are? An effeminate man, the crown prince's male pet. Chi Yuan unleashed her aura, and the mark on her forehead faintly appeared. The man immediately backed down, and on the side, the king of Huang Yin's forehead also showed the same mark. He smiled and said, "Found you." After dealing with the hooligan, Chi Yuan learned that the little boy was selling lanterns to buy medicine for his sick mother. So she also gave the little boy some money. Out of sympathy, Chi Yuan stayed to help the little boy make lanterns. She suddenly remembered that she was busy with the boy's affairs, and Li was still on the side. "I'm sorry, I have to go help that little brother. I might not be able to accompany you to the Lantern Festival." "It's okay. I was also thinking of bringing back some of Guyun's lantern-making techniques. I'll help too." Chi Yuan suddenly felt that the merchants in this world were so kind. "You're such a good person." At night, who knew that the hooligan from the daytime came back? Looking at the already made lanterns, he sneered in his heart, "You made me lose face. I'll smash them every time you make them." Suddenly, he saw a feather, and the hooligan turned his head in confusion. Li had been waiting for him for a long time. With a scream, the hooligan never appeared again. The next day, Chi Yuan snuck out of the palace in a cargo cart. "If I had known it was this easy, I wouldn't have foolishly jumped off the cliff with number 14 last time." Number 14 appeared silently. "Oh, you have a problem with that? By the way, what do you think of him?" "Now that you mention it, I had a strange feeling at first. It was the first time, but I felt like I had known him for a long time. Anyway, he's much more reliable than you." Suddenly, Li greeted them. Chi Yuan greeted him back while trying to block number 14. "It would be bad if others saw him." Number 14 said calmly, "Did you forget who I am? Ordinary people can't see me. Is this your younger brother? So cute," Chi Li said, stroking number 14's head. Number 14 was seen by Chi Li and was even roped into helping. Number 14 was now there making lanterns. Because he couldn't be seen, he almost scared the child to tears. Chi Yuan explained, "That's my brother's spiritual art. Don't be afraid." Number 14, "Didn't you say ordinary people can't see you? How could that young man see you? There are always some special lucky ones. How could I forget? That guy was transformed by a god long ago." The group helped the little boy sell lanterns. Li was so handsome that he attracted a few women who asked for his contact information, but he rejected them all. The two followed his doting gaze and saw a young man, Chi Yuan in disguise, selling lanterns. The two felt like a whole new world had opened up to them. "Sorry to bother you. May you be happy." The lanterns sold out quickly. To thank them, the little boy invited them to his home. The little boy went to buy some things first. On the way, Li gave Chi Yuan a lantern. They saw a crowd of commoners gathered ahead. They used the money they had saved for half a year to buy snacks. They prayed to the White Tiger God just to change their fate. And in front of them was a portrait of the White Tiger God. The others noticed that Chi Yuan wasn't there to pray and threw her out. That it's not strange. In places you've never noticed, the commoners are all like this, consuming treasures and snacks rich in spiritual power in front of a god's portrait allows the god to hear their prayers and change their fate. Private ownership of portraits is illegal, so the common people can only gather around the portraits posted by the government. The prayer snacks are extracted from the bodies of spiritual creatures. Ordinary people have to save money for a long time just to afford one. You can't just look at the surface of things. Being too kind can be counterproductive. Sure, Yuan was a bit confused by what she heard, but after a while, the group soon arrived at the little boy's home. Chi Yuan discovered that the little boy's home was very dusty and had a strange smell. "No, it's very clean over there." Chi Yuan went over to take a look. What's with such a large portrait? Meanwhile, His Highness Huang Yinwang's power is not to be underestimated. You'd better be careful. Jin Yunlai was heard saying, "To catch the lost cat, I alone am enough." Chi Yuan's group arrived at the little boy's home. They found that there was nothing in his house. Suddenly, a mouse scurried out of a jar. It scared Chi Yuan into screaming. She quickly ran to Shi Si's side for protection. Such a large portrait of the White Tiger God on the wall. Not to mention, it's illegal for a private citizen to own a portrait of the White Tiger God. But such a large painting would cost a lot of money. Just then, the little boy returned from his shopping. He opened his bag to reveal that he had bought all snacks. To repay Chi Yuan, he even gave her one. "Weren't you going to buy medicine for your mother? What are you talking about? When you earn money, you should first offer it to the great god. Only what's left can be for mom." But this time, there was no money left at all. After speaking, the little boy began praying in front of the portrait by himself to change his fate. At this moment, Chi Li said, "The fight for the Xuanji Jade is clearly a war, yet the gods have set a series of rules. They neither allow the defeated nation to snatch it back later, nor do they allow it to be shared with other countries. To use the Jade's power to change one's fate, one can only wait for the next century. Doesn't that sound interesting? Just like a game. What do you think, you the one outside the door? At this, the door burst open with a bang. Enough. This king has never treated this as a game. But toward Chi Yuan, he was incredibly doting. Whose young lady is this? What are you doing out so late instead of being at home? Chi Yuan had no choice but to quickly admit her mistake. All right, what are you apologizing for? I was just scaring you. It would be better if you just stepped aside. Don't pay any attention to what that white-hair guy says. After confirming Chi Yuan was safe, he turned and struck at Huang Yanwang. Chi Li, you came to my territory as you pleased and followed my consort around. Did you get my permission? That's a question I should be asking you. Did you get my permission to marry her as your consort? The innocent Chi Yuan was still surprised that they actually knew each other. So you knew my identity from the very beginning. Huang Yanwang no longer pretended. He laid his cards on the table. I am the king of Huang Yin and also your royal brother. 7 years ago, you were deemed a demoness who endangered Huang Yin and were personally executed by our father king. I made a deal with the Vermilion Bird God. I placed you on the border of Huyun to extend your life until you are 18. After you turn 18, your soul will dissipate. So whose soul do you have now? Jin Yunlia's face darkened as he interrupted him. No matter what happened in the past, from the moment you all abandoned her, she was no longer a person of your Huangyin kingdom. Stay away from her. And what if I say no? The strongest white tiger, huh? Now, the title of strongest might be about to change hands. Jin Yunlai attacked Huang Yanwang as a warning, but Huang Yanwang didn't seem to care at all. The two instantly clashed fiercely. Powerful spiritual energy lit up the night. Shi Yuan watched the two fighting in the sky, the light as bright as the sun. Suddenly, she felt so insignificant, and such an insignificant candle flame like herself had deluded herself into thinking she could illuminate others. In the end, there was nothing left. I should have realized long ago that I was too naive. At this moment, Shi appeared in Chi Yuan's dream and informed her of the situation in the Xuanji world. With Shi's help, Chi Yuan instantly sprouted beautiful wings. Just now, the golden-haired prince and Chi Li had an intense battle. Chi Yuan was so shocked by it that she fainted on the spot. She hid in her own dream, playing games to escape reality. Suddenly, Shi appeared in her dream. Outside, your fiancé and your older brother are fighting. Aren't you going to do something about it? You saw it too. That kind of power is not something a person like me can interfere with. You wanted the power of the Huangyin princess to fight for the Xuanji Jade. That's why you brought me here, right? After you get it, what do you plan to do? Become some new god? Did you know? Originally, the people of this world were the same as in the real world, with no spiritual arts or spiritual power. Until one day, the celestial martial spirit god descended without authorization and gathered the spirit gods. They reshaped the humans of this world, giving them spiritual powers corresponding to their attributes. The history of the Xuanji world restarted from that day. Those people, even if it meant bankrupting their families and abandoning their wives and children, still fantasized about relying on these gods to change their so-called fate. But when the common people learn their true intentions, they might fall into true madness. Although I want to obtain the Xuanji Jade, whether to fight for it or not, and what to do with it after obtaining it, will be up to you to decide. After Shi finished speaking, beautiful wings grew on Chi Yuan's body. Shi Yuan was also startled looking at these wings. Come on, there is now something that needs you to complete. Different choices will lead to different endings. Stop Jin Yunlai or stop Chi Li. Make a choice. With Shi's help, Shi Yuan grew wings. She had to leave the dream because outside, her fiancé and her brother were in a huge fight. And at this moment, Jin Yunlai and Chi Li were outside. You thought they were fighting? Actually, they were playing Gamoku. It's about time we talked business. What did you really come here for this time? To take her back to the Huangyin kingdom. That was the original plan. Meanwhile, Shi Yuan also saw the two of them outside and said angrily, I was lying on the floor for so long, and they didn't even notice? They're still happily playing Gamoku over there. But even though they weren't fighting, Shi indicated that she now had to make a choice. Shi Yuan declared that only children make choices. I'll take both of them. Chi Yuan woke up from her stupor, looked at the two who were happily playing, and said, You two guys, stop playing with me. But in the next second, the two of them pulled Chi Yuan into a game of Monopoly. You said before that in the place you used to live, getting married requires a bride price, right? My house and carriage are all yours. Don't you worry about a thing. From now on, this is your home. After saying that, he walked outside. Have a good chat. I'll wait for you outside. Only Qi Li and Qi Yuan were left in the room. Qi Yuan spoke first. I look exactly like your sister, but I'm from another world. I didn't mean to occupy her body. I want to hear your plans for this body. Qi Li said that with that white tiger around. You know I can't touch you, so don't worry. I never had much hope for him from the start. It was something that was destined long ago. Before, I was holding onto a sliver of hope, but the moment I came into contact with you, I understood. You're not like him at all. In the Huangyin kingdom, the wings of ordinary people are pure red, but the wings of the royal family have special colors. For hundreds of years, it has always been people with black and red wings like Qi Li who become king. But Qi Li's sister awakened these fantastical wings. Originally, it should have been the sister who became king, but the resources had already been piled on a Qi Li. Plus, after a girl becomes king, her children cannot inherit her spiritual power. Because her talent was astonishing, the previous king of Huangyin declared to the public that you attempted to harm the great god and had you directly executed. A clean solution. That's too much. It's not like it was her choice. Is that a crime too? There's no other way. When you're in the vortex, those are the rules. Qi Li said with a look of shame, I failed to protect you. I'm sorry. Anyway, didn't you buy her 18 years of life? If you don't mind, just think of me as your sister. At this moment, Shirsi looked at the comic on his phone and said, this life's choice is different from the last one. What will change? Speaking of which, that guy made a deal with the vermilion bird. It's almost time for him to pay the price. Now that the matter is resolved, Qi Li said he should be heading back. Don't go to the Huangyin kingdom. Take care of yourself. Live peacefully and safely in Huyun. Or take revenge on all of Huangyin. Take back everything that is yours and become the new king. If it's the second option, then come after the battle for supremacy. I will get the Xuanji Jade and help you take the throne. Since it has become an unchangeable fate, then I will bear it all. Don't be ridiculous. A life that should be their own to lead, yet they only focus on praying to the gods. Friends they've known since childhood can only end up killing each other. There must be a way. I will save you all. Qi Li turned back with a smile and said, I look forward to it. That day, he threw a lantern to Jin Yunlai. Jin Yunlai, we'll meet at the battle for supremacy. Back in the room, Qi Yuan asked Jin Yunlai if he had known all along that she was Qi Li's sister. But Jin Yunlai stammered about that matter. Before he could finish, Qi Yuan said, silly. Thank you. Let's go home. Jin Yunlai took Qi Yuan to stroll through the Lantern Festival's evening fair. Shi Yuan suddenly realized that it seemed like all the lanterns on this street were made by her. So all those customers were arranged by you. The prince took the opportunity to kiss Qi Yuan's forehead and asked Shi Yuan, where's my lantern? You must have secretly saved a particularly beautiful one for me at the end. Shi Yuan thought to herself, busted. As punishment, Shi Yuan had to eat the buns the prince made. Just then, a subordinate delivered a letter. At this time, in another place, Brother Lai has agreed to attend my coming-of-age ceremony. Prepare the surprise I have for him. Inside Huyun City, a carriage flew through the air. I'm getting off first. The terrified maid quickly hugged her. Your Highness, please don't jump. You can't fly. Don't worry, my armor rating is very high. At this moment, Qi Yuan was in the city clearing out demonic spirits. Good morning. The demonic spirits have been cleared. How many times can you save them? You also know that their hearts are only with the gods. There will be no reward. By the way, if I get the Xuanji Jade, I think I know what I want to do. Shi Yuan told Shirsi to come a little closer, then suddenly pressed her face against Shirsi's and said, I'm not telling you. This left Shirsi flustered. What did you learn to be so mischievous? At this moment, another person who looked a lot like her appeared beside Shi Yuan. Tell me what wish you have for the Xuanji Jade too. Go away. I wasn't talking to you. Shirsi, lately, I've been seeing some strange illusions. The person in the carriage also saw Qi Yuan eliminating the demonic spirits and couldn't help but say, how impressive. That little lowly is worthy of being the one brother Lai has his eyes on. She's really cute. At his own doorstep, Jin Yunlai was tackled by a person with long purple hair and fainted. This person even claimed to be Jin Yunlia's first love. Touching Qi Yuan's chest, they also said Qi Yuan was so small and cute. Just this morning, Qi Yuan suddenly felt breathless and very uncomfortable. When she woke up, she found Shirsi lying on her quilt. She kicked Shirsi away. She told Shirsi that her body has been acting strange lately. Shirsi asked what was wrong. Shi Yuan said she couldn't control her form. Look, Shirsi said it was just updating, nothing to worry about. Qi Yuan was about to go get something to eat. She ran into the prince who had come to feed her. Qi Yuan quickly blocked the doorway, but she was still caught by the prince. The prince kept putting food on Qi Yuan's plate. Shirsi, watching from the side, was also speechless. These two were showing off their affection first thing in the morning, completely ignoring him. Every time the prince fed her, the affection level between Chi Yuan and the prince increased. Finally, the prince put his arm around Chi Yuan's neck and said, "I'm hungry too." As the two became more intimate, Jean Yunlia's profile information on the phone was continuously enriched. Before long, there was a knock on the door. A guard said that the envoy from the Xianhan kingdom had arrived. As soon as they stepped out, they heard someone shout, "Brother Lai." A purple figure flashed by, and Jean Yunli temporarily fainted. "Brother Lai, I can't believe I finally have one stat that surpasses yours. Let go of him. Who are you?" "I'm the envoy here to invite you all to my royal brother's coming-of-age ceremony." "Sister, you must be the crown princess that Brother Lai has taken a fancy to." After saying that, he reached out and touched Chi Yuan's chest. "Oh my, so cute and so small." "Then let me tell you something else, sister. I'm Brother Lai's first love, you know. Brother Lai and I have known each other since we were very young. What do you have to compare with me?" As she spoke, her hand was about to sneak over again. Just then, Jean Yunli woke up. "Get lost. If you lay a hand on my woman again, I'll chop off your hand." Fortunately, a guard came out to mediate and apologize, which is how he was let off. Meanwhile, Chi Yuan was on the side, secretly preparing to scan him to see his background, but she was stopped. "You can't. I just took a fall. The picture won't look good." Chi Yuan looked at this pretentious person and was about to lose her patience. "Shorty, don't get too close to that person. Is he really your first love? Don't tell me you're jealous." At night, Shi and Chi Yuan were sneaking around on a rooftop, holding itching powder, and the room below was steamy. It turned out the envoy from the Xianhan kingdom was taking a bath inside, and he didn't know that at this moment, two people were peeping from the rooftop. Shi Yuan held the itching powder, wanting revenge for what happened during the day, but fearing that the origin of the itching powder would be traced, she decided to just go in and give him a scare. At this moment, Si seemed to sense something. He stopped Chi Yuan just as he was about to speak and warned Chi Yuan. A voice echoed in his mind, "Do not interfere." Si had to give up. "Forget it. If anything happens, call out for me loudly. I will protect you." Chi Yuan thought Si was being overly cautious. As a result, she accidentally slipped and fell. Falling into the water, she only felt a very strong water attribute that made it impossible for her to use her strength. At this moment, the Xianhan envoy also discovered her. He pulled Chi Yuan out of the water. Just then, Chi Yuan discovered that this person actually had a solid chest. Chi Yuan apologized to him with an embarrassed look on her face. "Sister, next time you want to see me like this, just use the main door. You're welcome anytime." Shi Yuan let out a pig-like squeal. At this moment, Shi Yuan remembered what Jean Yunli had told her. This prince of the Xianhan kingdom is very powerful, even stronger than the king of Xianhan. It's just that his mind isn't quite right. He always likes to dress up as a woman. At this moment, Shi Yuan, with a grim face, said, "I seem to remember you touching my chest." Shi Yuan chased after this prince. White hair, white fire, and wings. This is brother Li's legendary sister. He raised his hand to block the flames. He found that using his Xian weapon was no match for the Huangyan holy fire. Helpless, he had no choice but to beg for mercy and tell Shi Yuan a secret. He knew about the thing in her hand called his cell phone. Shi Yuan also wanted to know if there were others in this world who had transmigrated like her. The Xianhan envoy said he also learned about it from that fifth mysterious one who abandoned the earth element and never descended, Huanglong. As mentioned in the last episode, after Shi Yuan discovered that this Xianhan prince was a man, she chased after the Xianhan prince to avenge the assault on her chest. The Xianhan prince had no choice but to beg for mercy and tell her what he knew about the real world. When he was young, one of his eyes was injured and he could barely see. One day, a wish-granting genie who claimed to be omnipotent wanted to make a contract with him to make the Xianhan prince a savior. The Xianhan prince did not agree, but that guy still gave the Xianhan prince something. Shi Yuan looked at this thing. Aren't these just glasses? This thing that could be used without spiritual power felt magical to him. From then on, he had always looked forward to meeting someone related to that world. Chi Yuan wanted to hear him continue. The Xianhan prince suddenly hugged Chi Yuan and said, "You want to know? Give me a kiss, and I'll tell you." Just as he finished speaking, he felt a murderous aura from behind. Xianhan was being choked. "Say that again. What do you want her to do?" The two of them knelt miserably before Jean Yunli. Just as they were wondering how to explain, Jean Yunli picked Chi Yuan up from the ground. Seeing this, the Xianhan prince immediately hugged Jean Yunli's thigh and said, "Brother, how can you show such favoritism? I'm your baby too." Jean Yunli got goosebumps all over. He kicked him away. "If you weren't the prince of Xianhan, this king would have thrown you in the dungeon by now. Why are you punishing me? This is my room, you know? Jin Yunlai also felt that this disobedient little cat needed to be properly disciplined. You are the crown princess. It's not good for us to always live apart. Tonight, you will spend the night in this king's bedchamber. Shi Yuan suddenly felt that this was not good. Inside the prince's room, Shi Yuan was still explaining. Jin Yunlai said that's not what he really cared about. I've always been the one to take the initiative. How do you really see me? This king can't wait any longer. The next day, Shi saw Qi Yuan returning with a shy expression and curiously asked what happened last night. It turned out that last night, just as the prince was about to unleash his cosmos, he suddenly ran out of power. He fell asleep at such a critical moment. It must be because he was preparing for that coming-of-age ceremony. It wore him out. If I tell him I'm not from this world, and that I might even go after the Xuanji Jade, what would he think of me? I see. You were forcibly kissed. What are you shy about? Don't you like him? I haven't thought about that. I've always been very grateful to him for taking me in and protecting me. I always thought I was just acting out a sense of gratitude. But that day, when that Xianhan prince lied to me and said he was Jin Yunlie's first love, I felt very upset inside. Is this proof that I like him? That's something you need to figure out for yourself. You're an adult, after all. Have you never liked anyone before? When I was very young, there was a little boy who was very good to me, but I can't remember his face anymore. Whenever Shi Yuan thought about this, her head would hurt. Shi told Qi Yuan not to think about it and to go to sleep quickly. I've already interfered too much. It was clearly cleared up, but to think some of it still remains. What am I even expecting? The next day, everyone set off for the Xianhan kingdom as planned. The Xianhan prince came over early in the morning to say hello. Looking at the atmosphere between Qi Yuan and Jin Yunlai, he couldn't help but say, "What happened between you two last night?" Shi Yuan thought to herself, "This kid really knows how to touch a sore spot." Jin Yunlai said to Qi Yuan, "Because the environment on the road is harsh and there will be demonic spirits. Stay close to me so I can protect you." The Xianhan prince suddenly appeared and directly carried Qi Yuan into his own carriage. "Before we get back to Xianhan, I'll borrow him first. I'll take good care of him. Don't worry." Jin Yunlai was left standing there, gritting his teeth and saying after them, "Xianyaja," right in front of Jin Yunlai, carried Qi Yuan and ran off. In the carriage, Xianyaja was trying to seduce Qi Yuan. "Sister, how about you give me a try? Can you please not mess around?" "Sister, you're too old-fashioned. Don't you know there's something in this world called love at first sight? All right, out with it. What do you want from me?" "Sister, you really are smart." Xianyaja suddenly grabbed Qi Yuan, saying excitedly, "I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Quick, tell me how to make those airplanes, cell phones, and televisions that don't require spiritual power to operate." Qi Yuan had a major headache. These things are not something an ordinary person can master. "All right, after all this, it turns out you don't know how." Just then, Xianyaja suddenly grabbed Qi Yuan's hand and said, "It seems we've run into some trouble." They saw several sandworms in front of them. Xianyaja suddenly hugged Qi Yuan's thigh. He acted cute and said, "Sister, I'm a water attribute, so I'm countered by them, and I hate the way they look." Qi Yuan was speechless. She had to face them herself. As soon as the holy fire appeared, the sandworms exploded one after another. Xianyaja suddenly noticed the sandworms were regenerating. He quickly called for Qi Yuan to come back, but was too late. Qi Yuan was bitten on the shoulder by a sandworm and fell from the sky. Xianyaja couldn't care less. Even though he couldn't fly, he still protected Qi Yuan, activating his defensive spiritual art. "Don't worry, sister. I'll be the cushion underneath." Thanks to Xianyaja's super strong armor, they eventually landed safely. At this time on the ground, a little boy was luring the sandworms with snacks. "Are you stupid? Put that away. That worm has already brought down the carriage, although we lured them from the abyss. It's worth it if we can catch a royal." The little boy approached the carriage, only to find no one inside. As mentioned in the last episode, Qi Yuan was injured. Now, Xianyaja is carrying the blood-loss-weakened Qi Yuan, looking for a place to rest. Xianyaja looked around and found a small village. Meanwhile, Xianyaja's subordinates saw the traces of condensed Xian ice left by their master. He angrily declared to bring Qi Yuan back to his side. This move terrified Xianyaja's subordinates. At this moment, Qi Yuan woke up, looking at the bandage on her shoulder. "How'd you do it? You saw everything." "Sister, you don't have to feel insecure. I genuinely like your figure. You damn pervert." Shi Yuan asked, "What is this place?" "This is a village founded by thieves. Feel free to stay." But they didn't expect to have run straight into the enemy's den. Overhearing the thieves' subordinates chatting about capturing royals, Xianyaja said their leader is a lecherous person. He asked Qi Yuan to take off her clothes so he could disguise himself as a woman to seduce them. It's safer for Qi Yuan to dress as a man. Take this pill. It can hide your spiritual power. All right, let me go conquer him quickly. The purple-haired prince ran out the door shouting, "Help! Can anyone help me? There are terrifying demonic spirits outside." Xianyaja was stunned when he saw the opposing leader. Their leader was actually a woman with a male pet in her arms. The leader's gaze was immediately drawn to the cross-dressing Qi Yuan. "I've finally found you, my dear. What handsome man, a rare top-quality specimen. Come, let sister give you a hug." The male pet, you, said jealously, "You clearly said you'd be responsible for me for a lifetime, but now you're abandoning me for another man." Qi Yuan had no choice but to explain that she had heard there were ginkgo trees in the Central Lands and had come with her cousin to learn planting methods. "Can you help me, beautiful lady?" "No problem, no problem. I'll go prepare the carriage right now. But you have to stay and be my new male pet. Don't even think about it. My brother is mine alone." Xianyaja and the female leader started cursing at each other. Outside the village, Shirsi watched as more and more demonic spirits were attracted by the royal's spiritual power. A voice rang out. "The Xianhan prince you courted years ago has already brought him here. It's about time you met him in your true form, Huanglong." In the village, a subordinate came to report that many demonic spirits had arrived. "Leader." She picked up her sword and was about to go out, instructing her male pet Yu to watch over Shi Yuan. Before she left, she had to comfort her male pet. Shi Yuan quickly covered Xianyaja's eyes, saying, "Little kid, don't look." And Qi Yuan unconsciously thought of the scene with Jin Yunlai again. Based on her years of experience with Otome games, if the male characters didn't get a response, it was basically a rejection. So she made up her mind to take the initiative with Jin Yunlai next time. And at this moment, Jin Yunlai was already furious. "Little Xian, if you got lost in the Central Lands by yourself, I, your big brother, would have no objections. But what are you trying to do by running off with your sister-in-law?" As mentioned in the last episode, the purple-haired prince dressed as a woman to seduce the leader of the bandit group, only to find out she was a woman. Instead, the male-disguised Qi Yuan caught her attention, and she wanted to take Qi Yuan as her male pet. Of all times, the spiritual power of Qi Yuan and the purple-haired prince attracted a large swarm of demonic spirits. The leader led her people to fight the demonic spirits. Meanwhile, Qi Yuan and Xianyaja observed from the side. Qi Yuan felt that the leader's male pet was very suspicious. Xianyaja silently turned to look at the male pet. "My purpose in coming here is not just to collect ginkgo. The main reason is definitely to meet Huanglong." The female leader, having returned victorious, threw a grand celebration banquet. Taking advantage of the merry atmosphere, Shi Yuan asked the female leader why she lived here. It turned out the female leader was formerly from the Long Yuan Kingdom. Because she was of the earth attribute and her spiritual power was too weak, she was discriminated against by those around her since childhood. Because the earth attribute was abandoned by the gods, her parents originally loved them very much, until one day, after they went to see the gods' portraits, her parents became solely focused on offering spirit stones to the gods. Slowly, she gathered many people of the same attribute. Shi Yuan deeply understood the female leader's plight. She decided to help the people here. "Although from my position, I shouldn't help you, but when I was at my most helpless, someone gave me support." Shi Yuan changed back to her original appearance, murmuring, "If he were here, he would surely do the same. And I like you very much too." Suddenly, a voice came from outside. "Didn't I teach you not to turn your back on the enemy during a battle?" he said, pulling Qi Yuan into an embrace. "Also, the words, 'I like you' can only be said to me." "Wait, what's with this outfit? Take it off." "Really? I can't stay calm when I see you. You are my woman. I won't allow you to have the scent of another man on you." These few moves instantly flustered Qi Yuan. Shi Yuan felt she had to take the initiative, but the words just wouldn't come out when they reached her lips. Fortunately, the sun and moon envoy arrived just in time to smooth things over, asking how to deal with these thieves. But the female leader would rather die than submit. "If you give up now, you'll have nothing. Didn't you say you wanted to bring happiness to the people of the earth attribute?" The female leader looked at her companions in the village and fell into deep thought. Shi Yuan told her that as long as they submitted to the Huyun Kingdom, the Huyun Kingdom would provide for their daily needs, but they had to report back on time. "Intelligence from the Central Lands. All right, I can agree to that, but the one I am submitting to is you. We will absolutely not obey Huyun's orders." And Jin Yunlai blocked the escaping Xianyaja. I'll give you one last chance. Explain clearly why you brought him to the Central Lands. I have never treated you poorly. I've been too good to you? Then I will ask you for one last thing in this life. I like sister. How about you give her to me? As mentioned in the last episode, Xianyaja and Jin Yunlai were fighting over a wife. At this moment, Jin Yunlai said, "All right, are you going to forget what you just said yourself? Or should I help you by beating you into amnesia?" Jin Yunlai was about to lose his temper. It turned out that Xianyaja had learned about the other world from Huang Long when he was a child, and had also seen Qi Yuan's cell phone. Through subtle influence, he slowly fell in love with the Qi Yuan he had never met. And bringing Qi Yuan to the Central Lands this time was also something he had promised Huang Long. He just didn't expect that Qi Yuan would actually become Jin Yunlia's crown princess. Even while being hung up and beaten, Xianyaja said that he genuinely liked Qi Yuan, but from now on, he would use his own methods to pursue her. Jin Yunlia's 40-meter-long blade could no longer be restrained. Fortunately, Qi Yuan arrived in time. "What are you two doing? It looks like you just had a fight." Jin Yunlai hugged Qi Yuan and lamented, "How did I not notice before that I have an unexpected number of love rivals?" Meanwhile, the female leader, Lu Yu, said she would lead the way for Qi Yuan and the others. "Oh, Lu Yu, did you come specially to see me off? Next week, I'm marrying this kid. When you come back from Xianhan, come to my place for the banquet. You should find your own happiness soon, too. I'll have good wine ready and waiting for you." "What? Are you moved by seeing how happy they are? When we return to Huyun, you will officially marry me, okay?" As he spoke, Jin Yunlai was about to make a move. Shi Yuan looked like she was throwing caution to the wind. "Fine, if you want to kiss, then kiss. I won't be a coward anymore. What were you thinking in that little head of yours just now? Were you perhaps hoping for a kiss from me? Damn it, you're teasing me. I wasn't hoping for anything." In the Void Realm, Si was watching the scene before him, muttering to himself, "Pretty good little white tiger brat." "Lord Yu Huang, what are you mumbling about? Huang Long, I thought you wouldn't be coming back. Aren't you getting married? You saw it too. I'm just a dissipating soul now. Before I left, I already erased their memories of me. Besides, humans and gods cannot develop feelings for each other. Otherwise, the god will lose all their power. By the way, Lord Yu Huang, why have you suddenly become so interested in humans?" "I'm just bored." After Qi Yuan and the others left the Central Lands, at this moment in a room, the female leader Lu Yu sat in her room wearing a wedding dress. Her memory had been erased by Huang Long. She looked at her own attire with a puzzled expression. Suddenly, she heard a commotion outside. She walked out of the room, only to see a scene she would never forget for the rest of her life. Her companions had all been killed. She raised her blade and charged at the man to avenge her companions. But her throat was mercilessly slit. Until her death, she wanted to see the shadow in her mind, but she just couldn't remember it. The man was the second prince of the Longyuan kingdom, Qin Yulaw. He said with a nonchalant expression, "Be a good child in your next life." And at this time in the Xianhan kingdom, Xianyaja's coming-of-age ceremony was underway. Shi Yuan's hair was covered by a hat, but she was still discovered by the people from Huangyan. Look at her hair and the scent of her spiritual power. She's one of us. Could be Prince Qi Li's legendary sister? Jin Yunlai held her trembling hand. "What's wrong? Are you cold? If you're cold, come a little closer to me." As he spoke, he leaned in and kissed her. "What are you thinking? This is the Xianhan Royal Palace. What if the people from Huangyan find out?" Jin Yunlai slammed his fist on the table and said domineeringly, "In that case, let them have a good look. I wonder whose fist is harder here." Seeing the furious Jin Yunlai, the people from Huangyan broke out in a cold sweat and quickly looked for an opportunity to slip away. At this moment, Qi Yuan saw the wine on the table and wanted to drink some, but was stopped by Jin Yunlai. Girls shouldn't drink alcohol. Xianyaja's coming-of-age ceremony certainly couldn't do without gifts. So, Jin Yunlai gave Xianyaja a bow he had made himself. "I was originally thinking of giving you some weapons or something that could help you grow, but compared to weapons, you'd be happier with something you like." After receiving the gift, Xianyaja looked touched, and Qi Yuan's phone rang at that moment. She took it out and saw it was a call from Si, and he had secretly changed the caller ID to his own selfie. Qi Yuan quietly went outside. She answered the call. "Why aren't you home yet? I have nothing to do. It's making me miss you a little." "Is that so? I suddenly want to see you too. Put down the potato chips. I can hear you secretly eating potato chips." Shi Yuan punched a tree, and unexpectedly, a person fell from the tree, knocking himself out. Just now, Shi Yuan was on the phone with Si. "One last question. Did you bring me to this world really just to use me to change this world?" Actually, the last time Qi Yuan recalled her childhood, the person who vaguely appeared in her mind really looked a bit like Si. Qi Yuan asked again, "Have we met before?" "Of course we have. To be precise, I don't remember how many versions of you I've met. I never paid attention to you before, you who were so insignificant as a human. Until after that time. Well, human, have you decided on your wish? Yes, please resurrect him. I want to be with him forever. I will grant your wish. That time, she had already obtained the Xuanji Jade. She was just one step away. That time, he, as Yu Huang, was moved by the Qi Yuan before him. That was the first time he had noticed this human. Lord Yu Huang, I sincerely hope that you too can have your own name and find your own happiness. However, it's not that you can't touch the stars, but that I can never get close. We have not met. I'm just using you. That's all. The call on the other end had already been disconnected. Right, I said something very harsh again. At this moment, Shi Yuan was in full sprint mode. That bastard kid, he cremated my original body. I'm not getting involved in your stupid plan anymore. I knew from the beginning that guy had a motive for bringing me to this world. But why, when I hear him say it himself, am I so incredibly pissed off? Qi Yuan angrily punched the tree. The next second, a person fell from the tree. What the hell? A man falling from a tree. What kind of bad luck am I having today? This person was the second prince, Qin Yulua. He pressed on Qi Yuan's philtrum for a while, and she finally woke up. Shi Yuan sized him up. Pointed ears, green hair, similar to Qi Li. But Qi Li gave off a warm feeling. But the person in front of her exuded a kind of oppressive feeling. Qin Yulua was lost and asked Qi Yuan for directions. Qi Yuan had no choice but to lead him. On the other side, where is that person from Long Yuan who was supposed to come? Don't tell me he got lost. I can't wait to test out my new gadget. I guarantee he won't be coming back. Even if it's not Qing Ziyuan himself, we can't underestimate the people from Long Yuan. Let me handle this personally. Why did he mysteriously ask us both to meet? What is he planning? Your Highness, why are you here too? What's wrong? Darling, running over in such a hurry. I was helping a strange, directionally challenged person find his way. Do you know him? Hello, Your Highness the White Tiger. I've heard so much about you. You're very punctual. Jin Yunlai looked at this person and didn't recognize him at all. He instantly flashed in front of Jin Yunlai and said, could it be that my brother has never mentioned me to you? How heartbreaking. To prevent any accidents, Xianyaja used a spiritual art to lock Qin Yulua's neck, but unexpectedly, the other party vanished into thin air. Shi Yuan muttered to herself, he's from the Long Yuan kingdom. No wonder he hates cats. Jin Yunlai said jealously, hates cats? You chatted with him for a long time. Shi Yuan was speechless. To prevent Qi Yuan from being eyed by other men, Jin Yunlai pulled up her hood to hide her. Jin Yunlai told Qi Yuan to go hide on the side. But Qi Yuan got her phone ready to take a few close-ups of Qin Yulua. But the phone couldn't display his level, only showing that he was using the Azure Dragon God art. It's no longer a simple spiritual art. Previously, Qi Li's level also couldn't be displayed. Could it be that this guy also made some kind of deal with a spirit god? Jin Yunlai finally remembered. He had heard that Long Yuan had a prince who was frail and sickly from a young age. He actually had a stronger comprehension than Qing Ziyuan, but couldn't use spiritual arts due to his fragile body. That second prince who has been hidden away until now. That's you, isn't it? If your brother came, I might be a little interested. Now that you're done talking, hurry up and disappear from my sight. I also hate you green bugs. Qing Yulua sneered. Bugs? In the world of gods, which of us isn't a bug? It's just that some bugs are more humble and pitiful. Qing Yulua released an illusion that gradually enveloped the area. In the illusion, Qi Yuan saw the people killed by Qing Yulua in the Central Lands. Lu Yu isn't here. Where did Lu Yu go? Why did it turn out like this? Suddenly, a ray of light shone in this illusion. It was Jin Yunlai who had found Qi Yuan in the illusion. Stand firmly behind me. Don't look at anything. You don't need to go through anything. Qi Yuan suddenly felt very fortunate to be able to stand by Jin Yunlia's side. He illuminated so many people. Unable to control herself, Qi Yuan hugged Jin Yunlai. Jin Yunlai was thrilled and happy. As mentioned in the last episode, Qing Yulua activated his spiritual art, instantly pulling several people into an illusion. Shi Yuan saw the people in the illusion. Qing Yulua stated that he was here to expose the sins of the gods. The portraits of the gods of the world's strongest control type spiritual art on them, subtly controlling everyone here. Shut up. Long Yuan, are you the only kind of warrior left who has abandoned their faith? Your Highness the White Tiger, you who have always grown towards the sun, have you never noticed the darkness behind you? I can see the high-level spiritual art on the portraits, all thanks to the Azure Dragon God. Because I ate it. Qing Yulua instantly closed in and grabbed Jin Yunlia's collar. Just as he was about to attack Jin Yunlai, Qi Yuan, using her phone's cheat, found Qing Yulua's weakness and sent him flying with a kick. When Qi Yuan woke up, she was already in the royal palace of the Huyun Kingdom. You really don't remember? That bomb's power was really strong. That second prince from Long Yuan, didn't you kick him? He then detonated the explosives he had previously hidden in your hat. But thanks to that white tiger cub, he caught it with his bare hands and blocked it for you. Then His Highness, isn't he injured too? Sure, Yuan couldn't wait and was about to go find Jin Yunlai. You stop right there. The moment he's mentioned, you can't wait to leave. Your wounds haven't even been treated yet. Sure Yuan looked at Sure Si, feeling that he had been acting strangely lately. The next second, Sure Si picked her up and carried her out. Before the explosion, you two had a bit of a disagreement. Your Highness, about that god statue, do you really not know anything? If it's really as they say, Yuan, don't believe his words. Could it be that Her Highness the Crown Princess is doubting the great god? Jin Yunlai held Qi Yuan and explained, that's not what he meant. Yuan, I will agree to anything you want, but please don't argue with me on this point, okay? That was the first time Qi Yuan had seen Jin Yunlai with such a serious expression. The sound of dishes falling to the ground was heard. Kuei Malong looked at Qi Yuan before him. She was floating upside down in the air. Could there be a ghost here? His Highness asked me to deliver food, but has Her Highness the Crown Princess been possessed by a demon? Why is she floating in the air? Sure Yuan quickly explained that she was practicing her skills. It's a spiritual art that allows one to fly without wings. Sure Yuan looked at the braised pork set meal prepared by Jin Yunlai and couldn't help but ask, I doubted Hu Yun's god in front of His Highness. Is His Highness still angry with me? I don't think His Highness is any different than usual. On the other hand, your disrespect towards the god will get you treated as an enemy. Also, Little Orange's eyes and the White Tiger God's divine power are connected. Could it be that he is used by the White Tiger God to monitor Hu Yun? Don't talk nonsense. You should be more careful in the future. You'll be disliked by the Lord. Why not just run away from the marriage? Shut up. Wasn't it your plan to send me here? Why do you keep telling me to leave now? Because I want to. And Kuei Malong had already begun to question his reality. She's talking to the air again. I better take my leave now. As mentioned in the last episode, Kuei Malong brought food for Qi Yuan. Unexpectedly, he saw Qi Yuan floating in mid-air by herself, which scared him into thinking the palace was haunted, and he hastily took his leave. I'll go find him after His Highness's meeting is over. Before, that little white tiger was chasing you everywhere, and now you're serving yourself up on a platter. Have you fallen for him? Actually, I'm very worried about the thieves in the Central Lands. I want to find Liu Yu, and I also want to fulfill the promise I made to Liu Yu back then. It's too difficult for me alone, so I want to ask His Highness for help to lend a hand to the people of the Central Lands. I didn't expect that after all this, things could still develop in the direction you wanted. To Huang Long. Oh my, isn't this our little princess? I heard you're the crown princess now. There's something I'd like to discuss with you. I'm so sorry. I'm just a temporary crown princess. You should find someone else. I was just saying, how could the king of Hu Yun fall for an abandoned princess? But don't you even think about returning to Huang Yan. If it weren't for you, Qi Li, His Majesty wouldn't have. Before he could finish, Sure Yuan grabbed him with one hand. What happened to him? Qi Li, keep talking. Calm down, what's wrong with you? Your expression isn't right. Strange, why did I suddenly get so angry just now? The moment I heard my brother's name from the mouths of those disgusting people from Huang Yin, I couldn't control myself. Was it you influencing my emotions again just now? Were you? Like you, I'm a jinx star that brings misfortune. At this moment, Shirsi had the same thought as Kuei Malong. Why is she talking to the air? On the other side, Jin Yunlai had finished his meeting and saw Qi Yuan talking to herself from a distance. Your Highness, this is not a place to stay for long. Let's go quickly. Don't be afraid. Tell this king what you saw. Her Highness, Shi Yuan, sometimes talks to herself, as if there's someone secretly helping her. Shirsi felt Jin Yunlia's gaze looking in this direction. That little brat, could he have noticed? So what if he noticed? He can't see and he can't reach. Jin Yunlai put his arm around Qi Yuan and said, "You've been waiting long, Yuan. Next time, leave the waiting to me. Let's go back to our room to talk. After all, there are too many people here. Listen up, I don't care what you are, stay away from another man's woman. If anyone dares to touch her, this king will definitely keep them company to the end." Upon hearing this, a murderous intent suddenly flashed in Shirsi's heart, but he quickly let it go. To think I would care about the words of a mere mortal. Back in the room, Jin Yunlai dotingly massaged Qi Yuan. How the tables have turned. Big golden-haired, you have your day too. This king is personally giving you a massage. How does it feel? No one has ever had this kind of treatment. It's SOSO. In terms of technique, my technique is probably better. Is that so? Then since you're comfortable, it's time to make this king comfortable. Jin Yunlai chose a great position, having Qi Yuan sit in front of him to massage his back. A little lower. a little lower still. Qi Yuan couldn't take it anymore. I shouldn't have bragged. Jin Yunlai noticed that Qi Yuan's hair was still white. It's from overusing your transformation ability before, which resulted in white hair. You just need to find someone to fight and use up the spiritual power. Then I'll go find someone to practice with now. Jin Yunlai grabbed her and said, the strongest opponent in the palace is right in front of you, and you're still thinking of finding someone else? Come here. This king will help you properly. Qi Yuan thought to herself, my transformed state is only level 40-something, while this big golden hair guy is already close to level 90. As expected, he beat Qi Yuan until smoke was coming out of her head. You stinky golden hair guy, you didn't hold back at all. Jin Yunlai said that he really didn't use much of his strength. He took a cat teaser toy to Qi Yuan. Be good, come down quickly. Whatever you want to do, this king will agree. Whatever you want, I'll agree to it all. Then I want His Highness to help the people of the Earth attribute rebuild the Earth country. All right, I was just worrying about how to deal with the Earth people who have taken root there, but I can do my best to protect their safety. But to completely restore the land of the Central Lands, that would require the immense power of the Xuanji Jade. Your Highness, what exactly is the Xuanji Jade? Come, jump into my arms, and we'll go back to the room and talk slowly. The four spirit gods are the guardian deities of the Xuanji world. Originally, they coexisted peacefully. They even joined forces to eliminate many demonic spirits. Although the leader of the demonic spirits was sealed, it left behind a curse. The curse is that this world will continuously suffer from natural disasters. This is the Xuanji Jade from beyond the heavens. For some unknown reason, it came to the Xuanji world and landed before the god of the Earth country. And the Xuanji Jade can quell disasters. Later, for some unknown reason, the god of the Earth country disappeared, and the Earth country also perished. The Xuanji Jade was hidden in the clouds by the four spirit gods. Every 100 years, it descends randomly, and a battle for supremacy is used for fair competition. According to the rules, each king can bring one attendant to participate in the battle for supremacy. The attendant has one chance to make a wish. Jin Yunlai informed Qi Yuan about the history of the gods of the Xuanji world and the Xuanji Jade. Furthermore, in the battle for supremacy, each king can bring one attendant. Qi Yuan said she is very powerful now and wants to go with him to the battle for supremacy. No way, you're too weak. And those demonic spirits you eliminated were all the weakest ones I specially selected for you to practice on. During a real battle, spiritual art masters will summon their contracted spirit weapons and spirit beasts. These are the 7th tier Koemu Blade and the 6th tier Malong Spirit Seeking Staff. But you don't have a spirit weapon or a spirit beast yet. Just having spiritual power is not enough. Sure, Yuan's eyes lit up as she said, there's also Battle Spirit Beast Raising. I want one too. No, I don't want you to fight. That time you blocked Xing Ziyuan's blade for me. From that day on, I swore to myself that if you woke up, I would protect you for a lifetime and never let you face any threat again. Later, it was as if the gods heard my vow and brought you back to my side. This time, I won't let you get hurt in the slightest. Besides, the attendant must be someone who has established a relationship with the king. So, when do you plan to marry me? This king fell for you the first time I saw you. It sounds strange, doesn't it? Like a destined fate. After getting to know you, I became certain of this fate. You were the first person to eat my cooking and show a happy expression. The first person to talk back to this king. The first person to make this king feel a heart-wrenching pain. Yuan, I can give you anything you want. So, are you willing to marry me? I am ready to spend the rest of my life with you. What about you? Sure, Yuan was stunned, not expecting the proposal to come so suddenly. In the Void Realm, Huanglong was watching the live broadcast. Oh my, the little crown prince seems to be proposing. Our little princess is definitely going to say yes. It's going to be the Huyun royal consort ending again. How many times has it been? Among so many parallel worlds, this is the most common ending. Did I hit a sore spot? After all, this little princess is your... You stupid dragon, you're bringing up things you shouldn't. I don't mind making you food for the Sea of Oblivion. Besides, she won't agree. I know her better than anyone. Her heart is buried in deep fear and panic. In her current state, she is unable to accept a beautiful promise. Little prince, this show won't be over so quickly. You can only have her in this life, while I have accompanied her through lifetimes. Back in the Huyun Palace, hearing Jin Yunlia's proposal, Qi Yuan's heart was beating so fast. She really did like him too. In this situation, how could she refuse? Suddenly, Qi Yuan saw the soul of Qi Li's sister again. Are you sure you want to do this? Even if it means getting him killed, you don't care? Have you forgotten that you are the ominous girl who brings bad luck and disaster? With your weak spiritual arts, you will only continuously bring misfortune to the Huyun kingdom and get His Highness killed. But if it were me, who is trained in spiritual arts since childhood, there would be no problem. What do you mean? You've occupied my body for so long. That's enough, isn't it? Don't you think he and I are a better match? The prince, waiting for Chi Yuan's answer, suddenly saw her clutching her head. You're trembling. What happened? I'm sorry, I can't. At least, I can't respond to you right now. Chi Yuan rejected Jin Yunlai because she didn't want to bring disaster upon the prince. She didn't want him to know that even this body belonged to someone else. I don't want your apology. All I want is you. I can feel your heart, your little emotions, and the way you look at me. I don't believe those can be fake. What is troubling you? Can't you rely on me a little more? Looking at Jin Yunlai before her, Chi Yuan suddenly fainted. I'm sorry, Your Highness. I don't want the person I love most to face any threat. Chi Yuan fainted under Jin Yunlia's affectionate confession. When she woke up, she saw Kuei looking at her with deadpan eyes. Kuei tells Chi Yuan that Jin Yunlai has already gone to the border to quell the demonic spirit riot. This is the largest scale riot ever. However, Miss Chi Yuan, you can already be recorded in the annals of history. You are the first remarkable woman in history to reject the Huyun King's marriage proposal twice. Chi Yuan says she's a bit hungry and is going to find something to eat. You're trying to sneak out of the Imperial Palace again, aren't you? I have a reason why I must leave. Although His Highness told me to watch you and not let you leave, I don't want to do that. I won't let you hurt His Highness's feelings again and again. It has finally come to this. For the past 18 years, I have been constantly leaving things. Leaving false friendships, so I wouldn't suffer betrayal. Leaving my family who hated me, so I wouldn't get hurt. I never thought that one day I would have to leave the person I love. Even less did I think that it is precisely because of love that I choose to part. Kuei wanted to give Chi Yuan a sum of money, but was rejected by Chi Yuan. At this moment, a guard came over nervously. Lord Kuei, a large number of 8-ring demonic spirits have appeared in this border riot. There might even be a 9-ring monster. Legend has it that only when the great demonic spirit is about to descend will many high-level demonic spirits appear in the Xuanji realm. But the great demonic spirit was sealed by the gods long ago. Chi Yuan asked anxiously, is something very dangerous happening at the place His Highness went to? The guard said His Highness dismissed the guards and spirit beasts and went to the battlefield alone. We didn't want to leave either, but His Highness ordered us to leave. Chi Yuan knows that Jin Yunlai would never do something so irrational. For him to put himself in danger. Alone against a mighty army, there is only the will of the gods and himself. Could it be that something has happened for His Highness to do this? Chi Yuan rushed out, ignoring Kuei's attempt to stop her. Just consider it a final meeting. Even though I've already decided to leave you, I don't want you to be hurt in the slightest. Kuei summons his own spirit beast to follow Chi Yuan from behind, but he himself was stopped by the guards. Lord Kuei, no one is allowed to approach the border. This is an order from the Great White Tiger God. What? So you were sent by the Great White Tiger God? Chi Yuan hurried towards the border. At this time, inside the White Tiger God's palace. So that's my future good daughter-in-law. What kind of magic does she possess to actually make Eli do this for you? Just one day ago, Chi Yuan, who was not influenced by the divine statue, caught the attention of the White Tiger God. He demanded that Jin Yunlai hand Chi Yuan over to the White Tiger God because she is very suspicious. But Jin Yunlai insisted that Chi Yuan is by no means a suspicious person, just someone who has been ignorant of the world since childhood. Seeing Jin Yunlai resist so strongly, the White Tiger God couldn't continue to force him. But for Chi Yuan to continue staying here, Jin Yunlai would have to go and deal with the demonic spirits at the border alone. By the way, these demonic spirits are a top-level natural disaster. If he fails, he will have to be handed over to Wulai for handling. You can rest assured, I will resolve all of this, but I will not hand her over to anyone. The 5 blessings seal. Do you know what that represents? But Jin Yunlai left without looking back. How touching. My strongest weapon. You will find out who your true master is. No one can defy my will. Oh, my dear God. If anyone heard you say such things, their illusions would be shattered. Time goes back one day. Later, Chi Yuan, riding in a carriage, finally arrived at Jizhou on the border. But the bustling scene before her didn't look like a desolate land at all. It turns out, these are all cheering squads that came after hearing the Crown Prince was going to eliminate the demonic spirits. There are even fanfictions about the Crown Prince. It seems I've always had some misunderstanding about the people of Huyun. However, Chi Yuan, who wasn't wearing a cheering outfit, was quickly discovered. You're not wearing the cheering squad uniform. Go over there and get one to cheer for our big brother. How can you be so unprepared? Saying this, they put cat ears on Chi Yuan and drew whiskers on her face. Ah, little sister is indeed very beautiful. It turns out, the people here admire the crown prince even more than the white tiger god. It's because of a demonic spirit riot many years ago. Because the people of Jizhou couldn't pay enough spirit stones, so the white tiger god didn't care about the people of Jizhou. It was the crown prince who, by himself, resolved the demonic spirits that time. With that small, young figure, he fought against a mighty army. The young crown prince became famous in one battle, like a ray of light shining into everyone's heart. Since then, the people of Jizhou have all become loyal fans of the crown prince. Qi Yuan followed the many female fans to the city wall and finally saw the crown prince facing the demonic spirits alone. Seeing that Jin Yunlai was still safe and sound, Qi Yuan planned to leave. "Stop. I can feel your spiritual power from far away. Don't go." Qi Yuan stopped her departing steps and looked at Jin Yunlai. Just then, the most powerful 9-ring demonic spirit appeared. So powerful, it shattered the barrier once set by the demon god with a single strike. Last time, we mentioned that after seeing Jin Yunlai was safe, Qi Yuan was about to turn and leave. "Stop. I could feel your spiritual power from far away." Jin Yunlai activated his idol power and pointed at Qi Yuan. The fans all turned to look at Qi Yuan, who was about to leave. "Let me formally introduce her to you. She is the woman this king deeply loves. Our Huyun's future empress, who will grace the world." The crowd of female fans looked at Qi Yuan in disbelief. "What? You, this flat-chested girl, are the crown princess? I will not marry you. I don't like you. If you don't like me, then why did you come here?" This king has never known how to use words to make someone stay. No matter what kind of past you have, no matter what difficulties you face now, you just have to believe that my sword can clear all obstacles for you. The many female fans were already moved to tears by the crown prince. "But my spiritual arts are terrible. I'll teach you. I can't cook. I'll cook for you. I will bring you misfortune." "Silly girl, losing you is my greatest misfortune." "Ah, you're having unrealistic dreams again." "Jinx, look, that demonic spirit is staring at His Highness. You're going to bring misfortune to His Highness again." Qi Yuan flew over the city wall towards Jin Yunlai. "Are you still going to go over? Even if it means losing everything, it doesn't matter. Leaving him is what it means to lose everything." At this moment, Qi Yuan finally conquered her inner demon. The Qi Yuan that accompanied her also disappeared. Qi Yuan finally ran towards Jin Yunlai. "Oh, another food with super high spiritual power has arrived." Jin Yunlai pushed Qi Yuan away to dodge Gu Jiao's attack. Jin Yunlai shouted loudly, Yuan, get out of here." But because Jin Yunlai was distracted, he was ambushed by a demonic spirit hiding in the dark and was injured. Your great master, was once half a bird-type spirit beast. I love eating my own kind of most. The Huyun prince will be offered to the demon god, and you will be mine." The power of a 9-ring demonic spirit is second only to the demon god. The powerful pressure made Qi Yuan unable to move. Qi Yuan thought, "My body can't move, but maybe I can escape with my wings." In the next second, the wings are beautiful, but they're in the way. Gu Jiao brutally tore off one of Qi Yuan's wings. Listening to the heart-wrenching scream from the wing, Jin Yunlai felt as if his own heart was being cut by a knife. This act had successfully enraged Jin Yunlai. Facing the angry Jin Yunlai, Gu Jiao didn't dare to be careless. He immediately used the divine technique, shadow play. The shadows I control can inherit 90% of the shadow owner's power. Go have fun with yourself. I'll take both the country and the beauty for you. In the next second, the hand Gu Jiao extended towards Qi Yuan was directly cut off. Gu Jiao found it incredible. This guy was clearly 6 levels lower than himself. "Your Highness, forcibly raising your level and breaking through realms will lead to demonic deviation." "Silly girl, you should be worried about yourself. That must have hurt a lot just now. Wait for me. It will be over soon." Jin Yunlia's level was still continuously rising. At the same time, Xianyaja of the Xianhan Kingdom also felt uneasy. "Surely, where do you think you're going? Don't forget you're my puppet. Without my command, don't even think about acting on your own." Jin Yunlai, I hope you keep your promise. Protect her well. Don't let that one wake up. The Void Realm was also not calm. Shirsi was being tied up. Don't move. Lord Yuang, I can understand your feelings, but we gods cannot interfere in human battles. You can only go help her after the princess is dead. Do you want to die, Huang Long? And over here, Jin Yunlai had already forcibly raised his level to a 9th stage demigod. You have successfully enraged me. No one can withstand my full killing intent. Divine technique, space sever. Gu Jiao felt the threat. The space where he was began to shatter like a pane of glass. Right, that vermilion bird woman. As long as I eat her, I can raise my level by another realm. He rushed towards Qi Yuan with all his might. Stop your divine technique. Piece the space fragments on me back together, or I'll eat her. However, Jin Yunlai did not give him this chance. With one stomp, Gu Jiao shattered like a mirror. Jin Yunlai walked towards Qi Yuan. All right, it's okay now. Let's go home. Qi Yuan wanted to stop Jin Yunlai, but it was too late. That Qi Yuan was a fake. At such a close distance, Jin Yunlai was once again severely injured. It turned out that the one just killed was a body created for Gu Jiao by the demon god. The shadow was Gu Jiao's true body. No one has ever pushed me to this point. How should I repay him? He grabbed Qi Yuan. Countless sharp spikes pierced out from within Qi Yuan's body. I will torture you to death in front of him, then eat you clean. Gu Jiao grabbed the wing, wanting to torture her in front of Jin Yunlai, making him watch his beloved woman be tortured to death. At this moment, Jin Yunlai raised his level again. The 5 blessing seal was broken by him. Your Highness, don't raise your level anymore. It's because you forcibly raised it, which goes against the heavens. He's going to die. Hand over your soul, and I can still help you give him a quick end. At this moment, Qi Yuan felt a surge of anger erupting from her soul. A powerful spiritual force burst out from Qi Yuan's body. Immediately after, Qi Yuan's entire being entered her own consciousness. Wake up, I finally met you. This is my soul speaking. In 30 seconds, Gu Jiao will slit your throat, and that man will also die from being unable to withstand the power to save you. As long as you pass my trial and obtain my power, there will still be time for everything. There's not much time left. Have you decided? As long as I can save His Highness, no matter what the trial is, I accept. Instantly, a black-red flame incinerated Qi Yuan. I'm clearly of the fire element. Why is this power so great? In the next second, Qi Yuan was directly burned to ashes by the flames. You will turn to ash and die here. But each time, you will be instantly reborn. You will continuously experience the pain of being burned to ashes until you can be reborn from these flames, or your soul is completely exhausted. Even the king of the netherworld won't be able to save you. At the same time, in the Void Realm, Huang Long was bringing food to Shirsi, only to find that Shirsi had already broken his bonds and disappeared. Within these 30 seconds, Qi Yuan had experienced being burned to ashes countless times, but she didn't know how to be reborn from the flames. There are 5 seconds left. Outside the battlefield, the berserk Jin Yunlai was fighting Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao couldn't withstand Jin Yunlai's attacks at all. He was just one step away from killing Gu Jiao. But Jin Yunlai was killed by the immense power. The little white tiger prince is dead this time, right? But Qi Yuan still hasn't passed the trial. She could only watch Jin Yunlai die in front of her. Actually, I always knew my feelings for him. The first time he hugged me, the first time he said he would marry me, I knew. But I always let him down. Actually, I've always liked you too. Qi Yuan was about to be eaten by Gu Jiao. But then Shirsi appeared and activated a time stop barrier. Damn it, I was so close to saving this white tiger cub. But Shirsi could only stop time and couldn't help Qi Yuan. Because the wound caused by breaking the bonds couldn't heal, his power was constantly draining. If he leaves this place, he won't be able to support the time barrier. Inside the barrier, Qi Yuan was crying sadly. Silly girl, I knew it all along. I didn't expect this king to hear your confession in this way. What you see now is a part of the consciousness this king left behind when I helped you awaken. I was just thinking in case a bad person enters your soul one day to take away your power, this remaining bit of my consciousness can also protect you until the end. Qi Yuan could no longer hold back and burst into tears. But Jin Yunlia's time was running out. I'm sorry, baby. I can't take you out to play anymore in the future. My body outside is already dead. I'll use this last bit of my power to help you pass the test. Don't cry, baby. You have to live on. Qi Yuan obtained the power from the spirit core. The flames healed her wounds. It's been a long time since I felt this way. Ever since I was betrayed by him. Let me ask you, after you get the power, what do you want to do? Get revenge on the Gu Jiao that made you suffer so much? I want to go back to his side. I want him back. Go, and love whom you love. Qi Yuan's power caused the barren land of the Central Plains to begin to revive at this moment, growing plants. Why is my nose bleeding? Did I black out? What happened? Suddenly, he noticed that Qi Yuan had woken up. What's going on? Why is the bird part of my bloodline boiling? And this woman is so beautiful now. Last time, we mentioned that Jin Yunlai forcibly raised his level to save Qi Yuan and died from the backlash. Using a trace of consciousness he had left in Qi Yuan's body, he helped Qi Yuan pass the trial. The awakened Qi Yuan made Gu Jiao's nose bleed just by looking at her. Kneel before me. What? How is this possible? You are a phoenix. I see. So this is the reason my heart was moved. In the past, their Gu Jiao clan all believed in the phoenix. It's just that one time, their clan was massacred. The phoenix they believed in never appeared to save them. In the end, only Gu Jiao was left. Gu Jiao surrendered to the demon god and became a demonic spirit. But when he saw the phoenix again, all the hatred from the past vanished. He just really wanted to get close to her because she could bring true salvation. My goddess, you're truly beautiful. The moment Gu Jiao kissed the goddess's hand, only 1 foot and a spirit core were left. Qi Yuan landed beside Jin Yunlai. You waited a long time, Your Highness. I'll take you home now. With this flame of revival. You haven't fully merged with my power yet. If you want to save this demigod body now, you will also have to bet the goddess's life to bring him back from the netherworld. The probability is very small. If you fail, you will both die. It's okay. He didn't hesitate when he saved me. Now I can also stand in front of you, just like you did in the past. Now let me protect you. Divine Nirvana. At this time, Jin Yunlai had already arrived in the netherworld. The emissaries of the Spirit Sea were already holding lanterns, guiding them to reincarnate. But Jin Yunlai couldn't remember anything. The souls immersed in the sea of the underworld will lose their 7 emotions and 6 desires. The white-robed soul ferryman, 6 steps to forget this life. Qi Yuan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. It's useless. If he can't remember on his own, then everything is over. Jin Yunlai, you arrogant, prideful jerk. The food you make is terrible. I forbid you to die. Do you hear me? Suddenly, Jin Yunlai heard someone call him and stopped his steps. Eli, you can't go any further. I didn't expect to see my own mother in the sea of the underworld. Eli, Yunlin is no longer your father. He is the white tiger god. He has been deceiving you all along. I left something in the secret room of the treasure pavilion. All right, there's no more time. 6 steps to forget oneself. I can no longer accompany you. But now, there is a new person who wants to protect you at all costs. She's a great daughter-in-law. Mother really likes Eli. No matter where you go, don't forget your own name. No matter where you go, don't forget love. How could I forget? I think I just heard someone say my cooking is bad. Suddenly, the emissary of the sea of the underworld discovered Jin Yunlai. Stop. Those who go against the flow of the sea of the underworld will be cast into hell. Instantly, countless evil spirits blocked Jin Yunlai's path. Suddenly, the sound of a bell rang out. All the spirits in the sea of the underworld calmed down. The several emissaries of the sea of the underworld also bowed in that direction. We respectfully welcome Lord Yuang. The one who arrived was Shirsi. He dismissed those emissaries. Is Yuang the master of this world? Why would he come here? I am a master of the sea of the underworld and the demon realm. Since ancient times, any human souls who dare to go against the flow will never be reincarnated. Jin Yunlai heard that the newcomer had ill intentions. He instantly drew his weapon. I don't care who you are, don't even think about stopping my steps. After speaking, he launched an attack on Shirsi. As arrogant as ever indeed. White Tiger Cub, you will pay the price for challenging the laws of the netherworld. Jin Yunlai is the son of the White Tiger. Cast him into the 18 levels of hell. I will personally carry it out. Fine, bring it on. On the other side, Qi Yuan was anxious. What's going on? The flame has clearly found him. Why can't it bring him back directly? This shouldn't be. Could it be that reviving a demigod requires more spiritual power? Then I'll overdraft all my spiritual power. Use it all up. Qi Yuan spat out a large mouthful of blood, overdrawing her spiritual power, and was about to faint. I'm sorry, my flame is about to disappear. But I still can't save you. Stop, you idiot. Stop it. If you throw your own life away, how can you save him? Don't talk yet. I'll heal your wounds. On the side, the phoenix recognized Shirsi, but Shirsi signaled her not to speak. Shirsi, I beg you. You are the emissary of the demon realm. I'm willing to give him the rest of my lifespan. You don't need to worry about my affairs anymore. Help me bring him back, okay? Why is it that when I see his sad face, my heart feels like it's being torn apart too? Shirsi looked at Qi Yuan and said, so to save him, it doesn't matter even if I die? Why is it that when I see his sad face, my heart feels like it's being torn apart too? Shirsi looked at Qi Yuan and said, so to save him, it doesn't matter even if I die? Qi Yuan looked at Shirsi's serious face. Shirsi spoke, I'm just kidding. Listen up, you idiot. I said I would be your guardian, so I will be responsible for you. Shirsi transferred a part of his power to to Qi Yuan. I have never seen Shirsi show such a sad expression. Is it my imagination? And why is his face so pale? Follow my power. I will guide you. So the power of death can also be this warm. At this time, in the sea of the underworld, Shirsi and Jin Yunlai had already fought for 300 rounds. But no matter how Jin Yunlai attacked, Shirsi could easily neutralize it. And because Shirsi had already sent a clone outside, he was now fighting Jin Yunlai with his eyes closed. This guy's been keeping his eyes closed since the beginning. Is he not concerned about this battle, or is he actually looking somewhere else? Xuanji Realm, Jin Yunlai. Since you have already come here, you should have followed the rules and reincarnated. However, someone is now attempting to defy fate and bring your soul back. Fate is a wondrous thing. For the sake of the person who is desperately trying to save you, I will give you a chance. Only karma of equal value to a life and the entire future can be exchanged. This is her future. You can return to her side, but her future will be decided by me. Come, make your choice. I must go back, but I will never give her future to you. If you must take something, then take my future. This future is my treasure, but I hope even less for her future to fall into someone else's hands. But I want to see her no matter what. I want to hold her again, so I will bear all of this. Even if you separate my future from hers, I believe that no matter how many difficulties lie ahead in this life, we will eventually find our way back to each other. We will meet again. How ironic. I have always let others choose, but in the end, I have no choice. Shirsi returned Jin Yunlia's future. You must spend your entire life protecting her. If you harm her in the slightest, I will make it so you can never meet again for all of eternity. You don't need to tell me that. I will naturally do so. However, Lord Yuang, you seem to be using my consort as a bargaining chip, but in reality, you had nothing. It was an illusion you created, right? Now I finally understand. As a god, you possess a human heart. Shirsi seemed to have been found out. The spiritual power that erupted from his heart injured Jin Yunlai. I will not give you the chance. I will protect her for all of eternity. At this time, Qi Yuan's flame of revival grew stronger and stronger. A circular portal appeared in the air. Could that be the gate of resurrection? Who on earth could reverse the laws of the netherworld like this and take away his soul? If that little one's spiritual power were a bit stronger, or if she reclaimed the phoenix's body, she might really be able to resurrect the entire Xuanji realm. Shirsi looked at his hand. The injury was getting worse. It worked. His Highness is responding. Qi Yuan smiled happily, not noticing the injury on Shirsi's hand. She saw Shirsi's unnatural expression and asked, Shirsi, are you all right? Suddenly, she felt herself about to fall asleep again. Huang Long suddenly appeared behind her. Before Qi Yuan fainted, she saw Huang Long checking Shirsi's injury. She saw Shirsi smile at her. You should be fine, right? He is a nether emissary. After all, Qi Yuan groggily entered her consciousness again and saw the phoenix's true form. The phoenix told Qi Yuan that the road ahead might be even more perilous. You must remember, before you become stronger, stay far away from the white tiger god. He has been tainted pure black by that extremely evil thing. The mysterious phoenix, before falling into a deep sleep, helped Qi Yuan awaken a part of her soul's power, then turned into a phoenix egg. Qi Yuan looked at the phoenix egg in her hand and suddenly felt hungry. She kept drooling while looking at the egg, but for now, she had to find a way out of her consciousness. The surroundings were like a maze, and Qi Yuan couldn't find a way out at all. Suddenly, a voice came, Master, I know the exit to the maze. Follow me. It turned out that when Shirsi gave Qi Yuan this phone, he had sealed her ability to turn back into a spirit beast. Fufin was actually an electronic spirit beast created by Shirsi. Because Qi Yuan awakened the power of the Phoenix God, the seal weakened. And because of the Phoenix God's power, Qi Yuan can now form contracts with 3 spirit beasts and 3 spiritual weapons. Bringing Qi Yuan to the exit, she could smell a fragrant aroma through the door. Outside, Qi Yuan was nibbling on the golden-haired one's fingers. You're awake. Am I tasty? Qi Yuan couldn't believe her eyes. She rubbed her eyes and saw that it was indeed his highness. Qi Yuan burst into tears. Jin Yunlai held Qi Yuan in his arms. I'm here. I've always been here. Last time, we mentioned that Qi Yuan woke up and looked at Jin Yunlai. She rubbed her eyes to make sure she wasn't dreaming. Suddenly, tears streamed down her face. Baby, why are you crying? I'm just so happy. But the tears won't stop. Even though we were only separated for a few days, it feels like a lifetime. Jin Yunlai pulled Qi Yuan closer, holding her slightly trembling hand. I'm here. I've always been here. I will never let go again. Endless longing and the baptism of fire ignited every corner of his body. At this moment, Qi Yuan, her face flushed, accepted Jin Yunlia's affection. Wait, your highness. The cheering squad on the city wall will see. What does it matter? You'll be mine sooner or later anyway. After a series of great battles, these fans had also come to accept Chi Yuan. You've stolen all of this king's fans. As expected of Yuan Yuan. Let everyone have a good look. Our Huyun's future empress. This small border town was filled with excitement and joy at this moment. However, in a corner no one noticed, Exai-in-law watched the lively scene with a cold smile. A bird not far away also saw everything. It seems he is safe and sound now. At this moment, Chi Li was driving a chicken-killing vehicle outside the divine shrine. Until today, I finally understand why you wanted to execute my imperial sister, Chi Yuan. Because she looked a lot like her, right? No one in the world ever knew that the gods of Huangyin were a pair of twin siblings. And that younger sister was the phoenix god, the one you four gods feared the most. At this moment, Chi Yuan had been brought before a bed by Jin Yunlai. Chi Yuan looked at the bed shyly, thinking to herself, is it about to happen? But Jin Yunlai lifted the blanket, and inside was a cat. However, he didn't know that every time Chi Yuan saw a kitten, she would be reminded of the kitten that was cruelly tortured to death by her younger brother. Perhaps His Highness never cared about it. Yuan Yuan, I want to know everything about you. I want to know what you've been through in the past. My past is not glorious. It's even filled with sad memories. I never told you because I was afraid. I was afraid that if you knew, you would think I'm useless. You are not a useless person. You were the one who helped the bandits of the Central Plains. You were the one who eliminated Gudiao in the end. You were the one who brought me back from the netherworld. Don't see yourself that way. Jin Yunlai took out a ring and put on Chi Yuan. This is a ring. Could it be a formal proposal? What is this situation? Jin Yunlai is actually threatening a rabbit to call him daddy. Last time, we mentioned that Jin Yunlai put a ring on Chi Yuan. Chi Yuan's heart pounded. Could this be a formal proposal? Jin Yunlai looked at Chi Yuan and smiled. This is the ring of golden orchid that stores my power. A 9-ring spiritual weapon. Chi Yuan was instantly dumbfounded. Even if I'm not here, it can continue to protect you. And it has some other functions. So that's how it is. But how could people in this world know the meaning of putting a ring on a girl? And he even put on the wrong finger. Chi Yuan forgot the meaning of a ring on the middle finger. Jin Yunlai deliberately put the ring on Chi Yuan's middle finger, which means she is taken. Jin Yunlai even asked Xianyaja about this ring. Jin Yunlai held Chi Yuan and thought to himself, if I could, I would propose to you right now. But now is not the time. Jin Yunlai lifted the kitten for Chi Yuan to hold. Unexpectedly, the kitten called out Mom in a deep male voice. What the hell? It's haunted. A talking cat. Of course cats can talk. They are all spirit beasts. It's just that this one is a bit special. Chi Yuan took a closer look. This cat actually had the majestic air of a tiger. This is Jin Yunlia's. Chi Yuan wanted to understand his hometown. I've been almost every corner of the Xuanji realm. I'm very curious about what your hometown is like. Chi Yuan hesitated, wondering if she should tell him that she had actually transmigrated from another world. But coming from another world, she would never believe in their so-called white tiger god. She was afraid that she would end up on the opposite side of Jin Yunlai. What are you thinking about? At this moment, Jin Yunlai looked at Chi Yuan curiously. Chi Yuan quickly waved her hands, afraid the golden-haired prince would see through her. Jin Yunlai hugged Chi Yuan. Yuan Yuan, after being with you, we have experienced all sorts of bizarre things together. As long as it concerns you, no matter how incredible it is, I will accept it. Since Jin Yunlai had said so, Chi Yuan told Jin Yunlai about her origins. As expected, I'd already guessed that you were a soul transmigrator. Although the golden-haired prince tried to act calm, Chi Yuan still pointed out, Your Highness, your teacup is upside down. But that pervert actually spied on my princess during her childhood for so long. At this moment, Chi Yuan discovered. Finfin picked up the phone and showed Jin Yunlai that it could let him see what the real world looked like. Chi Yuan asked Finfin if there were any photos of the real world. With a snap of the fingers, a scene from modern society appeared. Mommy, do you want to go back to the real world? Chi Yuan was stunned. This phone actually had this ability. Can I really go back to the real world? At this moment, Finfin thought mischievously, if Mommy chooses to go back, I'll let Daddy go with her. I can also put this little white tiger prince in his place. Just as he was feeling proud, Jin Yunlai walked over and grabbed Finfin. Who are you calling Mommy? Finfin was so scared by Jin Yunlai that he short-circuited. At this moment, Jin Yunlai said, You call Chi Yuan Mommy, right? Come on, call me Daddy. Last time, we mentioned that because Jin Yunlai insisted on Finfin calling him Daddy, Finfin got scared and short-circuited, electrocuting both the golden-haired prince and Chi Yuan. Chi Yuan picked up Finfin. If you cause any more trouble, I'll take out your circuit board. At this moment, Finfin asked Chi Yuan, Mommy, do you want to go back to the real world? Chi Yuan answered without hesitation, No, because everything I love and my home are here. I'm not going anywhere. Seeing his plan fail, Finfin said, All right, then I'll tell you. This is a function I couldn't use before. After absorbing the Phoenix's power, I can finally use it. The world's strongest spatial projection, spiritual art. The moment the button was clicked, the scene where Chi Yuan and Jin Yunlai were changed to look like the modern world. This technology can project scenes from the real world over here. If you go in, you can experience everything from the real world. And the time and space are synchronized. In other words, what you are seeing now is what is happening in the real world. Jin Yunlai, who had just been exposed to the real world, was having his worldview reconstructed. Instantly, Chi Yuan and the golden-haired prince's clothes also changed to a modern style. Chi Yuan also noticed that her clothes had changed to a modern style and jumped for joy. Chi Yuan turned around, and just as she was about to speak to Jin Yunlai, she was stunned by the sight of him. I'm not quite used to the clothes here. Just like the male lead described in a romance novel. His Highness looked so handsome. Jin Yunlai looked at Chi Yuan. Chi Yuan shyly covered her face. Jin Yunlai saw this and stroked Chi Yuan's head comfortingly. Were you scared? Chi Yuan hurriedly concealed her panic. No, not at all. Yuan, lift your head. It seems like something is stuck on my face. Is there something? I'm teasing you. Whose wife is this beautiful? So this is how you used to dress every day. So cute. Your Highness, you're so annoying. Don't look at me. All right, Yuan, I'll stop teasing you. Turn around quickly. This is the first time I've seen such a magical thing with my own eyes. Aren't you going to show me around? All right, then I'll show you just how interesting our real world is. Next, Chi Yuan took Jin Yunlai to a dessert shop and a modern public phone booth. She acted as Jin Yunlia's guide along the way. All of this was new and fascinating to Jin Yunlai. Chi Yuan wondered why everyone around was wearing masks. Suddenly, a person who brushed past her made her heart tighten. It must be my imagination. I thought I saw my sister. At this moment, Chi Yuan was thinking about where to take His Highness to play next. Jin Yunlai pointed ahead. What is that? Chi Yuan looked in the direction he was pointing. Is that a Ferris wheel? Before I died, this Ferris wheel had just started construction. Jin Yunlai looked at Chi Yuan. Can you ride on that? Of course, you can. Before Chi Yuan could react, Jin Yunlai took her hand and said, come to think of it, a Ferris wheel seems to be a popular date spot. This is just like a real modern couple. The two of them got on the Ferris wheel together. But Chi Yuan's stomach started to growl again. We passed by so many dessert shops. If only I could really eat some sweets. As soon as she said it, Funfin came over with a cake. Chi Yuan snatched the cake and ended up throwing Funfin down. You're murdering your own son. He fell. It's fine, he's a crafty one. Damn it, I can't let these two progress so smoothly. If only I had my nose. In the next second, a hand reached out and caught the falling Funfin. On the other side, Chi Yuan was happily introducing the cake to Jin Yunlai. This cherry on top is one of a kind. I always save it for last. Saying that, she gave the cherry to Jin Yunlai. It's a rare treat. Isn't this your favorite? Because the most favorite thing should be given to the most favorite person. Instantly, the air in the cabin became quiet. This is so embarrassing. Golden hair, why aren't you saying anything? Chi Yuan could only look outside. Oh, the scenery outside is so nice today. Idiot, saying something like that in such a small space. Chi Yuan noticed that from up high, she could see her old school. It's class time now. She spotted someone in a school uniform skipping class. Looking closely, something seemed off. That person is Shirsi. What's the situation? Jin Yunlai actually met Shirsi. Just now, Chi Yuan thought she saw Shirsi on the Ferris wheel. Jin Yunlai came over and asked Chi Yuan what she saw. Chi Yuan looked down again and saw nothing. She thought she was imagining things again. Chi Yuan asked Jin Yunlai what he thought of the real world. Jin Yunlai said it was not bad. What god do you have protecting you? Chi Yuan patted Jin Yunlia's shoulder. Oh, you and your feudal superstitions. Look at this world. Houses are built by people, brick by brick. Illnesses are treated by doctors based on experience. Although there are some shortcomings, there are still many hardworking people. Our era is a good one. Someone below was setting off fireworks. Jin Yunlai felt that when Chi Yuan talked about the real world, her whole being was glowing. Jin Yunlai picked up the cherry, held Chi Yuan's cheek, and fed the cherry to Chi Yuan with his mouth. The most favorite thing for the most favorite person. Chi Yuan's face instantly flushed and her heart pounded. Let's go, we're heading back. Chi Yuan was still savoring the phrase most favorite person. After the previous experiences and this confession, Chi Yuan felt that there should be no secrets between the lovers she liked the most. She gathered her courage and wanted to discuss the matter of the White Tiger God with Jin Yunlai. But she was interrupted by Jin Yunlai. Hu Yun cannot be without the White Tiger God. There is something I want to confirm. Let's not discuss this issue before that. Don't worry, just leave everything to me. Chi Yuan felt very disappointed. Is His Highness avoiding the issue? Finfin watched them go back and breathed a sigh of relief. Activating this function really drains the battery. But I really didn't expect Daddy to have created a virtual identity here. Shirsee's virtual identity smiled at Finfin. He's really different from Daddy. A great and majestic god like Daddy would never smile. Where are you? Where did Huang Long hide you? Why can't I feel your presence at all? Suddenly, Finfin was snatched away. My apologies. My rabbit was left behind. This king has come personally to take him back. You shouldn't have any objections, right, Lord Yuang? It seems a trip to the netherworld hasn't made you restrain yourself at all, White Tiger Cub. Finfin's pupils instantly dilated. That, Lord Yuang, my actions towards you just now were a little exaggerated. You won't mind, right? Shirsee smiled and said, what do you think? Finfin instantly disappeared on the pretext of finding Qi Yuan. You saw me on the Ferris wheel. This king's eyesight on the battlefield has always been excellent. Jin Yunlai said, there is something I hope you will cooperate with me on, after I understand the whole truth behind it. It's not a discussion, but cooperation. You're that confident that I will agree? You won't refuse, because there will be a fierce battle ahead. At the same time, inside the White Tiger God's temple, go and greet our great god. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lord White Tiger God. I am Qi Yuan. What's this? Qi Yuan is actually cooperating with the White Tiger God. Last time, we mentioned that Xi and Yulua brought a mysterious person to the White Tiger God's temple. Go and greet our great god. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lord White Tiger God. I am Qi Yuan, another princess of Huanyin with not a shred of faith in me. If she wasn't deliberately placed by Ali's side by someone, I wouldn't even need to be a god. Get up. When I first met Miss Cat, I used the Green Dragon's divine technique and discovered another soul inside Qi Yuan's body. Everything that imposter has belongs to me. Thanks to you, I was able to be reborn. I will get everything she has. You are quite clever, immediately stating your position. Now that the Xuanji Jade is about to descend, I need Ali and the people of Huyun's absolute submission. The people at the border have been somewhat distant these years. However, a while ago, your imposter showed her skills at the border and became their spiritual pillar. From now on, you will use that imposter's identity to secretly tour various places in Huyun. I will build you up as the holy maiden of Huyun. But what if His Highness Jin Yunlai discovers her? Don't worry, I have my ways. Besides, how could he bring himself to harm his beloved future empress? You are our Huyun's future empress, after all. That's true. I can't wait to see Ali soon. Lord White Tiger God. She cannot be completely separated from the nutrient fluid yet. I have sent her back. Still needs nutrient fluid? A mere human's divine technique. Try to extract a soul for resurrection. Do you think you can snatch a life from the hands of Lord Yuang? As expected, nothing can be hidden from Lord White Tiger. It doesn't matter if she is human or not. It doesn't matter if she is a princess or not. As long as she firmly believes there's nothing wrong with her, it's fine. On the other side, the big pig's trotter has already left. I heard your stomach growling. Have something to eat. Qi Yuan looked up pitifully. Finfin opened his arms. Come to me. I have many comforting words, specially prepared for a wounded young girl. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Finfin. Qi Yuan was looking at Finfin with a greedy expression. Spicy rabbit head. With a loud scream, Finfin looked at Qi Yuan resentfully. A row of teeth marks was on his ear. Qi Yuan, on the other hand, was enjoying her meal. Finfin told Qi Yuan that the big golden hair had gone to see the White Tiger God. Qi Yuan's eyes looked desolate. Why can't he listen to my opinion? I also want to fight alongside him. Qi Yuan decided to first expose the White Tiger God's true nature, to let the golden-haired prince see him for who he really is. But to fight the White Tiger God, she must have her own power. Finfin, can you look up how to awaken the phoenix egg? I already looked that up for you a few days ago. Legend has it that the phoenix has a unique spirit feather. As long as you find it, you can shorten the time of nirvana. Then do you know where the spirit feather is? Finfin said the spirit feather is in the demon realm. Instantly, Qi Yuan felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Where? The data shows it's in the demon realm, and only high-level demonic spirits know how to get to the demon realm. But the high-level demonic spirits are all sealed in the demon realm with the demon god. This is basically impossible to find. At this moment, Qi Yuan took out Gu Diao's foot. Gu Diao is a high-level demonic spirit. Master, are you thinking of reviving him? Finfin shouted anxiously. Stop. The demon realm is also another world. Its laws are completely different from the human world. We don't know if your power can be used there. If you get tainted with demonic energy, not only will you become a twisted and disgusting monster, but you will also pay a price more terrible than death. This world will not tolerate it. I know I will be condemned by thousands, die without illness, be despised by tens of thousands, and be lower than a beast. But compared to His Highness, I don't care about any of that. And the White Tiger God is constantly using His Highness's loyalty to Huyun. The demonic energy overflowing from the back of Qi Yuan's hand reflected. Even in extreme pain, she did not stop reviving Gu Diao. At the same time, Jin Yunlai arrived at the temple. "Oh, Eli, coming to see me so late. You must have missed your father Emperor very much. My loyal, good son." Qi Yuan was cruelly thrown into a cell by Jin Yunlai. Just half an hour ago, Jin Yunlai was about to go to the treasure pavilion. "Your Highness, don't catch a cold. I will arrange it. Tomorrow you still have to present the spoils of war to the great White Tiger God. You're not asking me what I'm doing going to the treasure pavilion so late?" At this moment, Kuei suddenly knelt down. "From the day I met you," Kuei swore an oath. "No matter what your Highness wants to do, Kuei will fully support you, even unto death." "All right, if you speak so seriously, the food you make will taste bad. You've been with me for over 10 years. It's time for you to go back to your hometown for a visit. I'll arrange for people to send you back. You can leave tomorrow. As my trusted general, you would die without regret. It's a pity not everyone thinks this way." At this moment, Lu Jing'o hugged the golden-haired prince's thigh. The original plan to go to the treasure pavilion was disrupted by Lu Jing'o. "I beg you to take me to the temple to plead for mercy. I accidentally broke the glazed lamp." Jin Yunlai whispered something in Lu Jing'o's ear and then went to the White Tiger God's temple. "Eli, you must know that in the eyes of a god, there is no right or wrong, good or evil. Without my blessing, the people and land of Huyun would have long been destroyed by the disasters brought down by the demon god's curse. So Huyun absolutely cannot be without me. You agree, right? Eli, I am talking to you. It's not good to be distracted. By the way, has your protective spiritual art improved for a woman to bear my divine might for her from such a distance? The taste of 1,000 arrows piercing the heart. How do you feel? You barely managed to keep your life. You should cherish it. Father Emperor, I told you not to touch her. I don't know what you're worried about. I cannot touch her. Let her become our Huyun's empress." Suddenly, news came from outside that the treasure pavilion was on fire. "Eli, just be a good emperor peacefully." "Oh my, who is so careless? That treasure pavilion has quite a few treasures. You're not sad, are you?" Eli, back to Qi Yuan's side, Finfin was bandaging Qi Yuan's wound. Gu Diao had also returned to his original form. Finfin looked at Gu Diao, muttering, "Why grab me and not the golden-haired prince? There's still half a red card stuck in the netherworld. That Highness and his mother. Tell me quickly, what did you see in the netherworld?" "The treasure pavilion. The treasure pavilion has something your parents left for you. Inside are memory fragments of the previous king from the last war of succession. You will know the truth about your father's death from illness." After saying this, Gu Jiao fainted again. Qi Yuan thought, since he could make a move against Jin Yunlai, he would definitely make a move against the crown prince. So she anxiously ran out to find Jin Yunlai. Funfin blocked Qi Yuan. Just as Qi Yuan and Funfin were struggling, news came from outside that the treasure pavilion was on fire. Qi Yuan ran out, panting, only to see Jin Yunlai standing there dejectedly. Looking at Qi Yuan, tears welled up. I have never seen His Highness look so lonely. Never. At this moment, Qi Yuan hugged Jin Yunlai from behind. His Highness bears everything alone. My heart aches so much too. Yuan, why did you run out like this? Be careful not to catch a cold. His Highness bears everything alone. Behind that smile hides a sharp knife, and I didn't notice it at all. His Highness carries so many burdens. At this moment, Jin Yunlai was thinking, did she run over specifically because she was worried about me? But thinking of the White Tiger God's words, Jin Yunlai suddenly realized something was wrong. This fire wasn't set for me to see. The god's target is Yuan. You run quickly, but it was too late. Lu Jing'o pointed at Qi Yuan. I saw her set the fire. The crown princess, with white hair, entered the treasure pavilion alone. Qi Yuan felt that this power was indeed her own. Lu Jing'o stated that a book on dispelling demonic obstacles was found missing from the treasure pavilion. Jin Yunlai shielded Qi Yuan behind him. All of you shut up. How dare you convict this king's princess without any evidence? This king will investigate the treasure pavilion fire himself. Qi Yuan looked at Jin Yunlai. Your Highness. Then, Your Highness, please take a look at what this is. At this moment, Lu Jing'o took out the bandage from when Qi Yuan was injured reviving Gu Diao. Qi Yuan didn't expect it to be in his hands. This bandage is stained with demonic energy. Crown Princess, please extend your arm for us to see. Jin Yunlai looked at the trembling Qi Yuan. He held Qi Yuan's hand. Don't be afraid. At this moment, Lu Jing'o spoke a riddle to Jin Yunlai. Do you know the oath to kill all demons? Qi Yuan looked at Jin Yunlai. Your Highness, I will protect you in my own way. At this moment, Jin Yunlai let go of Qi Yuan's hand. By my command, from this day forth, lock the crown princess in the demon-suppressing sky prison. She is not allowed to take a single step out without my permission. Fine. No matter what you do to me, I won't feel sad. Qi Yuan was taken away and locked into prison. At this, Jin Yunlai flew into a rage. Father Emperor, it's fortunate this fire burned the treasure pavilion and not your temple. His seal will be broken sooner or later anyway. However, do you think putting her in the sky prison will keep her safe? Last time, we mentioned that Qi Yuan was locked in the sky prison. At this moment, in the sky prison, Qi Yuan thought, so this is the final destination for a demon. Qi Yuan was unwilling to believe that Jin Yunlai would do this to her. She firmly believed His Highness must have heard something very difficult, which is why he suddenly acted so out of character. At this moment, 2 guards came to the door. Qi Yuan asked who they were. The 2 guards claimed to have been sent by His Highness. Qi Yuan had been watching their every move. You've been waiting next door, just waiting and waiting ever since I was locked up. I bet you're waiting for my energy to be depleted so you can take me to the White Tiger God. The 2 of them were exposed. As expected of the royal family of fire-type spiritual power. Without your spiritual power, you're just an ordinary woman. And it just so happens that I'd like to have a taste of royalty. Qi Yuan tried to use her spiritual power at this moment, but couldn't summon it at all. Suddenly, a guard was pierced by an arrow. Forgive me, I have arrived late. The celestial prison suppresses spiritual power. Qi Yuan fell to the ground weakly. I received His Highness's order to infiltrate this place. It took some time. I didn't expect the White Tiger God to have planted his people here as well. His Highness is indeed still worried about me. I'm sorry I've caused trouble. You've never been the one to cause trouble. Drink this. It can alleviate the demonic energy on you. People with demonic energy cannot walk out of the celestial prison. Qi Yuan took the bottle and drank it down. Kuei wanted to stop Qi Yuan, but his hand was not under his control. Kill me. I'm also one of the White Tiger God's spies. But Qi Yuan had already finished the potion and was coughing up blood. I didn't expect your will to be so strong. Without my poison, the God's control technique almost wasn't enough to suppress you. Xi and Yulua, I never thought you were a pawn of the White Tiger God. What did you give me to drink? Oh, Miss Cat, I'm so happy you still remember my name. That was the blood of an ancient demon god, bestowed upon you by the White Tiger God. The filthiest, most poisonous demonic mark, Qi Yuan. A thick, demonic energy emanated from her body. Qi Yuan screamed in pain. She hadn't been able to help His Highness at all. Don't worry, Miss Cat. After your soul turns into a demon, I will find a new body for you. But right now, I have a new pet. I need to get something back from you. Go to sleep now. Close your eyes obediently. Give up the struggle. The pain will be over soon. Qi Yuan spat a mouthful of blood onto his face. In your dreams, I won't lose to something of this level. The phoenix has clearly fallen asleep, yet she's still so lucid. Then he noticed a ring on Qi Yuan's neck. It had Jin Yunlia's spiritual power on it. Someone with a weaker would have given up long ago from this kind of pain. Aren't you still thinking about your Highness in your heart? You're even protecting the ring in return. Have you forgotten who cruelly threw you into the celestial prison? From the bottom of my heart, I have never doubted His Highness one bit. Just like in this dark, celestial prison, I can still feel His Highness's power. He must still be by my side. How touching. You are not in His Highness's heart at all anymore. Stop trying to sow discord. Tell her the order His Highness gave. Kuei is His Highness's confidant. You are controlling him with your tricks. We're the White Tiger God's people. This farce started because of him, so let him end it. From now on, let him fend for himself. Hearing this, Qi Yuan's eyes widened. This is impossible. Kuei, you're lying to me, right? Tell me, say something. Since ancient times, kings have often been heartless. At this moment, vines pierced through Qi Yuan's body. They also shattered Qi Yuan's last line of defense, as well as the ring she was protecting. That's right. Suddenly, a person who looked exactly like Qi Yuan appeared. Who is that? Chili would never be so weak. After I get my body back, take her and extract her soul from me. I'll go clean up the mess. Oh, but if I accidentally kill her, there's nothing I can do. Honestly, to think you knocked him out. The fake Qi Yuan viciously stomped on Qi Yuan's injured wrist with her foot. It's such a pity that I can't watch you kill him with my own eyes. Last time, the fake Qi Yuan raised her blade to kill Qi Yuan. Just then, the fake Qi Yuan's hand was grabbed. Who's there? You can't even sense who I am anymore. When Qi Yuan saw it was Chili, she immediately became very excited. Isn't this my brother? I knew you would come. Brother, ever since I was revived, I've been wondering why you didn't come and find me. I thought you didn't want me anymore, right? I really didn't expect that I've been mistaken all this time. Where do you want to start? Right hand, left hand, or right foot? I'll listen to you, brother. Unfortunately, the celestial prison has restrictions, so I can't use spiritual arts. I don't want to be so cruel either. Brother, can you help me? All right, it's okay. Brother will help you. Chili took the blade and casually swung it at Chi-Yuan. The fake Chi-Yuan's hand fell to the ground. The fake Chi-Yuan, who was just happy a moment ago, now had a face full of disbelief. The fake Chi-Yuan screamed her lungs out. Why did you dodge? Didn't we agree you could choose where to start? That's right. This was the right foot that just stomped on her wrist, wasn't it? The main fake Chi-Yuan looked at Chili in horror. Brother, why are you attacking me? Didn't you come here for me? Sorry, I don't know you. What are you talking about, brother? The vermilion bird's divine skill can burn souls. Can't you tell that it was that imposter who stole my body? I can tell. That's why I said I don't know you. Just as Chili was about to kill her, Xi and Yulua rescued the fake Chi-Yuan. My, as expected of the king of Huangyan. Can you be so harsh, even to your own sister? The fake Chi-Yuan said excitedly, let go of me. Brother, why are you helping that imposter woman? Have you been captured by that bitch? I'm your sister. Stay quiet. You stupid woman. You're still a half-finished product. If you anger him further, it won't be as simple as being turned to ash. It's all because of you. I will repay today's grudge 1,000 times over. The fake Chi-Yuan was taken away by Xi and Yulua. All right. You truly are a beast in fine clothing. So ruthless. You can even strike at your own sister's face. I'm nothing compared to you. Forcibly turning a person into a demon is something only a beast in fine clothing like you could do. While Xi and Yulua was not paying attention, Chili launched a surprise attack, sending Xi and Yulua flying with one move. Xi and Yulua coughed up blood. The rumored frail and sickly second prince of Long Yuan, who could not take the stage, I never thought he would serve the god of his mortal enemy, Huyun. The spirit of the Azure Dragon God in heaven will not be able to rest in peace. You don't need to worry about that. I will make good use of the Azure Dragon's power. At this moment, Xi and Yulua summoned a wooden puppet. As expected, the barrier in the celestial prison that suppresses spiritual power has disappeared. You used the power of the vermilion bird god to destroy it, didn't you? You're really eager to save someone. Xi and Yulua attacked Chili, but Chili easily dodged it. The celestial prison is an absolutely inviolable territory for all nations. If another country interferes in the slightest, it will be considered an act of provoking a dispute. At this time, outside the celestial prison, everyone discovered that the prison had been destroyed. The sacred fire of Huangyan's royalty. The king of Huangyan is brazenly attacking Huyun. He is willing to ignite a war between Huangyan and Huyun. And Chili began to chant a spell. He created a protective shield to protect Chi-Yuan from harm. It's too late to think about protection now. Xi and Yulua also used a divine skill to become invisible, because in the next second, the celestial prison was broken open from the outside. Chili turned around and found that it was Jin Yunlai who had broken through the gate with a group of guards. I really can't believe I was mistaken about you. Mistaken about a liar like you. Jin Yunlai and Chili broke into the celestial prison to rescue Chi-Yuan. He used a spiritual art to create a protective shield for the unconscious Chi-Yuan. The king of Huangyan invaded Huyun and surrounded the celestial prison. The celestial prison was broken open from the outside by Jin Yunlai. Chili angrily questioned Jin Yunlai. I can't believe I was mistaken about you. You liar. To think I trusted you back then. Is this how you protect her? Jin Yunlai glanced at Chi-Yuan on the ground and said, I just made the right choice. A right choice, indeed. In that case, I will no longer show any mercy. Chili used his blood to burn flames. The guards who had arrived prepared to summon their spirits. Stand down. No one is to approach them. The guards thought Jin Yunlai was still protecting them. At this moment, Chili said to Jin Yunlai, I did not have to fight. He then raised his longsword. His aura burst forth. The powerful pressure forced the guards to retreat one after another. Fall back! Everyone fall back. All troops behind retreat. Your Highness, he truly intends to kill. Jin Yunlai did not give Chili a chance to continue speaking. This concerns Huyun. I will also show no mercy. His golden sword energy slashed towards Chili, but it did not hit him. At this distance, how could it have missed? Did you think this little protective shield could block my attack? You're right. Chili realized his target was Chi-Yuan. By the time he rushed towards Chi-Yuan, it was too late. The protective shield shattered under Jin Yunli's attack. This is for the best. Everything can finally end. The sword energy broke through the shield and continued to attack Qi Yuan. Chili could only watch helplessly as all this happened. Even the guards beside them were frightened. At this moment, Qi Yuan was covered in blood. Lu Jingo took the remaining guards away, because a battle between two kings was not something people like them could watch. It's okay, it will be okay. We need to get her out of here quickly. Chili reached out to take Qi Yuan away, but he was blocked by flying iron chains. Jin Yunli thwarted his attempt to save her. Your spiritual energy is about to shatter. Are you going to continue? Why must you go to such lengths? In Qi Yuan's consciousness, she felt as if she had a dream where she died under His Highness's blade. Stop deceiving yourself. At this moment, the demon god inside her told Qi Yuan that it was not a dream. It is what is about to happen. So you are the demon god I'm fighting inside my body. I am but a speck of dust in the demon god's blood. Little girl, it's about time you gave up. The phoenix's power is still sealed, and the ring is gone. Moreover, the owner of the ring is holding a sword to your head. You have nothing left. I thought that as long as I kept trying, as long as I could help His Highness break free from the god. I was so foolish. What His Highness saw, what he wanted, perhaps it was not what I thought at all. It was just my wishful thinking. All the vows of protection were just fleeting illusions. Do you hate him? For the sake of his god, he turned around and pushed you into hell. I hate him. And Jin Yunli's protective spiritual energy was now fully confirmed. It turned out that the protective shield Chili used was given to him by Jin Yunli beforehand. The life-bound spiritual energy is connected to the contractor's flesh and blood. The power of that protective shield was all provided by Jin Yunli. I told you before to just use my power. Why did you have to do this? No, only if I use my full power, only if I hold the intent to kill him, can I deceive the eyes of the white tiger god. But I absolutely cannot strike him. So the one who protects him must be me, and can only be me. Jin Yunli endured his injuries and stood up. Step by step, he came to Qi Yuan's side and held her. If I had known you would be injected with a demonic form, I would never have let you come here. I'm sorry. It's too late. The demonic blood has already invaded her brain. If she has even a sliver of a thought of giving up, she will immediately turn into a demon. As the soul of the phoenix's reincarnation, she still has some resistance, but she shows no reaction to your voice. I'm afraid she doesn't want to wake up at all. He immediately said. Qi Yuan is unresponsive to Jin Yunli's calls. I'm afraid she doesn't want to wake up at all. I clearly instructed you that if she was in any danger in the celestial prison, you were to protect her immediately. I don't want you, who still doesn't know the truth, to have reservations about the god. Can you fight against a god with your power? Can you bear the responsibility? Jin Yunli caressed Qi Yuan's face. Yuan, I'm sorry. You can scold me. Hate me, just come back to my side and say to my face, okay? Yuan, seeing Qi Yuan still unresponsive. Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to you. Jin Yunli resorted to sharing the demonic blood. To help Qi Yuan, have you forgotten your spiritual energy is shattered? Can the demonic energy easily enter your soul now? Have you forgotten who you are? Jin Yunli, it's so noisy outside, but it's a pity. She can't hear anything right now. The gods have all underestimated you. They thought that by turning you into a demon, they could destroy the sacred revival power of the phoenix. They may have all forgotten your true attribute, your true power. The power of the phoenix is not just fire, not just revival, but a power that embraces all things. All right, come and inherit my power. Become my heir. At that time, no one will be able to restrain you. Qi Yuan stared blankly. Forget Jin Yunli. Go and bathe all of Huyun in blood. Qi Yuan took the demon box, held it in her hand, and crushed it. What? The demon god was shocked by Qi Yuan's action. You didn't really think I would say that, did you? I won't be swayed by you. It turns out Qi Yuan had been pretending to be mind-controlled all along. She was waiting for an opportunity to get her hands on his avatar's demon box and destroy it. What's going on? Even if she wasn't mind-controlled, she shouldn't have woken up so quickly. Couldn't external force be helping her? Qi Yuan used her flames on the demon god. Without the demon box, the demon god was directly burned by Qi Yuan's flames. Did you think my feelings for His Highness were so fragile? Even if His Highness really wants to kill me, I want to look into his eyes, to watch him shatter my soul with his own hands. So Mr. Fox, please get out of my body. Suddenly, the demon god grabbed Qi Yuan and said, Xiaoxi, you trusted them too much back then and ended up being reincarnated as a human. Xiaoxi, could this be the phoenix's name? You should understand, before you truly reclaim the phoenix's power, you cannot get rid of me. One day, you'll understand. I'll be waiting. At the same time, Jin Yunli held Qi Yuan. Chili, help me look after her. Chili thought. He just absorbed most of the demon god's blood, yet he had no reaction. At this moment, Jin Yunli picked up his sword again. He He said, "You insect hiding over there. How long do you plan to hide?" The long sword flew out. It forced Xian Yulua out from the shadows. "What's going on?" He absorbed so much demonic blood and was injured. How can he still wield such power? "You touched something you shouldn't have. I had intended to let you live as evidence until you reach the guillotine. You're no longer worthy. It doesn't matter. Even if you kill me, you can't save her. Once tainted with demonic blood, there's no cure. The demon god's blood is connected to the demon god himself. Unless the main body is destroyed or the entire demon race is wiped out, you can't save her. I will slay every demon in the world, leaving none behind." Jin Yunlai activated a spiritual art. Countless long swords pierced through Xian Yulua's body. The other soldiers think I have completely become a follower of the White Tiger God. Now is the perfect opportunity for me to strike back at the White Tiger God. "Chili, take her away. I don't want her to get involved anymore." "What do you mean? Take her away. You must let her live happily." On the other side, at the White Tiger God's divine palace, a human body is truly not durable. The commotion of the celestial prison was a bit too loud, with just as much power. At this moment, the White Tiger God was weakened due to the celestial prison. "Before this body faints, I will completely break out." The primordial spirit separated. At this moment, a beautiful young girl with white hair appeared. "Jin Yunlin, your good son. He's finally starting to look like the future king of Huyun." After the White Tiger God left Jin Yunlin's body, Jin Yunlin returned to his original appearance. "But I've grown tired of this parent-child game. When he is of no value to me in the future, I will send him to hell to accompany you." At this moment, Qi Yuan, having dispelled the demon god's blood, woke up. She thought that when she opened her eyes, she would see Jin Yunlai. But when she opened her eyes, it was not him. It was Chili. "You're finally awake." Chili used a spiritual art to heal Qi Yuan. While healing her, Chili said, "Because we are connected by blood, did you sense I was in danger and come save me?" Jin Yunlai and his subordinates should have already gone to the divine palace. "He didn't come to stop us. That's a relief." "I see. My choice back then must have been wrong." "Chili, thank you for saving me. I will not forget this kindness. When you need me, I will do my best to repay you. So now, you can stop lying to me." Chili rested his chin on his hand and looked at Qi Yuan. "You figured it out. I'm not the same little girl who is easily fooled anymore. As long as the White Tiger God lives, Huyun will certainly not tolerate you. If you come back to Huangyan with me, you can live a carefree life. Even so, do you still want to stay and fight against the god? This is something I have never been so determined to do. And being with His Highness is when I am happiest." The girl's voice traveled through the gentle breeze. It crossed the wall and entered the young man's heart. At this moment, Jin Yunlai was just behind the wall, listening to his heart beating violently. He could barely hold back any longer. The intense emotions were about to tear him apart. She was so close. He couldn't help but want to hold her. But for the future of Huyun, for Chiyuan's safety, he still decided to leave. "You still have feelings you want to convey, don't you? If you don't stop him, he's going to leave." Qi Yuan turned around and shouted in Jin Yunlia's direction. "You can't let me go either, just as I've always been thinking of you. I know you must be here. Your Highness, I know you have many difficulties and carry many responsibilities. You don't want to tell me anything, and I don't want to make things difficult for you. I will protect you in my own way. I will not go to Huangyan, nor will I stay in Huyun. I'm going to a very distant place to obtain the power to rewrite our ending. When I return, remember to buy the most beautiful wedding dress for me." After saying this, Qi Yuan ran in the direction of the demon realm. "Chili, please help me stop her. Because Qi Yuan has demonic blood in her. Can she sense the entrance to the demon realm? His Highness will definitely stop me if he finds out. So I have to leave first." Funfin and Gudiao were already waiting at the entrance. "Are you sure this is the place where the demon god is sealed? How can it be here?" It was said that Qi Yuan ran to the entrance of the demon realm alone. At this moment, damn it, I have a bad feeling. She will definitely be in danger. Yuan, come back. We can't let her leave. That's enough. Jin Yunlai, let her go. In the past, you always shouldered all the responsibilities yourself. You would carefully place the things you wanted to protect behind you. Aren't you tired of living like this? Try to believe in her. Believe that there is someone fighting by your side. I don't want her to suffer even the slightest harm. She is my treasured love. If anything happens to her, that would be my true pain. Chili thought to himself, Jin Yunlai is incredibly persistent, holding in the palm of his hand anyone he wants to protect, no matter what. Where do you think she went? Chili indicated it should be the place where the demon god is sealed. 1,000 years ago, the demon god was sealed beneath the land of the Central Plains. It should still be there now. Meanwhile, on Qiyuan's side. Qiyuan was running towards the demon realm. I have to get Gu Diao to open the gate to the demon realm before His Highness catches up. Suddenly, Master, I've finally found you. Gu Diao has already opened the gate to the demon realm, but Gu Diao's mood was not right. Oh my god, why are you so tattered and covered in blood? Funfin suggested giving Qiyuan a set of battle gear with high demonic resistance. So cute. Master, I have to take a picture to show Daddy later. After changing clothes, at this moment, she heard the sound of crying. She turned to see Gu Diao silently shedding tears. Damn it, I was supposed to be angry. Now I don't even have the strength to be angry. You discriminate against the demon race as filthy and impure, yet you seal the demon god beneath your own palace. Alright, don't just look at the surface. I will uncover all the truths. Qiyuan, holding Funfin and Gu Diao, rushed into the demon mirror. At this time, on Jin Yunlia's side, why did you seal the demon god under your own territory? Who gave you the audacity to imprison the demon god alone? At this moment, Jin Yunli used iron chains to bind Chili. I'm sorry, Chili. I can't explain about the demon realm to you right now. Jin Yunli, what are you doing? I must bring Yuan back quickly. The demon realm and that demon god are not as simple as you imagine. Qiyuan, with Funfin and Gu Diao, rushed through the gate to the demon realm. She thought the demon realm would be a desolate land full of demonic obstacles. It's all water. I'm going to drown. Master, hold on. Eat this water-repelling pearl. Gu Diao, why is the demon realm full of water? I don't understand either. At this moment, the demon realm was nothing but an endless, dark blur. The blur of the demon realm allows those who enter the lake to see the memories they most want to see at that moment. This is the past memory I most want to see. What is that coming out of the phoenix egg? Hello, little Yuan. At this moment, the phoenix suddenly appeared, startling Qiyuan. Qiyuan asked, how can you have an independent spiritual body to talk to me? Perhaps I couldn't die in peace. So a trace of my lingering consciousness remains in the world. Then where's the rainforest? So many memories. Do you see that memory? Qiyuan looked in the direction the phoenix was pointing. It was the most dazzling one among countless memories, as if carefully placed in the center of this lake. My memories are in the rainforest. Your rainforest is in the demon realm. What is your relationship with the demon realm? You chose to come to the demon realm regardless of everything. I think you are ready to accept my power. But love is a heavy burden in your destiny. You have to give everything, bear everything. Before you go to love, I hope you can know all the truths about the past of the gods, my past with them, all our love and hatred, the beginning of all evil. That year, in the gap where the clouds covered the sun, that was where the gods lived. Under a tree in the southern Vermilion Bird Shrine, an abandoned egg lay quietly. At this moment, a pair of hands lifted the egg. Honestly, I really don't know how you can run around without feet. If you sneak out to play by yourself again, I'll really throw you away. Suddenly, the grass behind him rustled. The young vermilion bird said, "Who's there?" At this moment, the young yellow dragon came out of the grass. Oh my, it seems I've seen something I shouldn't have. Vermilion bird, you laid an egg? The vermilion bird glared and gave a yellow dragon a beating. For over 1,000 years, this is the first time I've known you have a sister who was born at the same time, but couldn't hatch. Why didn't you tell us? You're useless except for having more tributes. What about the white tiger? Are you tired of being a god? Still gonna look for him. So annoying. It's fine if it doesn't hatch, but this stupid egg absorbs my divine power all day long. If you like it, take it. The yellow dragon took the egg and looked at it. Isn't there a crack on it? Really? When did that appear? It wasn't there this morning. Oh my, it's about to crack. On that day, everyone's destiny quietly shifted. In that instant, the heavens and earth resounded, and all things were reborn. The gods all saw the strange phenomenon in the sky. She was born with an incredible power, as if containing all that is beautiful. A vibrant life force. After breaking out of the shell, she instantly fell into the yellow dragon's arms. The yellow dragon couldn't put her down. Wow, so cute. It's the god of revival, the phoenix. For a moment, wait. It's not just life force. It seems there's something else. Why did you suddenly freeze? Give her back to me. The vermilion bird snatched her away. My art of prophecy seems to have seen a very strange future. I hope it's just my imagination. The cute phoenix said in a mysterious language, Sunday. The vermilion bird looked at her strangely. Son, are you talking about me? You're quite the sweet talker. As a god whose birth had never been witnessed by others, the yellow dragon and the vermilion bird tried to guide her onto the right path. In the blink of an eye, 300 years passed. Hey, don't run away. Come back and listen to the lesson. I'm so hungry. the vermilion bird picked up the phoenix and placed her next to the yellow dragon. The history of this world and the duties of a god that I told you about last time. Do you remember? This is the Xuanji realm, a branch of the human realm. Because this world was invaded by the demon race, the celestial realm sent gods here to protect the humans of the Xuanji realm who have no spiritual power. The vermilion bird turned the phoenix around. Very good. What about the divine law? Every god has rules they must follow for life and cannot overstep. You must not interfere with human development. You must not defy the fates set by the celestial realm. You must not attempt any power that breaks the rules. What was the other one? I don't remember. Forget it. The last one doesn't matter anyway. No god would violate that rule. If a god were to violate it, they would no longer be a god. What you are waiting for now is the second part of the divine mandate. When you awaken in the future, a voice in your consciousness will tell you, like the yellow dragon and me, our task is to protect the humans living in our respective directions. You don't have to worry about protecting the foolish humans of the South for your brother, so your brother can rest well. For now, make this your goal. Strive to remember that your brother is your rule. Listen to your brother. Okay, brother. But speaking of voices, when I was in the egg, a white, glowing ball often spoke to me. It told me everything about the outside world. The vermilion bird looked at the phoenix. What kind of ball? Just like you, brother. A white, fluffy ball like cotton. The vermilion bird was dumbfounded. I look like cotton? The vermilion bird and the yellow dragon tested the phoenix's power. The vermilion bird asked, "Who am I?" "Brother." He changed position, and now, still brother. In the phoenix's vision, they were just a patch of white. At this moment, the vermilion bird and the yellow dragon were discussing whether they should bring a human artifact. While they were discussing, the phoenix quietly slipped away. At this moment, the vermilion bird suddenly felt the phoenix was quiet. He turned around and, where did she go? The phoenix trotted along, drooling. I wonder which god is cooking up a private meal. At this moment, the phoenix did not know. What attracted her was the smell of cooking from the human world. But the current phoenix couldn't fly yet and was about to fall. Suddenly, a hand grabbed her. The one who held the phoenix was the white tiger god, saving her at the critical moment. "Hey, are you trying to die?" The phoenix could only see a dazzling white light before her. After trying hard to see clearly the little phoenix with her excellent power, this silhouette should be. After staring intently, it was still blurry. In the end, she successfully misidentified him. Brother, you came so quickly." She gave an awkward smile. The white tiger god remained expressionless, just looking at the phoenix. The white tiger expressionlessly picked up the phoenix. The phoenix, afraid of being nearsighted, quickly said, "Brother, I was wrong. I'll never run away again," she said while struggling. Then the white tiger god tripped on a stone. The two of them fell into the human world together. I shouldn't have meddled. Now I'm done for. The white tiger god held the little phoenix tightly. In midair, he turned. "Brother, why did you put me underneath?" The white tiger god remained expressionless. If someone has to die, you die first. Instantly, the phoenix was terrified. "You're this kind of brother?" The sky changed abruptly. Countless bolts of lightning fell. The white tiger god held the despairing phoenix as they fell. From time to time, he looked back at the lightning in the sky. On the other side, not here and not here either. At this moment, the vermilion bird and the yellow dragon were searching frantically. Today, the Divine Mountain's barrier will open for the crusade against the demon race. She couldn't have fallen from the Divine Mountain, could she? I have to go to the barrier to find her. Calm down. Leaving the Divine Mountain without permission will get you struck by heavenly lightning. Your primordial spirit. Don't worry. If she's really there, the white tiger god guarding the barrier will stop and save her. Ridiculous. He'll only wait for you to fall before catching you. Isn't that how the supreme Azure Dragon became disabled? Little Foodie, you better not run into him. He is the most central guardian of the divine power. A brutally savage white monster. It was said that the little phoenix and the white tiger god fell into the human world together. At this moment, in the human world, the phoenix brought braised pork. Brother, the white tiger god also naturally opened his mouth. And ate in one bite. At this moment, the phoenix was thinking, what just happened? Why was brother struck by lightning? Did he get retribution for not protecting humans properly? Seeing the braised pork in her hand about to be eaten up. Brother, leave some for me. I'm hungry too. The white tiger god pointed up. It means we fell from up there. Then he pointed at the phoenix, indicating, I saved you. He moved closer to the phoenix and held out his hand. So give me all the meat. At this moment, the phoenix opened her big, pitiful eyes and looked at the white tiger god coquettishly. The white tiger just stared at the phoenix motionlessly. In the end, the phoenix resorted to her ultimate move and started crying. Her big eyes were watery. In the end, the white tiger god couldn't bear to watch and lay down to rest on the side. The phoenix looked at the silent white tiger god. "Brother, have you become useless? When are we going back to the heavens?" In reality, the white tiger god couldn't even be bothered to explain that he wasn't her brother. At this moment, the white tiger god thought, that egg, I didn't expect it to survive after all. The mission bestowed upon the white tiger god by the divine law was to eradicate all things that violate the divine law. For thousands of years, he had strictly adhered to and carried out his mission. Even if he was alienated by others, he was like an emissary of the divine law, never allowing himself or others to deviate in the slightest. Until that day, the lost phoenix egg wandered into his territory. From the egg, he sensed a power he had never seen before. He knew this power surpassed the rules, so he intended to eradicate it. But the divine law stopped him. Powers that transcend the rules are not allowed to exist. Why do you stop me? Failing to kill the phoenix who possessed a power that broke the rules, he failed to complete his mission for the first time. This was his taboo. The white tiger woke up to find the phoenix sleeping soundly while hugging him. He casually picked up the phoenix and threw her out. Because it was too cold, the phoenix, without realizing it, rolled back again. After touching the white tiger god, she warmed up and slept contentedly. The white tiger god looked at this little phoenix. His first taboo, the first time being struck by heavenly lightning. All was wrong. Your birth was a mistake to begin with. Just as the white tiger was about to make a move on the phoenix, he found a person hiding behind a tree. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to peek. This was his first time seeing a god. It really is a god. The phoenix was groggily woken up by the noise. The white tiger god thought, it's really easy to run into wrong things. Meanwhile, on the divine mountain, found her yet? Is this broken mirror of yours working or not? The yellow dragon held his prophecy tracker. Hey, I see the phoenix and the white tiger god. They really did fall into the human world. They went into a city with a human boy. Is the white tiger crazy? Is he planning to interfere in human affairs? The vermilion bird shouted angrily. At this moment, the yellow dragon discovered this city is very strange. Time in this city is frozen. If it's related to the demon race, it doesn't count as violating the rule of non-interference with humans, right? There's such a city. A city of hundreds of thousands of people was silently controlled by the demon race. Vermilion bird, this is your jurisdiction. A city in the southern direction. The vermilion bird knew it was his jurisdiction and deliberately changed the subject. Hey, this human. Looking at this human through the mirror, he looks a bit familiar. In the human world, the young man said that their Wuya city was frozen by the demon race 200 years ago. Everyone here doesn't age. He hoped the immortal could help lift the curse. Don't worry, my brother said that in the future, I should take good care of the southern humans. At this moment, the divine radiance shone. The phoenix pulled the white tiger god. It's okay to start now, right, brother? The white tiger god replied perfunctorily, ah. At this moment, the phoenix's stomach rumbled. Oh my, Lady Immortal, this is your first time descending to the mortal world. How about I, jamming, take you on a tour of the human world for a few years and let you taste its delicacies? Really? That would be great. At this moment, the white tiger god pushed the phoenix behind him and looked down at the human. Stay away. Suddenly, the young man knelt down. Heavens, jamming was being presumptuous. The white tiger god looked at him expressionlessly, and the phoenix was thinking about all kinds of food, drooling. Please calm your anger, Lord God. The onlookers watching the memory, Chi-Yuan watched all this. You gods were so loving to each other in the past. In the mirror, time was accelerating. The little phoenix and the white tiger god temporarily stayed at the human boy's home. The boy showed them around the surrounding environment. Passing by toys, the phoenix tugged at the white tiger god. The white tiger god pretended not to see and ignored her. They traveled to every corner of this human city. They enjoyed the mountains and rivers and tasted all the delicacies of the human world. Although he always rejected crowds and festivities, the white tiger used an illusion. In the eyes of humans, they looked like ordinary people and did not attract attention. Why do you want to be ordinary humans again and lift the time barrier? Isn't eternal life great? Originally, everyone thought being ageless and immortal was a wonderful thing, just like gods. But gradually, everyone started to become lost. Although life does not fade, memories do. For a god who lives forever and whose memories are eternal, you surely wouldn't understand, right? Gods can die too. Under certain special circumstances, you surely don't know that, right? I know that gods are very difficult to kill. The little phoenix looked at him curiously. By the way, isn't that position uncomfortable for you? Not at all. My body is very sturdy. What I mean is, why does he have to use you as a pillow every time he sleeps? I don't know. Brother usually looks so tense, but I feel like when he leans on me to sleep, he becomes very relaxed. I get it. Brother must be seeking affection. Honestly, this grown man really can't do without me. In the white tiger's dream. Why did you stop me? Divine law. No need to ask further. I am the divine law, which is the rules. I permit the existence of this egg that possesses power beyond the rules. You have always done well. This does not count as your failure of duty. Please attribute the sin of that egg to me. The faith and responsibility I have upheld for 1,000 years must not have the slightest flaw. I truly did not choose the wrong person. Then remember this. If this egg violates other divine laws in the future, you must kill it. Otherwise, the sin of the divine laws it violates will be borne by you. Also, as I told you when I chose you, once you violate the 4 rules of divine power, you will face the despair of your entire life. Despair. I have long had nothing left to despair over. Hearing a creak, the white tiger woke up from his dream. He grabbed the phoenix's hand and said, covered in sweat, "Where are you going?" "Hey, brother, why are you sweating so much? Did you have a nightmare?" The phoenix touched the white tiger's face. The white tiger thought, I have long had nothing left to despair over, because from the very beginning, I had nothing. By the way, I've always wanted to ask you. The white tiger was interrupted. A bird outside the window shouted, "You let her go." "Brother, I was just about to go see that bird." "Little foodie, stay away from him. He is not your brother. He's just a heartless, cruel monster." Just as the white tiger was about to leave, the little phoenix grabbed his hand. "Brother," she said weakly, "I don't feel very well." The white tiger realized this was a divine injury reaction from a severe lack of spiritual power. The white tiger had always been cautious, thinking through everything meticulously. But this time, his body moved faster than his mind. After an unknown amount of time, the little phoenix woke up from a sweet dream, chewing on something. What is this soft and sweet thing? It smells so good. She found that the white tiger was sleeping. She quietly walked over to be his pillow. "What are you doing?" "Hey, isn't this the right way to sleep? Look where we are." The phoenix looked up. "This is the forest on the outskirts. How'd we suddenly get here?" "Your body is severely lacking in spiritual power. I can only feed you my spiritual power. It would be very troublesome to release spiritual power in the house." Very troublesome means that entire residential area would be turned to dust. The white tiger looked at the phoenix. Such immense power should not be possessed by a phoenix god. She's almost like something that was created. "Brother, you taste so good. Can I have another bite?" "Enough. I am not your brother." At first, I was just too lazy to explain. Later, I never expected that after more than 10 years, you still haven't realized you've mistaken me for someone else. I will resolve the matter here quickly and then send you back to the heavens. I'm not a good person. Don't follow me anymore. I won't. If you were a bad person, why would you have stayed with me in the human world for over 10 years? But the white tiger grabbed the phoenix and said, "I am the guardian of the divine realm, the white tiger. I have the right to kill gods at will. The only outcome of getting too close to me is death, or a fate worse than death. But I feel that being with you is clearly very happy." The white tiger looked at the phoenix, as if responding to the young girl's words in the snow-white god's heart. The melody that had been like endless mountain snow for 1,000 years, for a rare moment, slowed by half a beat. The white tiger extended his arm. "Is that so? Brother, you're the best. Actually, I knew all along. I knew from the very beginning. Although my eyes can't see clearly. Although at that time you were as dazzling as the sun, the meaning and killing intent in your heart cannot be hidden. Just like the killing intent when the egg was cracked open. At first, it was just because I was scared. At this moment, the vermilion bird's avatar had been searching for the phoenix's whereabouts. Vermilion bird. So you never figured it out? I am very clear. She's just a 300-year-old child. You two were eggs born at the same time. You two are the same age. At this moment, the white tiger watched the phoenix, full from eating, fall asleep. At first, it was just because I was scared. Later, I felt that if time could just stand still at that moment, it would be fine. Then I wouldn't have to experience the pain that follows. Last time, the white tiger thought the phoenix was asleep and inadvertently glanced at her. Instantly, the white tiger's eyes widened. The young girl lying in his arms had now grown up. At that moment, the young man understood. His hand inadvertently reached out to touch the phoenix's face. The young man didn't know what was wrong with him. At this moment, he didn't want to know either. He just wanted time to stand still at this moment. That ripple in his heart was destined to be the last flutter of his life. At this moment, the vermilion bird, exhausted from searching for the phoenix, collapsed. "I found you. Brother, why did you descend to the mortal world as a chicken? This appearance of yours means you've awakened. Yes, the divine law came to me while I was sleeping. It said my mission is to bring hope to everyone. Brother, Are you listening to me seriously? At this moment, the vermilion bird was only focused on staring at the white tiger next to him. He spread his wings in front of the white tiger. White tiger, don't you dare get close to her again. Don't think that just because you're a guardian. I've been waiting for you to lure her to the human world for decades. What is your purpose? Why wasn't she punished by heavenly lightning when she descended from the divine mountain? Could it be that the heavenly lightning is also controlled by you? The little phoenix smiled happily. The white tiger looked at the phoenix, and they smiled at each other. The vermilion bird was so scared that all the words he was about to say were held back. That madman who used to kill without blinking an eye actually smiled. The vermilion bird looked at the white tiger's expression. He's clearly smiling, but why do I feel like he's sad? A few months later, the white tiger god found the location of that time's spiritual energy. You and your brother are leaving next month, right? My brother and I plan to settle in the west of the city. The old lady here always secretly gives him a lot of food. The little phoenix touched the old lady's hand and saw a wound. Old lady, did that princess come to trouble everyone again? The princess of Wuya City loves to find pleasure in torturing people. If it's a messenger, she'll sever their tendons. If it's a cook, she'll drive nails into their hands. I'm sorry, old lady. I can't help. What are you talking about? If anyone needs protecting, it's the old lady protecting you. By the way, after all these decades, I still don't know your names. The little phoenix was about to say her name was Phoenix. The next second, the white tiger covered her mouth. My name is Bai. Her name is She, bringing happiness and hope. That's a really good name. Seeing the phoenix and the white tiger, the old lady was reminded of her own married child. Old lady, what is getting married? Xiaoxi is still young. You'll understand when you're in your 20s. I'm over 1,000 years old, you know. The old lady couldn't win the argument with the phoenix. She pointed to the apricot blossoms on the side and said, the apricot blossom is what we use as a token of love. If little she meets someone she likes in the future, just pick an apricot blossom for him. The rest of the story will unfold slowly. 1 month after this, they obtained the time spiritual energy of Wuya City. So it's the time stone. As long as this is destroyed, everyone can live a normal life. The excited phoenix used a spiritual art to destroy the spiritual energy. Unfortunately, they would never see that day. After destroying the spiritual energy, not only did the people not return to their normal lives, but a large portion of the people of Wuya City disappeared. After time was unfrozen, the heavenly Tao simply could not tolerate people who had lived for over 200 years. This is the rule of heaven. No one could defy their fate. Over 200 years ago, it was already destined for their bodies to turn to ash and their souls unable to enter reincarnation. So you knew all along. The white tiger god did not hesitate. Yes, just then, suddenly the phoenix saw a mass of evil power. What is this? Oh my, how pitiful. All turned to dust. Come, I have brought you your hope. At this moment, an image of she appeared in the city sky. This caused the humans who had never seen a god to feel immense reverence. Lord God, can you bear to see us so humbly crushed into dust? We just want to live and die normally, not suddenly disappear like this. So that human was the demon god we've been looking for hundreds of years. It was that boy. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. With your power, why didn't you kill him? When the white tiger fell to the human world, he was injured by heavenly lightning. The demon god used this hard-won opportunity to threaten him. If the white tiger didn't obey, he would eat this young bird. The white tiger thought, as long as I find the time-piercing stone, I can gain power. Then I can safely send Xiaoxi back to the heavens. At this moment, Xiaoxi made a wish. As long as everyone sincerely makes a wish to me, the wish can be realized. Are you crazy? This violates the divine law. You must not interfere with human development. I'm not afraid of punishment. My mission is to bring hope to everyone. Shut up. Just because they were good to you for a few decades? A few decades is but an instant. It would be so embarrassing if this got out to the celestial realm. Human memories will fade, but a god's memories will not. I can't forget the things we experienced together. Every single thing is crystal clear. One is a newly born girl. One is a young man who has never entered the world. They brought their pure whiteness and merged into the myriad lights of the human world. I'll never get to eat braised pork again, and the memories of our existence together will only be left with this pile of ashes. The phoenix shattered the time stone, causing the world to develop in another, worse direction. At this moment, the white tiger god of divine law, you know that the fate of all living beings is determined by you. If you want everyone to be under your control, then why did you grant her such a powerful ability? And why did you let me meet her? Everything we've been through is just like a dream. She really always makes me inadvertently have thoughts that go against the divine law. The first time was back then, when I knew that an egg outside the rules could be allowed to exist. That was the beginning of my special feelings for her. Hurry up and come with me. Brother, don't grab my hand, it hurts. Stop fooling around. I'm doing this for your own good. Suddenly, the white tiger's hand blocked the vermilion bird. The vermilion bird hugged the phoenix from behind. Go, do what you want to do. The phoenix looked at the white tiger. Shall by. The white tiger caressed the phoenix's face. I believe you can definitely bring hope to everyone. At this moment, the phoenix seemed to see the sun. White tiger, you used to just watch. Now you want to push her into the abyss with your own hands? She'll be fine. Whatever the punishment, I will bear it for her. This was the second time the white tiger violated the divine law for the phoenix. Shall by, thank you. The phoenix smiled. After hearing the god's words, the people also prayed devoutly. The young god danced gracefully amidst the hymns of wishes. Everyone's wishes gathered together, finally becoming a great hope, just as the wish was about to come true. At this moment, the princess of Wuye City, Chiju, appeared. A god? What a joke. I'm the most noble. Others advised the princess not to make strange wishes. At this moment, the demon god whispered in Chiju's ear, as long as she speaks her evil thoughts, it will cause a huge backlash against the phoenix. At this moment, Chiju maliciously wished to replace the phoenix. This wish was mixed with the power of the demon god, and it pierced into the power of hope. After an unknown amount of time, the vermilion bird brought the phoenix back to the divine mountain. The vermilion bird asked the yellow dragon to take care of the little brat. Your prophecy. Did you see the result of the princess's wish? Because she was the last one to make a wish, and she was possessed by a demon. I'm afraid this wish will only take effect after thousands of years. Unless the phoenix dies and is reincarnated as a human, it cannot be realized. Don't worry. At this moment, the vermilion bird was relieved. That's good. The phoenix's last words to the divine law were, don't punish my brother. I'm the one who messed up. This is making me so angry. What sin could I have? Bringing hope to everyone is her mission. What is your mission? You could be said to be one of the main culprits of all this, because that is your jurisdiction. He also said he had feelings for those people, so he wanted to save them. The white tiger also agreed to actually speak of feelings. The divine law states that they cannot have passionate feelings for each other, because that is the most shameful thing in the divine realm. After that failed wish, the divine law gave the phoenix a new mission, to take revenge on the demon god. The white tiger protected the phoenix behind him. That was undoubtedly sending her to her death. The people who had experienced despair were now nourishment for the demon race. The demon god's power had also increased several times. To avoid danger, the white tiger took on this mission for the phoenix. After that, his figure was never seen again. After that, spring passed and winter came. Yellow dragon, can you get some good food for the little foodie? Her condition is getting worse and worse. The celestial god actually arranged for so many young gods. Speaking of which, they are very similar to us. They also grew up together. The 5 of them also chose different guardians. Will a sister come out later? It doesn't matter. It's good that the divine law doesn't have time to manage us. At this moment, the phoenix was locked by the vermilion bird at the bottom of the divine palace. That was the safest place on the entire divine mountain. We can't let her get into trouble. Once all the divine laws are triggered, her primordial spirit will be reclaimed and reorganized by the celestial realm. Decades passed. During this time, the divine law did not take any punitive action against the phoenix. Here, the only things accompanying the little phoenix were the scattered fragments of light from the window and a soft, wrinkled apricot blossom. The phoenix recalled the last day she was with the white tiger. Don't listen to the divine law. Don't go to your death. You're suffering from a backlash now. You can't even. The phoenix was very disappointed. Shall by. I couldn't bring hope to everyone. Not a single one. No, you did. There was one person whose world had already collapsed. But after meeting you, his broken world was reassembled piece by piece. You are my hope. At this moment, the white tiger embraced the phoenix. After hearing the white tiger's words, the phoenix was very moved. At that time, I didn't want to admit it. I was afraid of violating the 4th divine law. But now, it doesn't matter anymore. At this moment, outside the window, the demon god was rampaging freely. At this moment, the divine law spoke in a secret language to the guardian. White tiger, you will bear the guilt for the 3 divine laws in place of the phoenix. Now you have violated the 4th divine law. The celestial realm will reclaim you. The white tiger dragged the demon god into a space unknown to anyone. This battle lasted for thousands of years. It ended with the white tiger exhausting his spiritual power to seal the demon god. Afterwards, the severely injured white tiger was taken to the celestial realm. If this were the end, there could be no worse ending. 1,000 years later, in the space where the white tiger sealed the demon god, the white tiger groggily opened his eyes. He heard someone speaking. "Ah, you're awake. You ask who I am? I am Shenlu. Why not return to the celestial realm? I am the rules. Where I am is heaven. And one last question. Why did I use the little phoenix's appearance to reclaim you? Because it's interesting." The white tiger trembled with rage. "Interesting. You clearly forbid us from breaking your rules, yet you gave me the hope of breaking them. Just when I began to cherish this hope, you destroy it before my eyes. You know full well that gods never forget anything. Before I was to be reclaimed, his appearance has echoed in my mind for these thousands of years, impossible to erase. The memory brings excruciating pain. And at the final moment before my reclamation, you still use his appearance. You are the real demon. Everything is just a game for your own amusement. Clever child, but you don't need to know anymore. Your primordial spirit is already in pieces. What if I were to now pull out that part of your soul filled with feelings for the phoenix? Then amplify your desires and let you return to the Xuanji realm? That would surely be interesting, wouldn't it? Stop. The white tiger shouted, but it was futile. At this moment, Shenlu said, "This is the part of your soul that contains your emotions." It's actually still smiling. The white tiger weakly reached out. "Give it back to me. Give it back to me." Shenlu, in the form of the phoenix, asked, "What do you want now?" The white tiger at this moment wanted, "Well, I want his power." At this moment, Shenlu smiled. "Gather your companions. We're going to play a new game." Meanwhile, on the Divine Mountain, the yellow dragon had finished cooking and called for Shao Shi to eat. Just as he was about to ask what to eat, the phoenix bumped into the yellow dragon. "Yellow dragon, I'm going to the netherworld right away. I'm not eating." For thousands of years, the phoenix had never given up searching for the white tiger. He entered the netherworld to ask the nether emperor for a soul. The yellow dragon had already prepared for the phoenix's afterlife the first time he went to the netherworld. So this time he wouldn't let the phoenix take the risk again. The phoenix also understood that he was only going to the netherworld to confirm if the white tiger was dead. Just then, the yellow dragon looked and said, "The apricot blossoms are blooming." At this, the phoenix's eyes widened. "Will Shao Bai come back when the flowers bloom?" Year after year, during one apricot blossom season, he really did come back. The white tiger smiled and opened his arms. When the phoenix saw it was the white tiger, he didn't react for a long moment. By then, his face was already streaked with tears. He threw himself into the white tiger's arms, sobbing bitterly. All his longing was contained in that embrace. At that moment, the white tiger took out a knife, coaxing the phoenix. There, he said, and stabbed him. "It's been a long time. Hello, everyone. I've returned to fulfill my duties as a guardian." The vermilion bird looked at the white tiger, shocked. "What is this? What have you done? This? Can't you even sense your own younger sister? It's his head. What have you done?" The vermilion bird screamed in despair. "It's all right. As long as his soul isn't separated, he can be reborn through nirvana. Give him 3 days to hand over the power of hope. Otherwise, I will hunt him down until his soul is completely shattered." That night, the vermilion bird held the little phoenix and cried for a long, long time. The vermilion bird was completely broken. "You waited for him for so long, only for it to end like this. You fool." 3 days later, the vermilion bird took all her weapons to find the white tiger god. In the end, for the crime of offending Shenlu, the white tiger stripped the vermilion bird of all her memories of the little phoenix. Over the following millennia, the vermilion bird and the phoenix grew further and further apart. At this, the yellow dragon held the phoenix. "I'm sorry, I couldn't help with anything." After his nirvana, the little phoenix could no longer see. He said nothing and gave the power of hope to the white tiger. The yellow dragon's unease did not lessen at all. Instead, it grew stronger. At this time, during the battle for the Xuanji Jade, Hey, Lord Shenlu, is it true? If we seize the Xuanji Jade, can we obtain a power even stronger than the power of hope? That's right. The white tiger felt it wasn't enough. Far from enough. The power he wanted was a power that could kill Shenlu. "What nonsense are you talking about? I will give all my power, status, and the position of ruler of the 3 realms to the winner." The immense temptation made the 4 of them eager to try. "What? You can't go back on your word." The knowledge-seeking black tortoise said, "Sounds quite interesting." At this, the white tiger said to the divine dragon, the azure dragon, "You won't refuse, will you?" The azure dragon, fearing the white tiger, could only follow their arrangements. The fewer players, the better. Now only the yellow dragon and that little fledgling are left. Good, the yellow dragon isn't here. No one can protect you today. Isn't he your younger sister? I've never had a younger sister. Stop talking nonsense. So what if he is? You don't expect me to have any feelings for him, do you? It's disgusting. Let's go. He no longer has the strength to compete. Let's just lock him on the divine Divine Mountain and let him fend for himself. Hearing that they were going to fight for the Xuanji Jade, the little phoenix told them not to go, and he asked the white tiger to protect the power of hope. At this moment, Shenlu deliberately goaded the phoenix. You have a way to get the power of hope back, don't you? Hearing that the power could be taken back, the white tiger revealed his killing intent. Lord Shenlu, you don't have to beat around the bush. If I can survive, I will definitely stop this absurd game. Because of Shenlu's instigation, the four gods became wary of the phoenix. Shenlu continued to entice the four gods. Whoever kills the phoenix will get the Xuanji Jade first. Let him rest in peace. The white tiger was the first to act, kicking the phoenix away. The phoenix spat out blood. Disappointed, the phoenix watched everything. What was the purpose of my existence in this life? Later, the white tiger raised his sword. The phoenix used his last bit of strength to say to the white tiger, "Xiao Bai, you are my son." What the white tiger lost were all his feelings for the phoenix. He didn't forget the past. He just didn't feel anything anymore. But he didn't understand why. In that instant, the emptiness in his heart made him so panicked. The head is mine. The vermilion bird grabbed the phoenix. And so, the phoenix died under his own sister's blade. As his soul was shattered and exiled, he said, "Lord Shenlu, I curse that one day, someone will make you fall from the ninth heaven." The yellow dragon, who had rushed over to retrieve the phoenix's soul, was treated as an outcast by the four gods. "You're all insane." At this, the white tiger said, "The humans now cannot use spiritual power." As he spoke, he reached out to grab the yellow dragon. "Then I'll have to trouble you." At that moment, the Xuanji realm was instantly destroyed and then reset. The yellow dragon's body became the land of the Xuanji realm. The yellow dragon's spiritual power scattered into the air. In the last episode, it was said that the phoenix was personally killed. The yellow dragon transformed into the foundation of the Xuanji realm. His spiritual power became the basis for creating new humans who could use spiritual power. From then on, the Xuanji realm became a world completely controlled by the four gods. The four gods found the four most talented individuals to become the royal families of each nation. At the same time, they were to compete for the Xuanji Jade. The former Shenlu had played with all living beings in the palm of his hand. Now, the rulers have changed. The four gods manipulate the people of the Xuanji realm. The four chosen crown princes were raised together from a young age, just like the four gods of the past. In the end, they had to kill each other to compete for the Xuanji Jade. At this moment, the memory crystal seemed to have fulfilled its mission. It shattered. Qi Yuan's face was streaked with tears. Why is this the truth? This outcome made Qi Yuan feel suffocated, desperate, and helpless. Qi Yuan slapped her own face. No, I have to pull myself together. First, Qi Yuan sorted out the current situation. The yellow dragon must hate Shenlu very much. He also appeared with Shirsi before, so it was the force they formed that brought me to the Xuanji realm. The yellow dragon must have prophesied that I could save the Xuanji realm. The method is probably to have me get along with any of the crown princes, then obtain the Xuanji Jade and save the world. It's really like a dating sim. Qi Yuan continued to analyze. If the yellow dragon is so powerful, then Shirsi's identity can't be that simple. I wonder how Shirsi is doing now. After finishing her analysis, Qi Yuan decided on her goal. First, to kill the white tiger god. But the white tiger was also bewitched by the demon god. The thought gave Qi Yuan a headache. "Phoenix, why are you on the ground? If you don't eat for too long, I'll suffer too. Help me up quickly." Funfin and Gudiao couldn't stay in the water for too long, so they were teleported out by the phoenix. Qi Yuan ate while looking at the phoenix. The phoenix knew all about the events in the memory crystal. Before reincarnating, the phoenix wandered the mortal world for many years. He met the demon god and learned many inside stories from him. At that time, the phoenix also used many methods to confirm it. At least back then, the demon god's feelings for the phoenix were genuine. Qi Yuan said, "Then let's find a way to defeat Shenlu." Impossible. It's precisely because Shenlu cannot be defeated that the phoenix chose to reincarnate. They are both powers beyond the rules and cannot be beaten. The phoenix originally wanted to sleep, but was moved by Qi Yuan's heart for Crown Prince Biyun, which made the phoenix regain hope. The phoenix told Qi Yuan, "As long as we can rescue the Huyun kingdom from the competition and the white tiger's hands, that's already the best possible outcome." The memory crystal shatters as soon as the person involved finishes viewing the memories. So Lin Yu is sealed in the memory stone. The way to use it is to have someone with the power of hope, with a pure and beautiful heart, and then make a wish full of hope. That way, the phoenix egg can be opened and the power of hope can be obtained. Qi Yuan was instantly deflated. The owner of the power of hope is the white tiger. How could he possibly make a hopeful wish? Qi Yuan grabbed the phoenix. Can you be a little more reliable? The phoenix told Qi Yuan, since the yellow dragon prophesied that you can save the Xuanji realm, there must be a way to solve Hu Yun's problem. The tired phoenix leaned against Qi Yuan. As long as you find happiness, I'll be satisfied. Qi Yuan looked at the phoenix. What about you? Do you really not care at all? The phoenix closed his eyes. There's no going back. Things that can't be forgotten must be forgotten. At this moment, Qi Yuan only felt helpless. Is there really no way to defeat the source of all evil? Suddenly, the demon god appeared and trapped Qi Yuan. Leaving so soon? The demon god grabbed Qi Yuan's wrist. Won't you stay with me for a while, Xiaoxi? Oh no, Xiao Yuan. The demon god used a charm spell to immobilize Qi Yuan. At this moment, the demon god spoke. Ever since my attempt to turn you into a demon in the Hu Yun Sky prison failed, I've missed you very much. Let go of me. What are you doing? Inherit my power and go kill the white tiger. Qi Yuan looked at the demon god. You couldn't even kill me. It's useless even if I inherit it. The demon god looked at Qi Yuan. Not using your power to fight him, but fusing my power with yours to create a power outside the rules. A so-called power outside the rules is an illogical power. If your power and mine fuse, a new power can be born. Sounds like I'll explode and die. You won't. You are the reincarnation of the phoenix who held the power of hope. I won't believe you. The phoenix's death was because of you. Whoever possesses the power of revival or hope will make me. Wanting to kill him is just my instinct. As for why I want to help him, it's because of memories. The crystal also had my memories, but I deleted them. The demon god rested his chin in his hand. That's a secret between him and me. If you don't join forces with me now, do you have any other choice? Meanwhile, forces from all sides were about to converge on Hu Yun. In the Hu Yun Sky prison, I say, brotherly, you're here to save your sister too? How did you end up chained? Chili looked at Zhuanyas. You're here too. A bit late, aren't you? Oh, sorry. My ride broke down on the way. Good thing you're here. Barging into Hu Yun so openly now will cause a war between Huang Yin and Hu Yun. At this, Chili pointed to the azure jade conch on the ground. Isn't that the solution, Mr. Spy from Gondilon Yuan? Meanwhile, the saintess created by the white tiger god was receiving the worship of the people throughout Hu Yun. Lady Saintess, please bless us with wealth and prosperity. Please, you must marry our crown prince. The saintess smiled. When Eli returns, Lord White Tiger God will personally witness our wedding. On the other side of the Mohu, those who enter the Mohu can see the memory they most want to know. You should be here by now. Get ready for the final battle. Over in the Mohu, Qi Yuan asked the demon god, you must care a lot about the little phoenix, right? A secret. Qi Yuan pressed again. You must care. After all, you deliberately waited until the little phoenix was asleep to suddenly appear. Is there something you don't want to do in front of him? Do you really just want to help me get rid of the white tiger? Seeing that Qi Yuan had hit a nerve, the demon god laughed. You really are a cunning little fox. As he spoke, he lunged for Qi Yuan, who dodged. What, you're not running? Do you want to fight me? Qi Yuan felt his intentions were malicious and that this couldn't go on. So she asked the demon god, hey, what do you really want to use me for? To kill all your enemies? The demon god closed his eyes. It doesn't matter who it is. They can all just die. Are you crazy? You want to kill everyone? You won't even spare your own clansmen, Gudiao? Gudiao? Who's that? Because the demon god had been imprisoned by the gods for too long. All his humiliation erupted at this moment. Qi Yuan was shocked. The demon god, who had been imprisoned for so long, actually possessed such immense power. The demon god was afflicted with demonic poison during his recollection. At this moment, Qi Yuan couldn't move. You can indeed withstand the mixed power of gods and demons. But you are human, after all. It's uncertain if your spirit can bear it. Even if you succeed, you'll become a bloodthirsty machine. Qi Yuan could only be at the demon god's mercy. The demon god lunged at Qi Yuan. Let's die together. What are you doing? Stop. Xiaoxi, how long has it been since we last met? Even though I'm now being tortured to the point of spiritual and physical annihilation by the white tiger, I never forgot to protect our memory crystal. You'll forgive me, right? Come, eat the demon core. Qi Yuan struggled, but it was useless. The demon god pinched Qi Yuan's face. Don't tell me you want me to feed it to you personally? The crazed demon was like an abyssal lake. As mentioned, Qi Yuan was trapped by the demon god and was being forced to eat the demon core. At this moment, Qi Yuan fell into an endless darkness. It's so painful. She also wanted to see her own son. Just then, a blinding light flashed. Jin Yunlai used the divine tree sword, separating the demon god and Qi Yuan. Caught off guard, Qi Yuan was caught by a hand. Then she fell into a warm embrace. Stay away from her. Who are you, daring to barge into the demon realm and ruin my plans? Just now, Qi Yuan was almost swallowed by darkness. He always appears when I'm most terrified and uneasy, as if illuminating the entire world. Even without words, just leaning in his arms makes one feel incredibly at ease. So warm. He hadn't spoken for a long time. Qi Yuan thought the crown prince was angry with her and looked up. The hand Jin Yunlai used to hold Qi Yuan was trembling. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. You're all right. You scare me so much I didn't know what to do. As much as I looked forward to our wedding day, that's how much I feared you would never return to my side. Silly bean, you can never leave my side alone again. At this moment, the demon god struggled. I'm really getting old. This body is decaying day by day like a corpse. I can't even use my full power. Qi Yuan looked at the demon god, surprised he had recovered so quickly. The demon god launched an attack at Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan pushed the crown prince. Your Highness, dodge. Jin Yunlai didn't dodge. Instead, he used his hand to block the attack for Qi Yuan. His hand was pierced by the demonic miasma, the demon god's unique miasma. I'm fine. I knew long ago that the demon god only wants to kill indiscriminately. That's why I didn't want you to come to the demon realm. Qi Yuan noticed at this moment. Jin Yunli's injured hand was miraculously healing. Oh, I know who you are. It's you, little crown prince. You've been ruining my plans since you were a child. Qi Yuan was surprised. You knew each other? It turned out that the power within Jin Yunli's body could neutralize the demonic miasma. So, since he was young, the White Tiger God had sealed the demon god under Jin Yunli's palace. But the White Tiger God had always used this opportunity to get close to the demon god, absorbing his power to fulfill his own ambitions. The White Tiger God's ambition. Your Highness, you know everything now. It seems you entered the Mohu and saw your memories too. I was originally hiding. Then you're really strong. The god you've protected and believed in your whole life turned out to be just a fraud. And you can still stand here so calmly. Your life is a joke. If I were you, I'd just bite my tongue and kill myself. Shut up. You're the one who hurts others by any means necessary. What right do you have to mock His Highness, who has been protecting everyone? The demon god held out his hand. If you don't want to be killed by mistake, then shut your mouth. Jin Yunlai grabbed Qi Yuan and activated a protective shield. Lien Yuan, to be honest, my mind is a complete mess right now. The faith I've held onto has been shattered, stabbing into my body like blades. Your Highness, don't blame yourself. I'll always be with you. I'll walk you through this. Jin Yunlai thought, thank goodness you're here. Seeing you, I can temporarily forget all the pain. At this moment, our hearts are finally connected. The demon god watched this scene in silence. The truth. This scene reminded the demon god of the phoenix and the white tiger. He unleashed his demonic power and charged towards Qi Yuan and the crown prince. Your Highness, be careful. It's fine. His demonic power will only accelerate his body's decay. Let's go. Qi Yuan followed closely behind, but was knocked to the ground by the shield. Jin Yunlai turned back to help Qi Yuan up. You stay put. Why can't I get out of this shield? That's because, of course, I don't want you to risk fighting. Didn't we agree that I would accompany you? But I haven't agreed yet. Qi Yuan smiled helplessly. Silly bean, you're too cute. I've never been so selfish with any single person before. I don't want you to get hurt in the slightest. Trust me, it'll be over soon. This king, will definitely bring back victory. An unknown amount of time passed. The demonic miasma had become so thick it filled the entire Mohu. The miasma was so dense that Qi Yuan couldn't open her eyes. His Highness is amazing. He's not affected at all, and it seems he's already defeated the demon god. With him here, I feel so at ease. I can rest easy now. I'll just close my eyes for a bit, just a little while. The demon god coughed violently. Jin Yunlai had already defeated the demon god. Have you become this weak? But to eliminate him, the demon core must be destroyed. But the only things that can destroy the demon core are the power of revival and the demonic power of the demon race. At this moment, so be it. This is the only way. He raised his long sword to strike the demon god, but his wrist was caught by the demon god. I see. I was right. You were the biggest surprise today. Where are you looking? I'm over here. Guessing correctly, the demon god launched a demonic attack, severely injuring Jin Yunlai. Jin Yunlai spat out blood. You've been using a double to feign weakness all this time, deliberately luring me into exposing myself. Why don't you dare fight me with your real body? Which one is the real body? They all smell so similar. The demon god sneered. As you wish. Many demon lords appeared around Jin Yunlai. Where did so many remnant demons come from? No, these are all dead spirits that have been transformed into demons and the dead spirits of humans. The demon god laughed. These are all my leftovers, the rotting flesh I've consumed. After all, being locked in this place for millennia, I have to eat too. Your noble white tiger god made my own kin into food for me. When there weren't enough demons, he used the humans of Huyun. But I don't like to eat human skin, so some of them are skin and bones. How does it feel, Crown Prince of Huyun? You actually use the Netherworld's forbidden art of necromancy. That's not the point. The point is, even with divine power protecting your body, it's impossible for you to be completely unaffected by the demonic miasma. The only possibility is that you yourself are of half-demon blood. At this moment, in the distant void, the yellow dragon was watching the events in the demon realm. The yellow dragon covered his face. Xiaoxi, all right, at this point, none of us can escape. Let's join this battle then. It seems there's nothing in this world that can hold you back. After speaking, the yellow dragon knelt down. A blessing to the dragon's roar that lingers in the void. I wish you success, Lord Nether Emperor. This seal, I was born with it. It's like a birthmark. This was originally a seal used to bind the souls of gods. It can also seal various powers within your body. The white tiger god infused power into Jin Yunlia's body, even allowing him to break the rules. The mixing of divine and demonic power creates a power outside the rules. The crazed white tiger, I can naturally imagine you. Perhaps that woman of yours is more suited to inherit my demonic power. He continued to provoke Jin Yunli. Could it be that because it's mixed with demonic power, you still have reservations? It's none of your business. At this point, you're still bound by so-called morals and responsibilities. When humans break down, they're capable of anything, right? At this moment, the demon god reached for Qi Yuan. She's useless now. Kill her. Jin Yunli used the sword in his hand to block the attack on Qi Yuan. Wow, not bad. As expected of the pinnacle of humanity in this world. However, every demon here now is at the Suzhong level. You can handle one, but what about thousands? How can you deal with them all at once? I will never allow a demon like you to harm her. You're not expecting the king of hell to come and save you, are you? It seems you've been locked up for too long. You know nothing about the outside world. At this moment, Qi Yuan was nowhere to be seen. What? Where's she? Since heaven won't take you, then hell it is. Revenant. At this moment, the Nether Emperor appeared. Submit to me. Instantly, all the dead spirits knelt. How is this possible? Lord Nether Emperor. Shirsi looked down on the suppressed demon god. Oh, this is an unexpected gain. The scent is very familiar. Could it be that you are the thief who stole the Netherworld's time, aura, and manipulated the forbidden art of necromancy? The thief. Last time, the Nether Emperor appeared. So the thief who stole the Netherworld's spiritual energy was you. The demon god was trapped by the Nether Emperor's spiritual art. Damn it, you're actually trying to kill me. Damn it, oh my. Shirsi calmly watched the demon god, waving his fingers and using his spiritual art, explode. At this, the demon god let out a blood-curdling scream. Shirsi waved his hand forward, using his spiritual art. Bind. Suddenly, Qi Yuan, in Shirsi's arms, stirred and hugged his arm. Shirsi was touched by this gesture and stopped his actions. He actually got distracted at a time like this, revealing an opening. My creator, this three realms is already Shinlu's world. The world no longer needs a demon god. He used the demonic art to attack Shirsi. Jin Yunli quickly stepped forward. Be careful. At this moment, Shirsi opened a formation. Time freeze. The demon god was also bound by demonic power. Shirsi watched as time stopped. Have you had enough to bite? What flavor is it? Cool cucumber potato chip flavor. Shirsi looked at Qi Yuan with admiration. You're really something, able to answer fluently even in your sleep. Even though you have no concept of time, you remember that you haven't seen me for a long time. Shirsi's hand, reaching for Qi Yuan, suddenly stopped. If only time could stop at this moment, or if time could flow a little slower. Just a little slower. Never mind. Luckily, you always sleep so soundly. He instantly teleported Qi Yuan into Jin Yunlia's arms. Go with him. He needs you more. Jin Yunli, I've cleared the obstacles before the battle for you. I've done what I promised. Gate of the Demon Realm. He tore it open. Jin Yunli, holding Qi Yuan, jumped in. I'll take this demon with me. Remember to do what you promised me. Jin Yunli had his back to Shirsi. Thank you. Whether it's the memories of the past life or the enemies we have to face in the future, don't think about them anymore for now. After returning to the human world, take a good breather. Qi Yuan suddenly realized Jin Yunli hadn't woken up yet. She held Jin Yunlia's hand. Your Highness. A moment later, I fell asleep. Where's this? Jin Yunli groggily opened his eyes. Qi Yuan's face appeared before him. This position, Yuan. Qi Yuan looked at Jin Yunli. What's wrong? This position, Yuan. Your Highness. come on, this position is a bit awkward. Your Highness, are you shy? You touched my, but not long after seeing me. So your Highness can be shy too. Yuan, wait a minute. Qi Yuan bit Jean Yunlia's neck. Today's big tiger isn't very interested in hunting. Then is he going to fall into the hunter's hands? Jean Yunli pinned Qi Yuan down. Once a tiger starts hunting, it won't let go until it has devoured its prey completely. Then don't let go. Jean Yunli looked at Qi Yuan in surprise. I thought you were going to leave me behind again. Next time, we might be facing the entire Huyun kingdom and the strongest being in the world. I know you'll push me away again next time. Even so, I will follow in your footsteps in my own way. No, there won't be a next time. I don't want you to get hurt. I've said such self-satisfying things many times. It turns out it only brings you pain. I'm sorry. I'll tell you everything you want to know. You're not lying to me again, are you? If you don't trust me that much, maybe you should just go ahead with your plan. If you're not good with these lines, then don't. Before he could finish, Qi Yuan suddenly kissed Jean Yunli. Jean Yunli pinned Qi Yuan down, responding to her. At this moment, all their emotions were wrapped up in the mood. Continuously released through the skin, their fingertips grazed. We will never be separated again. On a night with a bright moon. Achoo! Suddenly, Qi Yuan sneezed. Jean Yunli draped his coat over Qi Yuan. It's so cold. I remember the weather was still warm the day we entered the Mohu. Sorry, I should have taken you somewhere warmer sooner. I was too impulsive. It's fine. By the way, Your Highness, you said before that the white tiger already realized he was deceived. Doesn't that mean the act you two put on was for nothing? It wasn't for nothing. Actually, time in the demon realm is different from the outside world. 3 months have already passed outside. Qi Yuan was surprised. Really? Let's head towards the Imperial City first. The two immediately set off for the Imperial City to find the White Tiger God. On the way, Jean Yunli picked up Qi Yuan. Put me down. I'm just a little cold. Not good. Because Qi Yuan was too shy, she tickled Jean Yunli. This position, Yuan, you saw the memories of the gods at the beginning of creation in the Memory Stone. Can you tell me about it? Qi Yuan told Jean Yunli everything she saw in the Memory Stone. So, the real mastermind is that so-called Heavenly Tao, Shunlu. Qi Yuan looked into the distance. They were once like this too, watching the night sky in the outskirts of the previous world. Such happiness is already an impossible luxury for them. Yuan, what's wrong? It's nothing. He's not the same white tiger he used to be. Suddenly, the seal on Jean Yunli's head appeared. For some reason, why does the seal ache faintly? Jean Yunli looked at Qi Yuan seriously, telling her his situation and what he had seen. The white tiger god infused a mixed demonic power into his body so that he could control this body in the future. Back then, his father died because his body couldn't contain the long-term power and exploded. And he himself had lost control as a child and seriously injured the 3 other crown princes. He even blinded Zhuanyas. Oh my god, so that means I have the power of the demon race in my body. So I'm immune to the demonic miasma. Qi Yuan covered her mouth in disbelief. As the emperor who hates the demon race the most, to actually have the power of the demon race, it's too cruel. Jean Yunli turned and hugged Qi Yuan. I'm sorry. I can't forgive the white tiger, no matter what. Such is the way of heaven. Your Highness, let's put an end to this story together. Suddenly, Qi Yuan saw the seal on Jean Yunli's head. Why does it look a bit familiar? Your Highness, that thing on your head is... Shoo, do you hear a strange sound? Qi Yuan looked around. No, Yuan, before we enter the Imperial City, let's find a hidden place to stay first. Okay, it was the long-lost Gudiao and Funfin rushing towards Qi Yuan. Lady Goddess. Instantly, Jean Yunli grabbed the talking spiritual beast with one hand. So is he following us just now? Qi Yuan recognized Gudiao. If you cause trouble again, I don't mind killing you one more time. Qi Yuan immediately snatched Gudiao back. Oh, come on. He's no longer a threat. Let go. I see you into the Mohu and your spiritual core recondensed. Frightened, Gudiao quickly said, No, I won't. Suddenly, Gudiao's stomach rumbled. I'm a little hungry. Can I first? Jean Yunli immediately refused. No, grumble. At this moment, Qi Yuan's stomach also rumbled. Qi Yuan looked at Jean Yunli. It's fine. I can still bear it. Jean Yunli smiled at Qi Yuan. Let's go find something to eat first. They came to a tavern. Wow, it smells so good. So much food in reserve. Qi Yuan picked up some food and started eating. Gudiao found something in the corner. Lady Goddess, there's a big jar over here. Qi Yuan opened it. Hey, what good thing could this be? Inside the jar was the little boy who sold lanterns and medicine before. After seeing Chi Yuan, the little boy grabbed her and shouted, "I've caught the witch! Someone come quickly!" Chi Yuan directly stuffed his mouth with food, then knocked him on the head, knocking him out. Coming to her senses, Chi Yuan realized something was wrong. "Oh no, Your Highness!" She turned to look, but the room was empty. At this moment, Jin Yunlai was outside the door. A crowd of commoners had surrounded the tavern. It turned out that while they were in the demon realm, the fake Chi Yuan, with the help of the White Tiger God, had successfully brainwashed the people of Huyun. Seeing this, Jin Yunlai prepared to enter a battle stance. But Lu Jing'o told Jin Yunlai that these commoners had been blessed by the White Tiger God. They would die instantly if touched by even a bit of spiritual power. You wouldn't attack your most beloved subjects, would you? Jin Yunlai unleashed a powerful oppressive aura, attempting to reason with the commoners. But these people wouldn't listen at all, because it was the will of the White Tiger God. The White Tiger God was their god. At this moment, Chi Yuan opened the door and walked out. "The witch is out. Kill her." Jin Yunlai took Chi Yuan's hand and kissed it. "Are you ready to face this kind of Huyun with me?" Chi Yuan held out her hand and looked at Jin Yunlai. Of course, last time, it was said that the people of Huyun were being controlled by the White Tiger. At this moment, Chi Yuan picked up a steamed bun and gave it to Jin Yunlai, eating while facing the rain of torches thrown at them. Jin Yunlai put up a self-protective shield and held Chi Yuan. "It's delicious." At this moment in the netherworld, "Hey, I told you where the power of hope is. Can you let me go now?" "No. Look, you've gotten smaller from hunger. Your confinement in the demon realm must have been very painful. Eat this nutritious meal." "I eat people." "People." Shirsi looked at the situation on his phone. "Stop playing around. Her situation there is very bad right now. Did they encounter the people of Huyun? We need to go protect them quickly." The yellow dragon felt a headache coming on. "If these commoners die in large numbers, we won't be able to get back the power of hope." In order not to harm the commoners, Jin Yunlai dispelled the protective shield. He could only fight his way through the sea of people with his bare hands. Jin Yunlai protected Chi Yuan behind him. "Go to hell. Kill him." The incessant voices sounded as if they wouldn't stop until Chi Yuan was torn apart. Jin Yunlai blocked the commoners' attacks in front, and Chi Yuan could only use her remaining power of revival to heal Jin Yunlai. In front of so many commoners, her power of revival was just a drop in the bucket. Lu Jing'o raised his sword and charged at Chi Yuan, but was immediately blocked by Jin Yunlai. Chi Yuan thought of attaching spiritual power to tree branches and using a spiritual art to control them. At that moment, Hui Malong slashed at the branches with his sword. On the other side, Jin Yunlai was also stabbed by Lu Jing'o. Jin Yunlai didn't fight back, but instead lowered his weapon. He tried to wake Lu Jing'o up, but Lu Jing'o wouldn't listen and still charged with his sword. Then Hui Malong knocked the sword from his hand. "Stop! Don't underestimate my loyalty to His Highness. The god's control over me is weaker than over the commoners." Lu Jing'o finally realized he was being controlled. The two of them helped to fend off the commoners' attacks. They might die in battle here. Go to the White Tiger's divine palace and resolve your inner conflicts. No one is forever someone else's son. You don't have to bear the responsibility alone. Your Highness, from now on, please live for yourself. They're running away. It's the tree branches. Burn them quickly. After them. At this moment, Kuei and Lu Jing'o began to disperse the commoners. "I only have one request. Don't fall before I do. You too. This is the first time I've been left behind by those two. I used to think that after Lu put aside his philandering ways, settled down, and returned home after a successful career, they wouldn't need my protection anymore." At this moment, Jin Yunlai clutched his chest in pain, but all the sorrow seemed not to be on him. A piece of his heart seemed to be missing. Every time this happened, he would fill the void with anger. Chi Yuan grabbed Jin Yunlai and kissed him. "Your Highness, don't bear it all alone. We will face all difficulties with you. You have us by your side." At this moment, Jin Yunlai seemed to see the sun that illuminated his world shining brightly. Suddenly, the ground shook. It was the White Tiger's threat. If they didn't go to see him now, he would kill all the people of Huyun. What the White Tiger wants now is to stop you. He wants to use the commoners to force you to your death, to create another image of you, and then make you choose between your own happiness and the future of Huyun. He could have used brute force, but he went to great lengths to disgust you. He must really despise you or the phoenix. Chi Yuan clutched her chest, not knowing if the sharp pain was her own or the phoenix's. Yuan, for the future of Huyun, we must kill the White Tiger God. But right now, I don't know where the power of hope is either. At this moment, Funfin appeared. "You guys are really underestimating the god of war, the top killer, the White Tiger. The yellow dragon was using Finfin to talk to Qi Yuan and Jin Yunlai. The only person who knows this number is Shirsi. I'm his accomplice. Right now, the power of hope is on the people of Huyun. Get it back from the commoners, right? The power of hope is on that group of hopeless commoners. The white tiger possesses the power of hope but cannot use it. So he crushed the power of hope and scattered it across Huyun as nourishment. Gradually, it attached itself to the commoners. You've seen it too. It's impossible to make the out-of-control commoners make a wish. So, I prepared 2 worst-case scenarios for you. Although there's no way to kill the white tiger, and I can't guarantee both of your lives, it can save Huyun. Do you want to try? The yellow dragon said that back then, Finfin had shown a projection of the future world. After projecting your souls and consciousness into the present world, your physical bodies will fall into a deep sleep. As long as there is enough spiritual power, you can project the consciousness of the people of Huyun into reality. In other words, let the commoners live in a dream. Don't be ridiculous. How is that any different from being dead? You're fighting against gods. If you still want to protect the commoners, you must be prepared to only be able to live. The last method is the same. As long as they are alive, it's fine. Qi Yuan looked at the time aura from before. She thought of how the little phoenix, full of anticipation, had destroyed this aura, but the result was, in other words, to turn Huyun back into the city of no night. Qi Yuan trembled. Don't say it in front of me. The city of no night was the gift that held the phoenix's most beautiful memories. He can never go back to how things were. Are you going to make him witness the tragedy of the city of no night again? The yellow dragon shed helpless tears. The city of no night. Xiaoxi, this is where your fate with the white tiger began. Then let it end here as well. It's just too painful. All memories linger in the world because of obsession. The lives that have died, we have lingered in the world for thousands of years. We cannot forget those hardships for a single moment. I'm sorry, Xiaoxi. I can never forget the moment I learned of your death. Whose fault is all this? Xiaoxi, can you see all this? Is killing the white tiger really your obsession? Jin Yunlai came to Qi Yuan's side. I have a way regarding the time aura. Trust me, we and everyone else will definitely be happy. The yellow dragon watched Qi Yuan and Jin Yunlai leave. Be careful. The current white tiger is even more brutal and ferocious than before. In a secret chamber of the divine palace, the white tiger was sound asleep. Suddenly, a voice woke the sleeping white tiger. Lord White Tiger, today, you fell from the divine tree 3 times while resting. Is something on your mind? Let's help you up. Suddenly, the door was broken open. Who is it? The white tiger looked with satisfaction at the people who entered the door and sneered. The ones who broke down the door were none other than Jin Yunlai and Qi Yuan. You're finally here. In the void where the yellow dragon was, the call had ended, but the yellow dragon's tears had not stopped. Shirsi looked at the yellow dragon. Are you done talking? Is he okay? Shirsi, don't interfere in human affairs anymore. Let me handle it. If he dies at the hands of the white tiger, you will definitely intervene, right? Yes. Once you truly intervene in a human battle, Shenlu will personally take action to place you under house arrest again. This time, the house arrest might be for all eternity. Shirsi looked at the yellow dragon seriously. I don't care. The person who came to the netherworld crying and begging me to save the Xuanji realm at all costs thousands of years ago. But now you're starting to worry about my safety? I don't want to lose anymore. Because the yellow dragon is now a god with emotions too. It's like worrying about one's own younger brother. Younger brother? You don't have memories from before your house arrest. It's okay to call me that, right? Lord Nether Emperor, have you really forgotten many things? Just then, an unknown call appeared on Shirsi's phone. Meanwhile, in the Divine Palace, sorry for disturbing your rest. It's fine. After today, you can rest in eternal sleep. Crown Prince, are you betraying the gods? Stand down. Right now, he could kill you with a flick of his hand. Lord White Tiger God, this is the first time I've seen your true form. Having left my imperial father's body, you must be very weak. If I take your body, everything can be solved. At this moment, Jin Yunlai took out his long sword and stabbed at the white tiger. In your dreams, the white tiger god grabbed Jin Yunlia's lightning attack with one hand. The lightning temporarily paralyzed the white tiger. Now's the chance. Jin Yunlai and Qi Yuan attacked the white tiger god together. The white tiger god looked on indifferently. A novice trying to show off. The white tiger used a little of his divine power, and Qi Yuan and Jin Yunlai could no longer hold their ground. The white tiger looked at Jin Yunlai with contempt. Is this all you've got? Fine. There's a story that the dragon-slaying hero eventually becomes the evil dragon. If you use the power I gave you, you might be able to turn the tables. Are you unable to do it, or are you bound by morals again? Let me give you some motivation. I don't want to waste time on a useless human. the evil dragon brought a natural disaster upon this land. The people cursed the prince who had betrayed them while praying to the evil dragon. Some were lucky enough to be protected by the prince's companions, until the companions also disappeared into the sea of fire. All this happened in an instant. Creating a natural disaster is quite exhausting. Can you make your move now? The evil dragon is omnipotent. However, the evil dragon underestimated the power of the monster he created. As you wish. The white tiger's eyes widened when he saw Jean Yunlia's transformation. Only a loud bang was heard. Good thing I listened to His Highness and stayed far away. Qi Yuan walked over to find Jin Yunlai. Don't come over, Yuan Yuan. Wood chips flew in the air. For a rare moment, the white tiger stood there stunned, as if his eyes were seeing the distant past. As long as we shatter the divine level protection, we can turn the tables. Jin Yunlai looked at the white tiger. What's the ending of the story of the evil dragon and the prince? The white tiger looked at Jin Yunlai, stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. Are you talking about the fairy tale I once wove? Don't tell me you're still struggling with your shattered faith. A human, after all. The white tiger mimicked the appearance of his former imperial father. Eli, this was the gentle smile of the god he had revered for over a decade. The end of the story, of course, is that the prince was eaten clean by the evil dragon. Is this what emotions are? It's truly disgusting. Just as Jin Yunlai was about to be possessed by the white tiger, in a moment of desperation, Qi Yuan shouted in the phoenix's tone, Xiao Bai. Upon hearing this, the white tiger actually stopped his actions. The white tiger god didn't know what he was thinking at this moment. He laughed self-deprecatingly. Stop, don't come over. Suddenly, the white tiger god's stomach rumbled. Possession is really draining. I can't go on without eating something. Aren't you going to follow? Do you not care if I just possess him directly? What do you think, Xiao Shi? Qi Yuan thought. He left on his own and even called me Xiao Shi. What is he planning? It's a good opportunity for me to get close to the white tiger, which is also part of that plan. It can also give Jin Yunlai some time to recover. Qi Yuan followed him. What should we eat? In the imperial kitchen. This must be one of the most terrifying scenes of my life. I thought he called me here to cook and serve him, but the white tiger god started cooking himself. This dish, it's braised pork again. Xiao Bai, you're usually so averse to trouble, yet you're cooking yourself? It's only when I'm alone with you that I do this. Don't you remember? The flames you use for cooking automatically turn into the fire of revival, which can resurrect the meat in the pot into a pig that can run 800 miles without panting. If I hadn't taken care of you back then, we would have starved to death together. Also, I'm not afraid of trouble. Come with me. The flowers and trees in Huyun were all personally selected by me. We don't belong to the human world, nor can we empathize with humans. We have always been alone. Even I find it incredibly long. At this moment, Qi Yuan couldn't help but feel some sympathy for the white tiger. But this mistaken cycle must end. He was severely injured by His Highness and is at his weakest. Qi Yuan prepared to stab the time aura into his body. But the white tiger happened to turn and dodge it. He dodged. I've been discovered. The white tiger looked at Qi Yuan. Unexpectedly, he just said, You didn't wash your hands, did you? They're all oily. Don't touch me. It's troublesome. As long as I possess Jin Yunlai and obtain his power, I can kill Shenlu. Then I'll take you back to the Divine Mountain and bring the Vermilion Bird and the others with us. We'll go back to our old life together. Then, I'll listen carefully to whatever you want to say. Let's go, Xiaoxi. Let's go kill him together. Just then, the one who's going to die is him. Lord White Tiger God, you promised me you'd kill that imposter and make me the crown princess. Last time, the fake Qi Yuan suddenly appeared. At this moment, Qi Yuan realized she knew her. She was the county princess from the city of No Night back then. Seeing as you've accumulated aspirations for me at the border, I, this princess, will not hold your act of replacing me against you. Come, give me back what's mine. Princess? No, county princess. You're the one who's the cuckoo in the nest. The fake Qi Yuan laughed loudly. Have you lost your mind? How ungrateful. As she spoke, she took out a long whip and struck at Qi Yuan. The whip had the spiritual energy of the white tiger's power. I need to get out of here quickly. Just then, the white tiger directly blocked her. Don't go. The good show is just beginning. Lord White Tiger God, the protective spiritual energy you gave me back then was for this very moment, wasn't it? The county princess swung the whip at Qi Yuan. You could go to hell with your jealousy. Imposter. Just when Qi Yuan thought she couldn't dodge, the white tiger caught the incoming whip with his bare hand. What? Lord White Tiger God. A concubine who offends a divine spirit must kneel and kowtow for 7 days. Right now, he's my guest. What are you? The county princess knelt in pain, kowtowing and admitting her mistake repeatedly. Weren't you always on my side? Was I? I don't remember. I only remember that you disturbed my mood. The county princess gritted her teeth. However, I do remember. You do resemble a human I've met. Chi Yuan looked at the white tiger, puzzled. Huh? The white tiger remembered the county princess from the city of No Night back then. It was this county princess who destroyed the wishing ritual. The white tiger revealed his killing intent. That was a human I can't forget. After hearing this, the county princess's prostrate body trembled all over. She felt the killing intent, then stood up and was about to flee. The white tiger used a space-cutting spiritual art. The county princess was instantly sliced, letting out a series of miserable screams. What a buzzkill. Not only did you ruin my mood, but you also made me remember unpleasant things. Let me tell you, by the way, that kid from Longyuan doesn't have the ability to extract souls at all. You never had a true self. You're nothing at all. The county princess crawled and trembled. Impossible. This is impossible. Lord White Tiger God, you must be mistaken. The crazed county princess shouted in disbelief. The next second, so noisy, the white tiger used a spiritual art to bind the county princess. The fox has paid the price. Now it's your turn. At this moment, Chi Yuan suddenly grabbed the white tiger god's clothes and shook her head. The white tiger god looked back at Chi Yuan, his thoughts unreadable. Then he let go. Fine, go back to where you came from. The saintess has fallen. Why are there still natural disasters when we worship you? What kind of saintess are you? What? You were just about to plead for her. No, I just wanted to say, you don't always have to use the most vicious methods. The white tiger walked over and lifted Chi Yuan's hair. I can't. If you fell into his hands, your fate would be even worse. There's no need to pity the imposter. Chi Yuan thought, I'm afraid you're alluding to something else. We've walked too much today. Why don't we go back? The white tiger looked at Chi Yuan. No, I still have many places to take you. The flowering trees by the moat, the festival lanterns, and your favorite, all those dazzling toys. Chi Yuan couldn't understand what the white tiger was thinking. The one who could understand him was no longer here. Let's go back. Go possess the crown prince. At this moment, Funfin and Gudiao. Look, the sky over Huyun has been looking a bit strange these past few days. That's right, over there. It feels like something terrifying is about to descend. In the Huyun Divine Palace. At this moment, the white tiger opened his eyes. What greeted him were Chi Yuan and Jin Yunlai. The white tiger looked at them, his thoughts unreadable. Chi Yuan looked at Jin Yunlai with heartache, not knowing what to do. Suddenly, since we returned to the Divine Palace, I've already slept twice. Xiaoxi, make your move. What are you waiting for? Or do you want to choose him? Because he has emotions. Chi Yuan knew the white tiger didn't want to pretend anymore. She turned her head. His Highness is not a god. Isn't it natural for him to have emotions? So, you haven't realized it yet. You think a mere human could absorb the power of gods and demons without his soul and spirit being destroyed and driven mad? Because he, like you, is a child who was pieced together. What? You should know that I was experimenting on the Huyun royal family, creating a body that could fuse divine and demonic power. He must have been modified too much and something went wrong. Don't get excited. He's just a human. Jin Yunlai has been someone else's shadow since birth. Yet he dreams of becoming the sun that protects everyone. To you, is His Highness also your imposter? What are you trying to say? Chi Yuan thought, the white tiger now is not the same white tiger from back then. I don't need to be so considerate anymore. Chi Yuan uses her spiritual power. Lord White Tiger, the game should be over. I'm not Xiaoxi. White Tiger looks at Chi Yuan in shock. She pulls down her hood, pretending to have no spiritual power before. It seems you also had a trick up your sleeve. Did you think I dodged you because I was afraid of your sneak attack? It was because I was disgusted that I dodged you. I can't forget those memories. Even though I've lost my feelings, my heart feels like a piece has been gouged out. Every time I remember, it only makes me feel fear and disgust. What a coincidence. I also find the current you very disgusting. Just as Chi Yuan attacks, the door is broken open with a bang. Due to the impact, Chi Yuan is almost sent flying. White Tiger uses his whip to catch Chi Yuan. Such strong spiritual energy. What happened outside? At this moment, a crack opens in the middle of the clouds. The common people can only stare blankly. The sky of Huyun, the Xuanji Jade, suddenly descends at this time. The world trembles. You really know how to pick your moments, Lord Shenlu. The game should be over, but I have a question for you. If you can answer it, I will let you live. I ask you, what is my obsession? Your obsession is power. You have become as vile an existence as Shenlu. There is still a barrier around me. Do you think you can enter my body? Shi Yuan uses Phoenix's voice. Xiaobai, stop. The barrier shatters. Now the barrier is gone, isn't it? Are you addicted to being an imposter and a menace? His eyes can't see anything. White Tiger destroys Chi Yuan's eyes with spiritual power. Yes, that's more like it. Seeing your face gives me a headache. It's utterly disgusting. At this moment, Jin Yunlai opens his eyes. He glares at White Tiger. You thought you had already guessed and controlled everything. Time freezes. Petrification begins. I see. Time's spiritual energy. I didn't expect White Tiger to still be able to move. It seems I underestimated you. Yuan, run quickly. He can't get away. Jin Yunlai is severely injured by White Tiger's spiritual power. At the critical moment, Jin Yunlai summons his spirit beast to take him away. Qi Yuan struggles. Stop, let me go. You prepared so thoroughly. You even gave him your life-bound spirit beast. I have long been prepared to use myself as a seal. What a fine prison of consciousness, mark of flesh and blood. Then, as you petrify, experience the feeling of being sliced by 1,000 cuts every second. I will not lose to you. I still have something I want to protect, and you have nothing. I wonder who is more pathetic. Yuan, after White Tiger petrifies, his control over the people will disappear. Go and retrieve the power of hope. White Tiger laughs loudly. Although it's a bit troublesome to consume power now, you two shall stay and accompany me. My eyes hurt. My body can't move. My mind is a blank. Just as Qi Yuan is about to give up in despair, Phoenix suddenly appears and blocks White Tiger's attack. White Tiger's eyes widen in shock, watching everything that is happening. The deity's tattered phantom did not speak, not even looking up once. It disappeared without looking back. White Tiger has not yet recovered from the shock. A sudden headache makes him realize it really is him. This feeling is fear, isn't it? The restriction is about to be lifted. Shiwan looks at White Tiger. What's with that confused look? Never mind, there's no time. This might hurt a little. Hold on tight. I believe in you. No matter how many times, I will wait. This spiritual energy froze Huyun's time. The Xuanji jade in the sky, for some unknown reason, also stopped descending, as if anticipating a more interesting drama. Master, take a rest. You still have a fever. No, I must find a way quickly. His Highness is still waiting for me. Shiwan thought of many ways, whether it was persuading the people or using the power of revival to try and help them, wanting the people's blessings filled with happiness. Do not place your hopes in deities. But there was none. They would only kneel every day before the already ineffective portraits. Our hope, all our possessions. We give them all to you, blessing this White Tiger over and over again. It turns out that even without the control spell, the people would not have hope. That day, after Phoenix blocked White Tiger's lightning for Qi Yuan. Ouch, it hurts so much. I'm dying. I was already a lingering soul. Now I'm really about to be scattered. Phoenix cried while healing. Don't heal me. You will disappear faster. No way. I know that kind of pain. I won't let anything happen to you. When Phoenix saw the apricot blossom, she was suddenly stunned. At this moment, no one knew what Phoenix was thinking. This flower branch still has the power of revival. Keep it with you. You are a remnant soul, right? You will disappear once your wish is fulfilled. Yes, a pitiful lingering soul whose wish is unfulfilled. Kill him. His sins are unforgivable. Shao Shi, why do you linger in the human world? I want you to be happy. And before that, I don't know. Deities exist in the world because of obsession and mission. At this time, Shiwan recalled White Tiger's obsession from before, but she couldn't figure out what she had misunderstood. Such a fickle person. I really can't understand what to do. How many years have I been going in circles here? Because at this time, Qi Yuan's remaining money was almost used up. So she first went to a pawn shop to pawn some things. At this moment, hey, where did that ring come from? That's something only royalty has. Qi Yuan covered the ring. This one is not for sale. The pawn shop owner had a bad idea and wanted a shop assistant to follow her. As a result, Qi Yuan's two great guards exuded a powerful oppressive aura. What do you think you're doing? The scared owner quickly said, No, nothing. Qi Yuan caressed the ring, as if Jin Yunlai was constantly responding. Qi Yuan, you're all the motivation that keeps me going. Oh, my mistake. The flower branch in your hand is the most precious thing in Huyun. It's been too long since the apricot blossoms in this city have bloomed. At this time, Qi Yuan looked at the flower in her hand. This is an apricot blossom. These are all apricot blossoms. Qi Yuan suddenly remembered what White Tiger had said. The flowers in Huyun were all personally chosen by me. Braised pork is indeed White Tiger's favorite dish. White Tiger's obsession. Where did I misunderstand? Qi Yuan gave a bitter smile. It can't be. It turns out Huyun didn't become Wuye City because of time and spiritual energy. Huyun was originally the Wuye City that White Tiger built from memory. Even though he would feel fear, he could still instinctively and inadvertently create the place he once loved the most, without even realizing it himself. His Highness the Crown Prince also doesn't feel that kind of heart-wrenching sorrow. It's as if his sorrow isn't on him at all. White Tiger gave his only remaining gentleness to Huyun. In the end, he had to destroy it all with his own hands. And the people who know all this must also personally eliminate White Tiger. Shi Yuan ran over and looked at the Xuanji Jade in the sky. She shouted at the sky, "It's all your fault. Can I really not defeat the will of heaven?" Shi Yuan watched the people, one by one, praying to the gods. "Save us, Shi Yuan." She suddenly thought of solving the problem first. She must get the power of hope from the people. And so, Shi Yuan continued to wander through Huyun. Just like before, the people's thinking had not changed. Without the gods, who can we rely on? Year after year, Shi Yuan tried to persuade the people. What about His Highness the Crown Prince? What can a mere human do? Natural disasters. These are all natural disasters. An unknown amount of time had passed. Shi Yuan felt that she was not a savior, nor did she have the ability to save Huyun. Just then, dark clouds gathered. The Xuanji Jade suddenly began to descend again. Shi Yuan sat there powerlessly. Now, even her own light was gone. Maybe I'm the same as these people. After entering the city, the soldiers of the three kingdoms had long since arrived at the city gates, but had not attacked Huyun. It seemed someone was guarding the gate and fighting. It's that madwoman who wouldn't let me make offerings to Lord White Tiger. Hey, have you heard? It's so tragic. What? That madwoman's hands and feet were cut off, and she's still fighting. People who don't pray to Lord White Tiger deserve to die. But she's quite a fighter. I heard she once repelled the great demon clan. It's useless. His Highness is gone. We can only rely on the gods. Lord White Tiger, we offer all our blessings to you. Saying this, the two looked at each other. Is no one going to help her? You're crazy too. It's terrifying over the city gate right now. That woman run. The blood-soaked Shi Yuan muttered, "Oh dear. Aren't you sending more people to attack today? Why so cautious? If you all come at once, I can go back and rest earlier. If no one's coming, I'm really going to sleep." Suddenly, the sound of a horn was heard. At this time, the elite troops of Longyuan Kingdom and Qing Ziyuan arrived. "Your Highness, long time no see. I didn't expect you to get this far. I was right about you." At this time, Gu Diao and Funfin were rushing to find Shi Yuan. Suddenly, Gu Diao stopped. What came into view was Shi Yuan lying on the ground, covered in blood, while Qing Ziyan stood there. Just then, Gu Jiao watched with his own eyes as Qi Yuan was cut by Qing Ziyuan's spirit beast. Qi Yuan's consciousness was fading. Qing Ziyan ordered his spirit beast to eat Qi Yuan. "It hurts so much. I can't save His Highness. I can't save White Tiger. I went to the battlefield alone, but in the end, I accomplished nothing. Without relying on His Highness, what else can I rely on? I'm so tired. Let's just sleep like this." Funfin stared at the Xuanji Jade in the sky, its eyes shimmering with golden light. The golden light shone upon Qi Yuan. At this moment, all the memories in Qi Yuan's mind were displayed before her eyes. A boy called out, "Qi Yuan, stand up." Qi Yuan's eyes suddenly flew open. Is this a flashback before death? I'm a transmigrator from the modern world. The child before her was on a very difficult path, insulted by a mother who favored sons over daughters, but never bowed to such injustice. Even in this world that worships a false god, she did not give up just because her lover was the god's greatest believer. I'm not afraid of becoming a demon. I will fight with him to the end. But at that time, I was always saved by His Highness. Isn't that so? Hey, don't always ignore your own efforts. Look, Qi Yuan looked in the direction of the finger. You saved him too, didn't you? You don't need light. You are the light. Suddenly, Qi Yuan understood what the Crown Prince had said. Even without me, you can illuminate the entire Huyun. The light that belongs to each person is themselves. Thank you for holding on until now. At this moment, Qi Yuan opened her eyes and saw the people she had saved helping her. Quick, carry her back. You didn't accomplish nothing. She's awake. Let's get this straight. We just don't want to owe you a favor. We won't agree with your ideas. Right, I don't want to go crazy with you. Wow, so scary. Thank you. I think I know how to give you hope. Qing Ziyan ordered his spirit beast to eat them all. Qi Yuan propped herself up and shouted with all her might, "Stop. I remember the rules of the contest. For people fight, and no lethal blows are allowed. It's just a spar." Suddenly, speaking of 4 people, Chili appeared. "You want to start a fight before you've even gathered everyone?" "Sorry, sister. It took some time to go back, gather the troops, and rush over." The people holding Qi Yuan were scared. "Wah, even the kings of Huangyin and Xian'an are here. Run. When you're healed, remember to come find us." The 2 who knocked down Qi Yuan watched them with a gratified smile. "I understand." Inside Huyun City, Funfin and Gu Diao ran over. "Master, are you okay?" "Funfin, I have a question for you." At this moment, Funfin stared intently at the Xuanji Jade. The previous call from an unknown number was from Shirley. "No matter how much you take care of that child, a mere human can't change anything. Besides me, who else is qualified to create miracles?" Suddenly, Funfin's connection was cut, and it came back to its senses. Just like before, when you brought His Highness and me to the modern world. The people of those two worlds can see each other. Can we do it in reverse now? If I can't persuade them, let them speak for themselves. Miracles defeat magic. What about that woman? I haven't seen her since this morning. Never mind her. Hey, look, the sky. A crack has opened in the sky. What is this? Is it another phenomenon caused by the Xuanji Jade? Heavens, what are those? What is this sight? It must be because our offerings to Lord White Tiger were not enough. There are people coming out of it. Heavenly gods. Just as the people were confused, they entered the modern world. In the distance, Funfin was projecting. It's a success. Using holographic projection in reverse to summon the corresponding person from the modern world for each citizen of Huyun. The Xuanji sword consumes a lot of power, but to think of such a method. That day, the story of our Huyun was quickly compiled into manga, novels, and videos that people of the modern world would be interested in. When people in the modern world watch the videos, a prompt will pop up. After everyone reads the manga and understands the situation in Huyun, an invitation is sent to the modern world counterparts of the Huyun people. Come and save your other self in Huyun Kingdom. What will the people of the modern world think? The real bodies of those who enter the projection will fall into a deep sleep. They will probably just feel like they had a very spectacular dream. After coming to this world, they will see an identical version of themselves. They will criticize and argue with themselves. The money I worked so hard to earn, you used it to exchange for snacks. You got nothing in return and ended up with a broken family. And so, it's a good thing that time here is frozen. They argued with each other for days and nights. The people of the Xuanji world gradually followed the people of the modern world, stepping into the lights of the modern world. Everything seemed like a dream. People wandered among tall buildings and through projections on streets. They saw all sorts of incredible sights. Are these miracles? These are all miracles created by humans themselves. Who are you? Don't touch me, you weirdly dressed psycho. Your pouch fell open. Did you make the lantern inside? At this moment, the little boy thought of his mother. Oh dear, how did you fall again? Did you make this? Your craftsmanship has already surpassed your mother's. In the future, you must make the most beautiful lantern for your mother to use. The scared little boy backed away. You're my mother? How come I can't remember what you look like? Right? In order to make offerings to the gods. What have I done? At this moment, the woman who looked like the little boy's mother hugged him. Don't think about it. Don't think about it. Even though he's not her child, even though this is a dream, she truly feels heartbroken. The lantern is beautiful. Thank you for holding on until now. So what is hope? I have seen many people who have lost hope. I will not give up on anyone who has lost hope. I don't want to be wasteful like you. Do you know how hard it is for a working person? At this time, stars of hope appeared in the sky. Shiyuan watched the changes over the past few days with elation. Everyone has been working hard to change the situation of the people of Huyun. They're all properly thanking themselves for living diligently every day. The invisible shackles of Lord White Tiger at this moment quietly shattered. At this time, within Jean Yunlia's consciousness, two consciousnesses were fighting. In the end, Lord White Tiger was still superior. I've grown tired of this game. After I possess you, the entire Xuanji world and Lord Shenlu will all be destroyed together. At the critical moment, Qi Yuan arrived and used the power of hope to stop White Tiger. It's you. You actually managed to get the power of hope back from those commoners. How is that possible? Don't even think about hurting him again. Outside of Jean Yunlia's consciousness, Qi Yuan didn't want it to end just like this. She still had to help Xiao Shi fulfill his obsession. Qi Yuan told Jean Yunlai her plan through the ring. The plan was very dangerous, but Jean Yunlai still agreed. Lord White Tiger's petrification was undone. Jean Yunlai voluntarily went forward to merge with Lord White Tiger. Time in Huyun began to flow again. The apricot blossoms throughout the city quietly bloomed. After the fusion was complete, Lord White Tiger quietly looked at the apricot blossoms all over the city. Xiao Shi's soul also appeared at this time. This was White Tiger and Xiao Shi's reunion after tens of millions of years. Fragmented memories of Xiao Bai surfaced in his mind. Lord White Tiger or Xiao Bai. My obsession really was to see the real Xiao Bai one more time. But I'm out of time. Time had stood still for so long, yet it didn't give them a single moment to lean on each other. The real Lord White Tiger returned, but Xiao Shi disappeared. A deity lingers in the world because of an obsession. Once the obsession is fulfilled, they will dissipate forever. Xiao Bai trembled as he held the power of hope left by Xiao Shi. He remembered every little moment with Xiao Shi in Wuye City, and how after being modified by Shirley, he had personally killed Xiao Shi once. Xiao Bai could no longer hold back and cried out in pain. The original Xiao Bai was back, but he only saw Xiao Shi for a moment. He remembered everything. I'm sorry. I didn't know Xiao Shi would leave so soon. As a remnant soul, he didn't have much time left. I wanted him to leave with his obsession fulfilled, rather than slowly fading away with regret. The power of hope left by Xiao Shi can make any beautiful wish come true. But I'm afraid even the power of hope can't bring Xiao Shi back. Xiao Bai suddenly picked up the power of hope and said, "Live well. My sins are unforgivable. At least let these two children, let Huyun Kingdom." White Tiger merged his final power with the power of hope and scattered it across the sky of Huyun. The power formed a huge barrier. Shunli would never be able to enter Huyun again. The Huyun of this world was saved. Having completed all this, the deity, who had exhausted all his power, completely dissipated. If all of White Tiger's beautiful feelings were with me, then all my previous strength was because all my sorrow was on him. So this is what heart-wrenching pain feels like. It's over. It's all over. Meanwhile, the three people outside the city did not fight. I told you it's useless to take me as a hostage. My royal brother would not hesitate to step on my corpse. Enough, Qing Ziyuan. He rolled up Qing Yuluo with a vine and left without looking back. I thought their brotherly bond wasn't that strong. I really didn't expect this. When Qi Yuan arrived, she only saw the two of them playing with a flying device at the city gate. To Qi Yuan, Qi Li was probably her only relative in this world. In addition, Kuei and Lu Jingo also survived and once again became Yunlia subordinates. In the dark clouds in the sky, the Xuanji Jade disappeared. No one knew what happened there. At this time, on a night with a bright moon, Jin Yunlai handed Qi Yuan an apricot blossom. "Will you marry me?" Qi Yuan was stunned for a moment, then happily agreed. The two had been through too much together. Marriage was a natural next step. Half a year later, the two came to the back garden of the Divine Palace. They offered apricot blossoms to Xiao Shi and Xiao Bai. Today was their wedding day. The withered apricot tree that was previously beside White Tiger had now revived. Are you ready? Let's go. Accompanied by the sound of silver bells and a sky full of stars, the emperor, as dazzling as the morning sun, brought a beautiful and moving woman. She will be Hu Yun's future empress, the mother of the nation, and she will also be the sun that forever shines in people's hearts. Far away in Huangyan, Chili was also looking forward to this moment through Finfin. Meanwhile, Xianyaja drowned her sorrows in wine. After all, this was the person she had loved since childhood. I'm so nervous. Such a grand occasion. I thought I would have to say some sort of speech. After the wedding ceremony, of course, is the wedding night. Jin Yunlai took out a bottle of apricot blossom wine. The two drank the cross-cupped wine together. Next is time for the two of them. After so many partings of life and death, today you've finally become my bride. The next part is not good to watch, so let's skip it. A few years later, one day. Empress, by my side, I will not let you be wronged again. You are mine alone. And ours. Dad, you're so unfair. You want to have Mommy all to yourself. Mommy, I want to hear that epic poem again. What happened to Lord White Tiger and Lord Phoenix later? Did you turn the story of White Tiger and Phoenix into a story to be passed down? I think their story deserves to be remembered. Wherever there are epic poems, their figures will be there. Deities are born from epic poems. In the poems, they have enough time. They will follow the poems and travel to every corner of the world. At this time, a ghost girl named Shiyuan in her past life is working in the netherworld. As for why it turned out like this, it all has to start with a wish. Spring goes and winter comes. The 4 seasons change. Many years have passed since the death of Qi Yuan of Huyun Kingdom. At this time, Qi Yuan is waiting for reincarnation in the netherworld. Granny Meng's soup makes people forget everything about their past lives. You can only drink 1 bowl a year. The messenger of the netherworld is complaining about not having enough staff, which Shiyuan overhears. Shiyuan is wondering who the Nether Emperor is. A white-haired boy walks over and pats Shiyuan's shoulder. Shiyuan recognizes him as her neighbor from her time in the netherworld. He happens to be going to the human world for reincarnation. The white-haired boy reminds her that if she remembers her past life's memories, she will be eaten by a monster. The white-haired boy looks at Shiyuan seriously. You really don't remember anything? Shiyuan seems to be bewitched at this moment, wishing she could tell him everything she knows. She blurts out that she has one more unfulfilled wish, to meet Shenlu. Suddenly, the monster is alerted. The netherworld messenger can only throw Shiyuan into the monster's mouth. In order to meet Shenlu, Shiyuan has guarded the netherworld for nearly 100 years. Her wish has not yet been realized, and Shiyuan will not die so easily. Shiyuan opens her eyes after fainting. The first thing she sees is the white-haired boy. The monster Master, why are you here? The monster? I just touched it and it died. At this time, the white-haired boy no longer hides it. All things in the world can become my puppets. Because you said you wanted to see me, so I came. Shi Yuan looks at the person in front of her. It's actually Shenlu. All right, you can make your wish now. After 90 years, Shi Yuan is finally free. Shi Yuan wishes to play a game with Shenlu. After stating her wish, Shenlu sends Shi Yuan to the human world for reincarnation. Congratulations, you are free. But Shi Yuan is not happy at all, questioning Shenlu why he always toys with people's fates. Toying? I have created many games and choices. It's just that I wanted to play something more exciting. Shi Yuan is furious and decides to become a netherworld messenger. At this time, Shenlu takes out 4 cards. What kind of choice will you make next time? You think this is the end? Of course not. Shi Yuan returns and knocks Shenlu down. At this moment, Shenlu is unable to move and can only be allowed to fall into the human world for reincarnation. This time, you got the better of me, you brat. At this time, Shi Yuan takes out her phone to report to her boss. She tells her boss the mission is complete. The other end of the line replies, "Good job, I'll give you a raise tomorrow." After hanging up the phone, it's still not enough. Even if you're reincarnated as a human, you will only be disgusted for a moment. One day, you will pay the price for all of this. Brother, the netherworld only has endless long nights and moonlight. To live here, you have to pay rent. Shi Yuan decides not to reincarnate. It has been half a month now. She continues to live a life of working for a mysterious big boss every day. On Saturdays, she even has to voluntarily work overtime to water the flowers. At this time, the boss calls with a new mission for Shi Yuan. Huang Long comes to the netherworld. Shursi can sense everything in the netherworld. Long time no see. Don't mind if I bring some wine. Huang Long predicted that Shi Yuan would continue the game. He didn't expect Shenlu to be tricked into reincarnating. In order to keep Shenlu in the human world, Huang Long will travel through various worlds to guide other Ziyuans. How long will it take this time? How many worlds will I have to cross? Sorry to leave you alone again. The netherworld only has endless long nights and moonlight, and souls who refuse to leave, holding onto unforgettable obsessions. Huang Long sees the people of the Central Lands. I'm sorry that, as a deity, I failed to protect you. Liwa did not speak, angrily kicking Huang Long away. She leaned on Huang Long's face, then jumped into the reincarnation pool. The bond between a god and a human is but a tiny moment in a god's long life. At this time, Huang Long is also discovered by the guards of the netherworld. Just when Huang Long thinks Shursi cannot save him, Shi Yuan suddenly opens a window. "You're my boss's little brother." She pulls Huang Long away, escaping the pursuit of the guards. Huang Long smiled with relief. At least now, Shursi is not alone. Qi Yuan and Jin Yunlai actually held a wedding in the modern world as well. At this time, 2 small children are pestering Xian Yaja, asking him to tell them what happened that day. That day, in the words of people from the modern world, it was a day filled with a lot of public displays of affection. Qi Yuan's group all went to the modern world. Xian Yaja was also excitedly playing games. Just as Qi Yuan was surprised that Qi Li had no reaction to coming to the modern world, his cowlick suddenly stood up. The cowlick betrayed him. Qi Yuan took them to ride a roller coaster in the modern world and went to the cinema to watch the movie My Emperor. Qi Yuan, who was preparing to eat, was looking for a place to cook. Then Funfin suggested going to the beach to cook together. Qi Yuan agreed. At this time, Jin Yunlai and Funfin looked at each other and smiled, enjoying a picnic on the beach with a cool breeze. The others looked at Gu Jiao's soup with dark faces. It was even glowing red. Funfin questioned if it was really edible. Gu Jiao unceremoniously put it in Funfin's mouth. One mushroom made Funfin breathe fire from the spiciness. "Master, save me. Here's an ad. Afraid of getting heaty? Drink Wanglaji." But it was snatched and drunk by Jin Yunlai. At this moment, beautiful fireworks lit up the sky. Qi Yuan looked at the sky. Wow, so beautiful. Come on, Yuan. The fireworks over here are even better. Qi Li took Qi Yuan's hand. "Let me help you up." Suddenly, Finfin cast a spell on Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan's clothes suddenly turned into a beautiful wedding dress. Qi Yuan looked at Jin Yunlai in surprise. He held out his hand and looked at Qi Yuan affectionately. "Qi Li, I'm counting on you." Amidst the flashing lights, surrounded by friends and family, accompanied by her family, she slowly walked forward. He handed the bride's hand to the groom. They looked at each other affectionately. It turned out that all of this was arranged in advance by Jin Yunlai to give Qi Yuan a perfect future. This is the place where you lived for 18 years. I think a sense of ceremony in the modern world is very important to you. Qi Yuan smiled. "I really can't hide anything from you." Jin Yunlai whispered a few words to Qi Yuan, making her blush. "Don't say such embarrassing things here. We've had enough public displays of affection. We're pretty much full, and that's how you two were born." Wow.